WMC, are we ready? Councilmember, 1 second. Good morning and welcome to the New York City Subcommittee Council hearing of the Zoning and Franchise. At this time, can everybody please silence your cell phone? If you wish to testify, please go to the back of the room to fill out a testimony slip. At this time and going forward, no one is to approach the dais. I repeat, no one is to approach the dais. Chair, we are ready to begin.
Good morning and welcome to the meeting of the Subcommittee of Zoning and Franchises. I'm Councilmember Sean Abreu. I'm temporarily chairing this committee today. This morning I am joined by Councilmember David Carr. Today we will have 5 hearings, 3 sidewalk cafe applications including LU 379 for El Caldero Restaurant and Sport Bar, LU 380 for Lava Rock Kitchen, and LU 381 for Green Pavilion Restaurant and Sports Lounge. We'll also hold a hearing on LU 372 for the Station Plaza Jamaica City map change. Note that a comprehensive public hearing was held by the subcommittee on September 9 for the Jamaica Neighborhood Plan, including discussion and open testimony on this related action. Today, we are holding a separate public hearing for this mapping action pursuant to separate public notice and consistent with ULURP requirements. Finally, we will hold a public hearing on LUs 373 through 378 for the Long Island City Neighborhood Plan, a series of land use actions to rezone a portion of Long Island City in Councilmember Wan's district in Queens, which I will describe in more detail when we open that hearing. First, I will go over the meeting procedures. This meeting is being held in hybrid format. Members of the public who wish to testify may testify in person or via Zoom. Members of the public wishing to testify remotely may register by visiting the New York City Council website at www.council.nyc.gov/landuse to sign up, or for those of you here in person, please see one of the Sergeant-at-Arms to prepare and submit a speaker card. Members of the public may also view a live stream broadcast of this meeting at the Council's website. When you are called to testify before the subcommittee, if you are joining us remotely, you will remain muted until recognized by myself to speak. When you are recognized, your microphone will be unmuted. We will limit public testimony to 2 minutes per witness. If you have additional testimony that you would like the subcommittee to consider, or if you have written testimony that you would like to submit instead of appearing in person, please email it to landusetestimony@council.nyc.gov. Written testimony may be submitted up to 3 days after the hearing is closed. Please indicate the LU number and/or project name in the subject line of your email. We request that witnesses joining us remotely remain in the meeting until excused by the chair, as council members may have questions. Lastly, for everyone attending today's meeting, this is a government proceeding and decorum must be observed at all times. Members of the public are asked not to speak during the meeting unless you are testifying. The witness table is reserved for people who are called to testify, and no recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Further, members of the public may not present audio or video recordings as testimony, but may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant-at-Arms for inclusion in the hearing record. I will now open the public hearing on LU 379, a sidewalk cafe application by El Caldero Restaurant and Sports Bar for approximately 5 tables and 20 chairs, located on Jerome Avenue in the Bronx in Councilmember Stevens' district. For anyone wishing to testify regarding this proposal remotely, if you have not already done so, you must register online by visiting the Council's website at council.nyc.gov/landuse. For anyone with us in person, please see one of the Sergeant-at-Arms to submit a speaker card. If you would prefer to submit written testimony, you can always do so by emailing it to landusetestimony@council.nyc.gov. I don't think Councilmember Stevens is here with us, so I would now call on the applicant panel for this proposal, which consists of the following panelists: Melanie Rodriguez and Mike Reyna. Council, please administer the affirmation. Melanie Rodriguez and Mike Reyna.
Mr. Reyna and Ms. Rodriguez, I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand and answer the following question. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the subcommittee and in answer to all council member questions? Mike Reyna, Melanie Rodriguez. Thank you.
Thank you. For the viewing public, if you need an accessible version of this presentation, please send an email request to landusetestimony@council.nyc.gov. And now the applicant team may begin, and I'll just ask you to please restate your name and organization for the record.
Melanie Rodriguez.
And organization, sorry.
Oh, El Caldero Restaurant.
Mike Regna, El Caldero Restaurant.
Thank you. And you may now present.
We're just looking here to present the application. We already received everything like that. Okay. We already present the application to the government, and we received some information that we needed to reduce it, which we did. We're not going to use that part that they want something in writing and everything like that, so we're going to do a small section on it, which is in the paperwork that we submitted.
Can you please restate what is it that you're changing?
Well, they're saying something, we have some tables and chairs inside of the, on top of the doors of the basement in the sidewalk. So they wanted us to do something, structure there, so we didn't do that. We removed that and we put it on the side.
Okay. Checking to see if my colleague Stevens is here to ask any questions. Just give us a minute, please. Thank you.
¿Esta no fue? No, sí. Ujú. Ok. Se quitó esta, nada más va a estar aquí.
So my understanding is that the council member has concerns about pedestrian safety at this establishment. Can you speak to those concerns? Please make sure your mic is on.
What concern is this?
Are you aware of any pedestrian safety issues at the site?
We don't think so because it's a very large area and we're just talking a side of it. It's like to the side of a restaurant, not in the main street. In Jerome is like 169 street, which is a big area there.
So you don't find
we did
any?
the measurement and everything like that.
Okay. There are no other. You're not aware of any other pedestrian safety issues at the site.
Not at all.
Okay. Well, we'll wait. We'll give the council member another minute to get here. If not, we'll proceed to the next panel.
Okay.
Thank you for your patience. We're going to stand at ease for a few minutes. All right, this panel is excused, and we will not put this specific hearing into recess.
We need to come back or we can leave? Is it?
You've been excused.
Thanks.
I will now open the public hearing on LU 381, a sidewalk cafe application by Green Pavilion Restaurant and Sports Bar for approximately 6 tables and 15 chairs located on 18th Avenue in Councilmember Joseph's district in Brooklyn. For anyone wishing to testify regarding this proposal remotely, if you have not already done so, you must register online by visiting the council's website at council.nyc.gov/land use. For anyone with us in person, please see one of the sergeant-at-arms to submit a speaker card. If you would prefer to submit a written testimony, you can always do so by emailing it to landusetestimony@council.nyc.gov. Councilmember Joseph, you have a statement? Go ahead.
Thank you, Councilmember Abreu. Thank you for the opportunity to present this testimony regarding land use application number 381 concerning the request by Green Pavilion Restaurant and Sports Lounge located in my district at 4307 18th Avenue in Brooklyn, New York, 11218 for a revocable consent to operate a sidewalk cafe under section 19160.2 of the New York City Administrative Code. At the outset, I want to acknowledge that thriving local businesses are a vital component of a strong and vibrant community. We recognize the value that restaurants and hospitality establishments bring to the Council District 40 and New York City at large, not only through economic activity and job creation, but as gathering spaces for families, neighbors. As the council member representing the mighty Council District 40, its residents, I remain committed to fostering a positive, collaborative relationship with small businesses. I often use small business spaces for social and community events. However, we must also be honest that serious public safety concerns have been brought to my attention regarding this establishment. Those concerns cannot be ignored as we consider this application for expanded use of public space. According to the conversations and emails we have received, the Green Pavilion have been linked to a troubling series of incidents that have raised red flags with law enforcement, local residents, and community leaders. The Community Board 14 team contacted us, reported from NYPD 70th Precinct, detailed the following incidents occurred in the vicinity of the establishment, with the majority of which happened during late night or early hours. On April 21st, there was a felony assault. On April 28th, workers were reportedly beaten. May 8th, woman assaulted and arrest was made. July 5th, there was a stabbing incident. August 11th, robbery and shooting. These incidents are significant enough to prompt the precinct's then commanding officer to assign a dedicated post at the location of for certain hours suggesting that these are not isolated cases but part of a pattern of late-night disorder. In addition, we have received corroborated complaints from local residents, including one particular detailed a passionate message from a neighbor who had lived through the chronic disturbance associated with this establishment. This resident described ongoing noise complaints often until 6 a.m., frequent street fighting and altercations, a shooting occurring just as children were arriving from school. General fear and concern about the establishment is a blight and a source of terror for nearby families. Given this pattern of troubling activities, we cannot, in good faith, recommend approval of a sidewalk cafe application to expand the use of public space and potentially the hours of operation without a clear and credible plan of action from the owner. That said, the goal of this call-up is not to punish, but to partner. We believe that safe, respectable, community-oriented business should be supported, but support must be earned through accountability and transparency. We respectfully ask the owner of Green Pavilion, 1, to appear before the subcommittee today to address these concerns directly with sincerity. 2, present a concrete safety compliance plan which includes adjusted hours of operation, enhanced private security measures, collaboration with the 7-0 precinct and local community board, a commitment to regular communications with nearby residents, outline steps taken to de-escalate late-night disturbance to prevent further violence or public disorder. This application will not be considered in a vacuum. Public sidewalk space is a shared community resource, and any extension of use must reflect the values and safety and expectations of our residents. My team and I are ready and willing to work collaboratively with business owners and all relevant stakeholders to find a path forward. But we must ensure that path leads to a safer, more respectable, and community-positive outcomes for all parties involved. We encourage the Green Pavilion to engage in this process in good faith, take the concern seriously, and come forward with a detailed, transparent plan that demonstrates their commitment to being better neighbors and a responsible business. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to hearing your testimony and asking a few questions. Thank you, Council Member.
Thank you, Councilmember. I will now call the applicant panel for this proposal, which consists of remote panelists Nadia Vega Basutil and Eric Sean Basutil, and my apologies if I'm mispronouncing your last name.
Hi, good morning. Are you able to hear me well?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, hi, my name is Nadia Busatil.
excuse me,
Eric Busatil is not
Busatil.
able to be here today.
Sorry, 1 second. The council is going to administer the affirmation.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this subcommittee and in answer to all council member questions?
I do.
Thank you.
I can speak.
You may begin, and please restate your name and organization.
Hi, my name is Nadia Busatil, and I'm representing Boney Restaurant Corp., DBA Green Pavilion Restaurant and Sports Lounge. That's my name and the business. I just wanted to address, of course, the concerns that Rita Joseph has spoken of. This establishment has been here for 43 years, successfully, and my father owns the business. We've become very close to our community and our neighbors over the past 4 decades. We do have a strong relationship with the 70th precinct. And the concerns that were mentioned, some of which we do take accountability for, but most of the things said are not accurate. I'm not sure where the information was, received from or who gave that information. So I just want to explain that, we're doing all we can every day in terms of safety. We've had this outdoor seating since COVID. It's helped us, strive as a business. Like I said, thank you. This is actually not an updated picture of the outdoor seating. We actually are in compliance. Our application was successfully accepted by the Community Board 14. The outdoor seating has allowed us to engage more with the community. We're very close with the neighbors around the corner from us on Lawrence Avenue, which is a cerebral palsy institution. And there are a lot of customers that come from there, as well as the 70th precinct. We hold a lot of family events, weddings, birthday parties that, like I said, over the past 4 decades have been, this place has been a hub for families and this is a family place, and the things that have been occurring within the vicinity of the restaurant, not all of it can be predicted, nor are we at fault with everything. But in terms of the hours of operation, we operate from 7 a.m. to 4 a.m. We are a bar, established bar. We have a license for that. Let me see. I just want to point out that we do have security guard during the evening hours of when the bar is open. We during the bar hours, we do search people. We take IDs. We do all that we can, and we have been doing all that we can the past 43 years. Unfortunately, the neighborhood has been changing over the years, and some things we do not have control over, realistically. We do provide a clean, safe outdoor area that has enhanced the atmosphere of the neighborhood. We are one of very few long-standing businesses in Kensington, Brooklyn. We're a very unique place that holds, different family events, like I said. We are very, community driven, and it's a shame of what has been going on within this neighborhood. We do work with the 70 precinct very closely. We cooperate with them very closely. And I know that the past few months have not made the place look, the best. And we are taking, the measures to make sure that, we're doing all that we can. And some things, we can't do, everything in terms of safety. The people outside, we can't control them. We have 24-hour camera surveillance. We have a security guard. We have, like I said, our hours of operation are 7 a.m. to 4 a.m. We want to keep this outdoor seating. It helps with our customers that are wheelchair bound, people that do hold parties here. It is very inviting. Like I said, this is not an updated picture. Our picture is in compliance. Our outdoor seating is in compliance. It's actually open air. I came to testify today to explain that.
Thank you.
We're proud
Councilmember
to-
Joseph, do you have any questions for the applicant?
The incidents that I reported in this this testimony today was submitted to us by 70. 70 is also very concerned. They had to post someone outside. And as I said, I'm not here to get you, but I would love to see a plan of action as to what will happen for the safety of our communities, right? Their young children, their families, and the disturbances have been a lot, and there's been complaints. We received a slew of complaints. So my thing here is not to find excuses, but I would really love to see some transparency, some accountability, and some responsibility.
Yes, I'm absolutely taking accountability. Like I said, we do have a security guard. We do, we do cooperate with the police. Any camera evidence that they need, we've provided. We do everything up to code. We have a valid liquor license. We have a valid food establishment for the past 40 years. I'm not making excuses. I feel like this has been a bad run, a bad year in terms of the neighborhood, and we're doing all we can on our end, the best we can as a restaurant. We are a restaurant. We have many customers that do enjoy us being here and are very loyal to us. Many families over the past 43 years have, can speak on that. And I wish that we can have those people here today to not say the negative things that are happening, you know, around our vicinity, not in our vicinity. No, I mean, I'm sorry, not in the establishment. You know, we're more than just those incidents that have happened this past year. You know, the past 43 years, I feel like we should have some credit in that sense of being successful for that long and not having these types of terrible issues for that long.
I have a question for you. Would you be willing to submit the council member a plan that she can review and take back to her constituents?
Absolutely. Yeah, I can do that.
But council member, when would you like that plan?
Yeah, then that's what I said in my statement. I want to see a plan, and I gave her 5 bullets. If she wants our office to email it to her, I would love to gladly to do that. Like I said in the beginning of my statement, is to work with small business, support them, but when they become a problem in the community and we get a lot of emails and complaints for shootings, for stabbings, for assault, then it becomes a problem. It's a shared space, and this is a community.
Yeah, if you can email that over to me, that would be great, and I can have that safety plan sent to you today as soon as possible. We are taking accountability, and we hope that, you know, we plan and we hope that things like this won't continue to happen within our vicinity of this block, and we are a positive force to this community, and I hope that we can express that or somehow prove to you that, you know, being here has been a positive experience for, you know, a majority of our customers and a majority of our community.
Thank you. If there are no more other questions, council member?
I'm good. Thank you, Chair.
All right, you are excused. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Council, are there any members of the public who wish to testify remotely or in person regarding this proposal?
We have a Sean Campbell who is registered remotely to testify on this item. Sean Campbell.
You may begin.
Hello, thank you very much for this opportunity. I appreciate Councilmember Rita Joseph's work on this particular application. I'm Sean Campbell, District Manager, Community Board 14. I'm concerned about the process itself, in that when community boards only have 30 days, and this hearing was scheduled for and was held on August 7th by a committee of the whole of Community Board 14. At that time, we did not have information from NYPD that followed the shooting that took place on the morning of August 11th. And because then the application was due on the 18th, our recommendation on the 18th, the community board had no time to then revisit the application at the community level with community members who have since come forward expressing concerns about the location. And I understand the applicant's testimony about a long track record of no negative incidents, but I'm concerned about the trajectory that we're on, and would urge the committee, urge the council member to consider some space in between the time that an application is approved, if that's where this is going, in order for the establishment to sort of regain the trust and comfort level of the surrounding community, and then allow the community board time and space to bring those comments back into an arena. Because it wasn't just one incident. The information from NYPD suggests that more than one thing has been going on in the establishment, and not just nearby. And it seems as though it's violence of an escalating manner, and so I do wish to express those concerns and recommend that we exercise caution and take this slowly, and then finally recommend that City Council review the process by which there's no way.
The time has expired. Thank you.
A 30-day recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The witness panel is now excused. Council, is there any other person, any other individual here willing to testify?
No, Chair, there are no other witnesses registered to testify on this item.
Thank you. There being no other members of the public who wish to testify on LU 381 related to Green Pavilion Restaurant and Sports Lounge Sidewalk Cafe application, the public hearing is now closed and the item is laid over. I will now open the public hearing on LU 372 related to the Station Plaza Jamaica City map change, an application by the New York City Department of Transportation and Economic Development Corporation to change the city map to facilitate the construction of 2 pedestrian plazas as part of the Station Plaza Enhancement Project in downtown Jamaica, Queens, in Councilmember Williams and Councilmember Gennaro's districts. As I mentioned at the opening of today's remarks, a comprehensive public hearing was already held on the Jamaica Neighborhood Plan on September 9. That hearing included a discussion and open testimony for this related action. We are holding today's public hearing for this mapping action consistent with ULURP requirements. Council, has any member of the public registered to testify for this application?
No, Mr. Chair, there are no registrations for this item, and no one in person signed up to testify.
There being no other members of the public who wish to testify on the LU 372 related to the Station Plaza Jamaica City map changes, the public hearing is now closed and the item is laid over. I will now open the public hearing on LU 380, a sidewalk cafe application by Lava Rock Kitchen for approximately 24 tables and 46 chairs located on Sterling Avenue in the Bronx in Majority Leader Farias's district. For anyone wishing to testify regarding this proposal remotely, if you have not already done so, you must register online by visiting the council's website at council.nyc.gov/land use. For anyone with us in person, please see one of the sergeant at arms to submit a speaker card. If you would prefer to submit written testimony, you can always do so by emailing it to landusetestimony@council.nyc.gov. The majority leader is unable to join us in person today to participate directly, but she has provided a statement which I will now read on her behalf. Thank you to Chair Riley for the time and for reading the statement on my behalf today. I made the call-up request for this application in order to ensure that there was a thorough and accurate review. The Sidewalk Cafe's proposed location is on Starling Avenue, the center of Bangla Bazaar, one of the busiest corridors in the district. Within 1 block of the proposed location, there is a highly used playground and several schools. PS 106 has an exit and entrance on the very same block on Odell Street. Every afternoon, hundreds of students and families move through this same stretch of sidewalk. Add to that the tutoring center in the same building with an entrance directly next to the proposed sidewalk cafe. The sidewalk distance and space is really the crux of the issue before us. What remains of paramount importance is whether there is enough safe walking space. On Starling Avenue and Odell Street, with schools, businesses, and apartment buildings all converging, the narrowing of the sidewalk can make a significant impact on pedestrian traffic flow. I appreciate the applicant's cooperation to date, and I encourage this continued collaboration toward a safe and workable solution. We want to ensure this plan leaves enough room for the children, families, and community members who use the sidewalk every single day to do so without constraint. I will now call the applicant panel for this proposal, which consists of Rahel Hake and Amin Udin. Council, please administer the affirmation. Rahel and Amin.
For the
Hello, good
For
morning.
the applicant panelists, if you can hear me, do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this subcommittee in an answer to all council member questions?
Yes. Yes, we do.
Thank you.
Thank you. For the viewing public, if you need an accessible version of this presentation, please send an email request to landusetestimony@council.nyc.gov. www.nyc.gov. And now the applicant team may begin, and I'll just ask you to please restate your name and organization for the record.
My name is Ruhal Haq, Lava Rock Kitchen.
My name is Amin Udin. I'm the landlord of the property, 2119 Starling Avenue.
You may begin.
So we submitted the application to the government, the City Hall, and I received an email from the City Council regarding some issues with the drawing. And I spoke with Mr. Curtin from Ms. Faria's office, raised questions from the nearby, the entrance, the light post, the distance from the light post, as well as the Athens Learning Center, which is on the second floor of the restaurant. On the main entrance on the left side, which is the main entrance to get to the second floor, I was advised to clarify the distance, and we're working on it.
All right, since your restaurant is located on the main road of Starling Avenue, which is 1 block from Caserta Playground, PS 106, and St. Raymond High School for boys, in addition to MS 127 2 blocks away, concerns about pedestrian flow have been identified. Do you believe that there will be major pedestrian concerns for your sidewalk cafe, especially since there's a tutoring center within your building that has an entrance directly next to your sidewalk cafe? In addition, right next to Ashan's entrance is the entrance for DACA digital printing, which will add to the traffic flow. So do you believe that there will be a major pedestrian concern for your sidewalk cafe?
Regarding the Asan Learning Center, they're open only, I believe, on the weekends, Saturdays and Sundays, if I may. And the DACA digital printing, to my knowledge, I do not see there's a lot of crowds from the students from the Athens Learning Center, because they're not open Monday to Friday. They're just open on the weekends from, I believe, from morning to 4 or 5 p.m. I'm not sure exactly their business hours. So on the main entrance, on Starling Avenue, I do not see that it's going to be a really crowded because of the students from the learning center.
And if I may, we're looking at the application here on Starling Avenue. There's from the curb up until where the tables are proposed to begin for Lava Rock Kitchen, there's 10 feet of space. And on Odell Street, on the other side of the sidewalk, the proposed sidewalk cafe, there's a distance of roughly 8.5 feet, I believe, from the curb to where the proposed seating begins, which we believe should ensure that there's enough space for, typical and even, more traffic flow than usual, especially around school dismissal time. We believe it should be okay.
So the tutoring center, you said, is open just primarily on weekends, and you're not seeing you're not seeing much traffic from the digital printing center?
Yes.
Yeah, it doesn't coincide with the restaurant opening hours. The restaurant is open in the late afternoon, and the tutoring center is mainly busy in the morning time.
And what are do you know the hours of the tutoring center on the weekend and your business hours on the weekend? Is there any overlap there?
The restaurant business hours from Friday, Saturday, and Sunday from 3 p.m. till 11 p.m.
Okay.
And Monday we're closed. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday we're open from 4 p.m. to 11 p.m.
And the learning center hours, I'm checking on Google right now, they're open Saturday, Sunday, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m.
So there's not much overlap on the weekends for the learning center, for the tutoring center. And on the weekends, probably not much overlap with schools either. But during the week, there's definite overlap. I want to ask the question on behalf of the majority leader. If pedestrian traffic becomes an issue, right, what would you do to try to reduce the issue, to mitigate the issue, if it becomes an issue?
If it becomes an issue, we can reduce the size, I guess, or the width of particularly on Odell Street, we can reduce the width of the tables. Instead of putting 2 tables across, we can just stick to 1 table in order to better facilitate traffic flow.
And you're willing to speak to the local council member on that, on your plan, should pedestrian traffic become an issue?
Yes.
Do you plan on seating patrons outside all the way to closing to 11 p.m.?
Last sitting is like, let's say for the weekends it's 10:30, kitchen closes at 11 p.m. Yes, that is ideal, at least for summer, yes. Maybe not for the winter, yeah.
But you're saying on weekends, most certainly, maybe not every other. I mean, if you could just provide clarity to the majority leader on that, I'm sure that would be helpful information to have.
Sure.
My last question on this: will you have security or a member of staff monitoring the sidewalk cafe in case the dismissing students causes issues with the cafe setup or your property?
Yes, we can have a member of staff just making sure everything's okay and there's no issues with the students or anything coming into contact or getting injured or anything potentially happening. We can keep a member of staff on hand.
Okay, give me 1 second. Do any other council members here have any questions for this panel? Thank you. This panel is excused.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council, is there anyone else signed up to testify?
No, Mr. Chair, there is no one signed up to testify on this item.
There being no other members of the public who wish to testify on LU 380 relating to Lava Rock Kitchen Sidewalk Cafe application, the public hearing is now closed and the item is laid over. Thank you. I will now reopen the public hearing on LU 379 for the El Caldero Sidewalk Cafe. We opened this hearing earlier today and it was put into recess. I reopen the hearing so that we can hear a statement from Council Member Stevens. Council Member Stevens.
Hello, good morning. I'm sorry I'm not there in person, but I just wanted to make sure that a couple of items were talked about while we're thinking about the Sidewalk Cafe. One, I just want to say El Caldero is an amazing partner, and we really appreciate to have them in the community. They provide very nutritious food, and they've been places that we've used for catering. However, this Sidewalk Cafe, I have a couple of concerns with. My first concern is when talking with El Caldero, they were told that they can actually already set up their Sidewalk Cafe by DOT before the application was approved. So I'm concerned that even in this process that there's a disconnect in how the process should be played out and what that should look like. So that's my first concern. In addition, although this area is no longer zoned for auto shops and auto mechanics, there is 2 auto shops directly across the street from where the Sidewalk Cafe would be. So I think that we need to be considering that around safety hazards of people eating so close to where cars are being fixed, fumes are being zoomed into the air. And so I'm really concerned about the safety of people eating outside. My last point is this is on and near Jerome Avenue, where there's an elevated train right across the street from the 4-4 precinct that has a fleet yard there. So we often have cars double parked and triple parked outside of there. So it's already a very congested area. So to add a Sidewalk Cafe I believe will just continue to add to the congestion. And like I said, there are two auto mechanics. Often there are cars being worked on right outside under the train station and right across the street from it on the street. And so I think that with all of those things being still present in the area, we need to address those issues before we consider any sidewalk cafes in this area, because right now it's just not equitable for residents in the community to be able to move freely with the congestion and the auto mechanics still being there. Please let me know if there's any questions or concerns that folks would like to address.
Thank you, Councilmember Stevens. With that, the public hearing on LU 379 for the El Caldero Sidewalk Cafe is now closed and the item is laid over.
Good morning. Just want to thank Councilmember Brady for starting the hearing today. I will now open the public hearing on LUs 373 through 378 for the Long Island City Neighborhood Plan. This is a city proposal to rezone a portion of Long Island City located in Councilmember Wan's district. The proposed actions include zoning map amendments, acquisitions, and site selections by the city, designation of an urban development action area, approval of an urban development action area project, the disposition of the city-owned properties, city map amendments, and zoning text amendments, including modifying and expanding the special Long Island City mixed-use district and establishing mandatory inclusionary housing. On a technical note, I want to note that there is an additional related action for a city map amendment for this plan, which has been approved by the City Planning Commission, which will be introduced at our next stated meeting and will have a public hearing at a future date. However, because it is related to the overall Long Island City Neighborhood Plan, it will be included as part of today's presentation and discussion. Altogether, these actions seek to create approximately 14,700 units of housing, including up to 4,700 affordable units, create a connected, resilient, and accessible waterfront, and meet the infrastructure and community needs of a growing neighborhood. Today, we will have the opportunity to discuss with the administration how these goals will be met, including the creation of housing that our constituents can actually afford, providing new school seats and public open space, and ensuring that the water and sewer infrastructure capacity will meet the needs of the community into the future. For anyone wishing to testify regarding this proposal remotely, if you have not already done so, you must register online by visiting the council's website at council.nyc.gov/landuse. For anyone with us in person, please see one of the Sergeant-at-Arms to submit a speaker's card, and please indicate if you're in support or in opposition of this proposal. If you prefer to submit written testimony, you can always do so by emailing it to landusetestimony@council.nyc.gov. I would now like to give the floor to Councilmember Wan for her opening remarks.
Thank you so much, Chair Riley. Good morning, everyone. It's so good to see you. My name is Julie Wan. I'm currently the council member that represents the 26th District, which includes Long Island City. Our goal together collectively when we first embarked on this journey 2 years ago was to promote equitable growth in Long Island City and to ensure that our neighborhood is equipped with the resources it needs to thrive for our current residents and for the generations to come. Today, we're here to discuss the One Long Island City Neighborhood Plan, which seeks to increase the supply of permanently affordable housing, expand open space opportunities, waterfront access, promote job growth, address critical infrastructure capacity needs, arts and culture, and plan for the future resiliency of Long Island City. After seeing how previous rezonings in this particular area, in District 26 and Long Island City overall, has lacked sufficient infrastructure investments to support the growing community and have disproportionately benefited property owners and developers, I recognize the need for a comprehensive neighborhood planning process in Long Island City, one that considers all aspects of what makes a community thrive. If you feel like you're having a flashback or you're in deja vu, where you may have sat in this hall before about this very project, you're right. You're not having a deja vu. This project has failed 4 times before me with my predecessors. But you know, sometimes 5th time's a charm, maybe, maybe not. We'll see how it goes today with the agencies. But over the past 2 years, we have collaborated with the Department of City Planning to engage local residents and community organizations to better understand community needs and develop a shared goal for the plan, all which has guided the ultimate proposals we're discussing here today. I know many of you have we've had a lot of engagement throughout this process the last 2 years, one that surpasses the collection of the 4 projects that have gone before us. So this isn't the total of all the surveys, but for the survey, because there were 2 separate surveys, but for our survey that my office sponsored, thanks to the City Council and the support of Speaker Adrian Adams, we had 2,300 survey respondents, over 5,700 written comments from the town halls and the focus area meetings. We've had canvassers knock more than 4,900 doors at Queensbridge houses and so much more. And I know hundreds of people have testified at both community board hearings and town halls, and I thank you for coming yet again in this marathon to have your voice heard again. I want to thank the Department of City Planning for their tireless work on this plan, as well as our constituents and neighbors for their extensive engagement, especially for all of the advocates from Western Queens Land Trust, Long Island City Coalition, Hope Justice Astoria, and so much more that have really come together to make sure that people's voices are heard. I want to also thank Community Board 1 and 2 for their leadership. They have, for the first time, I believe, passed this project in both the zoning committee or their land use committee as well as the general board. And I want to extend my gratitude to our land use council team, James Catone, Paris Strotter, and William Vidal, and so many others who have worked on this with us so far. And I want to also give flowers to my incredible staff, Ellie, Laura, Nick, Isaac, Lily, Greg, and Farah, who have also worked very hard to ensure that our community's priorities are heard by the city. I also want to thank my colleagues, Borough President Donovan Richards, our Congresswoman Nydia Velasquez, our State Senator Kristen Gonzalez, our State Assembly members Claire Valdez and Zora Mamdani, who also overlap where this project currently lies. And I would be remiss if I did not thank all of our NYCHA residents. I know that Resettlement Houses is here today. Thank you so much. As well as all of our union partners. I see the orange back there, Carpenters Proud. And I know DC9 has also been present, cement and bricklayers. Liuna has also been very active. So I thank you all for all of your efforts because I know you are volunteering your time. In June, we reached a historic milestone with both Community Board 1 and 2 passing the One Long Island City Plan, and both community boards included a thorough set of recommendations and stipulations in their resolutions to improve the current plan to more effectively meet community needs. Now the New York City Planning Commission has passed the plan, but this work is far from complete. As it stands, the One Long Island City Neighborhood Plan lacks the tangible commitments to address community needs and fund capital investments for critical infrastructure in Long Island City. To gain my final support of One Long Island City Plan, the city must translate community needs into real concrete commitments. My red lines or our priorities for this neighborhood plan has been clear and it has been public. Nothing has changed. So at bare minimum, we need to make sure that there is a maximization of deeply affordable and family-sized units of housing on both private and public sites. We need to create publicly accessible waterfront open space connecting Gantry Park to Queensbridge Park. Con Ed and NYBA, I know you're out there somewhere. Please do the right thing. We need to relocate city agencies, Department of Parks, as well as Department of Transportation, their agency operations from under the Queensboro Bridge and the ramps, and restore these sites back to parks, which is included in the Queensbridge Baby Park, to publicly accessible open space connecting the new waterfront with Parksland. To secure investments, we have to secure investments in critical sewer and stormwater management infrastructure to address existing flooding and resiliency issues, to improve neighborhood and resilience. We have to build new schools to address the existing school seat shortage, which is currently existent because the city failed to open the schools that they promised when they increased density in Long Island City. And students continue to be on wait lists. People continue to move away from Long Island City because there aren't adequate school seats for every single grade level in Long Island City. We must bring vacant units online at Queensbridge houses, Ravenswood houses, Woodside houses, and we have to make sure that there are critical capital investments to improve these physical conditions in our public housing units in Long Island City. So without these commitments to address every one of these priorities, the One Long Island City Neighborhood Plan will not have my support. I will vote no later this fall, but we can try again next year, maybe with a new administration, maybe. We have an opportunity here to right the historic wrongs in Long Island City and set a model example for equitable growth that centers community needs. I will continue to fight for the needs of District 26 and hold the city accountable to deliver a final plan that ensures Long Island City is a neighborhood where current and future residents can thrive. I look forward to finalizing commitments of these issues over the coming weeks as we begin the council's negotiations for this vote. And I just want to reiterate what Commissioner Osorio on the Department of City Planning Commission had said when he voted no on this project earlier this month. But again, in quotes, he said, "I respectfully vote no because I cannot support a proposal of this scale in good conscience, leaving critical, significant adverse impacts unaddressed." Yes, the baby agrees. We need more school seats. And according to the final environmental impact statement, the list includes public schools, libraries, open space, and air quality. I want to underscore that this is a disadvantaged community designation, underscoring the need for special attention under the New York State climate change laws, namely the Climate Leadership and Community Protections Act. Equally important, I understand the future of the Vernon site is still to be determined. But at that current stage of the process, I cannot support a proposal until there is a guarantee that if housing were to be developed here on public land, that it would be 100% affordable. As other commissioners have mentioned, I hope these things can be addressed, but I really want to continue to say that he is not alone in these thoughts. These thoughts have been what has prevented this rezoning from passing for decades. And if the city of New York cannot right the wrongs that we have made for the decades before us, then we will continue to not have progress in this area, and it will continue to remain how it is today, underutilized and unwalkable and sad. I see DCP frowning in agreement. But I do hope that today's conversations can be fruitful, and I will turn it back to the chair to continue on to our hearing.
Thank you, Councilmember Wan. I will now call the applicant panel for this proposal, which consists of Lin Zhang and Hayek Young Yang from DCP, Nick Molinari, Laura Melendez, and Merritt Larson from the Department of Parks and Recreation, Sarit Plankin from HPD, Jason Benry from DOT, Eric Bilal from EDC, and Dylan Maker from DEP. Good morning, everyone. Council, can you please administer the affirmation?
Panelists, please raise your right hands, and I will ask you in turn to affirm the following. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this subcommittee and in answer to all council member questions? Lin Zhang.
I do.
Haekyung Yang.
I do.
Sarit Platkin.
I do.
Beth DeFalco.
I do.
Dylan Marr,
I do.
Jason Banry,
I do.
Nick Molinari,
I do.
Laura Melendez. Laura Melendez. Merritt Larson, Eric Bilal.
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. For the viewing public, if you need accessible version of this presentation, please send an email request to landusetestimony@council.nyc.gov. And now the applicant team may begin. I just ask that you please reinstate your name and organization for the record. We also have some chairs over here, so you guys can move over here as well. You may begin.
Good morning. My name is Hye Kyung Yang from the New York City Department of City Planning. Good to see everyone. I'm here to present to you on the Long Island City Neighborhood Plan, a vision for the next 10 years of growth, opportunity, and transformation of the neighborhood. Next slide. The Long Island City Neighborhood Plan is a series of land use actions developed from the One LIC planning process, an extensive community engagement process conducted in partnership with Councilmember Wan, which delivered 3 key goals as part of a long-term vision for the neighborhood: to address the need for affordable housing, to facilitate business growth, and to address the need for open space. First, on housing. LIC has been one of the fastest growing neighborhoods in the city, with over 21,000 homes constructed in the past 2 decades. However, while some income-restricted affordable housing has been created through voluntary tax incentive programs, current zoning does not mandate the creation of affordable housing in new buildings. Second, on business growth. LIC is Western Queens' key industrial and commercial hub. It is centrally located and has excellent vehicular and transit infrastructure, making it an ideal location for businesses to grow and thrive. And third, on open space. As Long Island City continues to grow, new open space is needed to increase resiliency and support community well-being. With this neighborhood plan, we have the opportunity to create a resilient and continuous public waterfront. Next slide. As proposed, the Long Island City Neighborhood Plan is projected to create close to 14,700 new homes, of which approximately 4,300 would be permanently income restricted affordable to New Yorkers earning between 40% and 80% of the area median income. The plan was also create nearly 3.5 million square feet of new floor area for commercial and community facility uses, space which would support approximately 14,400 new jobs in an area with many transit options. Next slide. The following land use actions are proposed to encourage housing growth while requiring permanently affordable housing, enliven corridors with active ground floor uses and streetscape improvements, and incentivize job growth in the neighborhood. We'll share more on these actions a little later in the presentation. We have the zoning map and zoning text amendments, which are proposed to support the area's growth by applying MIH to the project area, expand opportunities for open space, and improve resiliency along the waterfront, and modify the existing special Long Island City mixed-use district. As co-applicants to this application, HPD is seeking UDAA designation, UDAP project approval, and disposition to redevelop and improve city-owned land with 100% affordable housing development. With co-applicants DCAS and EDC, we're seeking approval for acquisition, site selection, and disposition of non-residential city-owned properties to improve access along the waterfront. And lastly, we're proposing city map amendments to improve circulation near the waterfront. Next slide. The project area covers a 54-block area in Western Queens. Most of the project area is located within Community District 2, with a small portion is located in Community District 1. The proposed rezoning area focuses primarily on industrial areas south of NYCHA's Queensbridge House campus and west of the Court Square neighborhood. Next slide. Though parts of Long Island City has seen tremendous growth in recent decades, the LIC Neighborhood Plan area, in particular, is still predominantly low-rise, with more room to grow than other parts of the neighborhood. Next slide. Today, only low-density manufacturing uses are allowed across most of the plan area. Additionally, there is no requirement for income-restricted affordable housing to be developed if housing is ever built. And although there is waterfront access plan in place along the waterfront, this restrictive zoning means that nothing has been developed that would create public open space. Next slide. A short background before we get to the specifics of the proposal. To create this neighborhood plan proposal in partnership with Councilmember Juan, we've held 21 public meetings, hearing concerns and desires from over 1,800 attendees. Next slide. These conversations have led to the following 5 goals. 1 is to create more housing for people at a range of income levels. 2, create a connected, resilient, and accessible waterfront from Gantry Plaza State Park to Queensbridge Park. 3, meet the infrastructure and community needs for our growing neighborhood while mitigating climate impacts. 4, support the diversity and vitality of Long Island City's unique and thriving economy. And 5, make it easier for residents to access neighborhood resources and amenities. Next slide. So we've broken up the project area in 4 distinct sub-areas: the waterfront, corridors, LIC Core and Queens Plaza, and the industrial sub-area. We'll use these sub-areas to walk through their zoning proposal, beginning with the industrial sub-area. Next slide. Today, zoning creates a hostile environment for pedestrians and constrains business ability to grow. The proposal calls for applying a variety of M1A districts where maximum building heights range from 155 to 245 feet. These districts encourage loft-like building forms with flexible envelopes to address a variety of business needs. Next, we'll move to the corridors sub-area. Next slide. Today, this area's zoning prohibits residential or mixed-use buildings. We're proposing to introduce residential uses here while still allowing commercial and manufacturing uses for mixed-use development. The highest densities will be allowed along 44th Drive in an M14A or 8A district, and to the south, shaded in yellow and orange, lower densities would complement the existing density just outside of the project area. And along the waterfront, a high-density M15A R8 district would complement existing density. Next, we'll move over to the LIC Core and Queens Plaza sub-area. Next slide. Today, LIC Core and Queens Plaza areas host a broad variety of land uses, including many vacant sites ready for development. The proposal would map M16 paired with the R9 and R10 district adjacent to transit stations and existing high-density districts. The M16A R10 district proposed to north of Queens Plaza would have a height limit of 750 feet to limit shadow impacts on the adjacent Queensbridge House campus. Lastly, we'll walk through the zoning proposal for the waterfront sub-area. Next slide. Today, the waterfront is mostly comprised of low to mid-rise buildings that host a variety of manufacturing, auto, utility, and storage uses. The proposal would map an M16A R9 district around Annabelle Basin and along East River and an M15A R8 district on parcels fronting 44th Drive. Parcels without color, which include the Con Edison site, are not proposed to be rezoned, but are subject to updated waterfront access plan requirements and special district regulations to ensure consistency across the waterfront. Next slide. The LIC Waterfront Access Plan is the first ever created in New York, but has not delivered significant public open space since then. Waterfront access plans, which are now used across the city, are meant to ensure the public access and benefit when waterfront property is developed in those areas. And it presents an opportunity for us to gain new high-quality open space as part of this plan. The proposed changes would increase public access to both Annabelle Basin and the East River and require at least 40 feet of open space along the shoreline from Gantry Plaza State Park to Queensbridge Park, with opportunities for expanding open space through the floor area bonus. The bonus would incentivize the development of community-desired amenities such as performance spaces, athletic fields, or playgrounds. The updates would also establish a new street network that improves both access and visibility. Next slide. The proposed actions also call to map MIH in portions of the project area shown here in orange. Mapping MIH with this increase in residential density would produce approximately 4,000 permanent income restricted units in LIC, where there is none today. We're not proposing to map MIH in the purple areas that make up the IBZ because no new housing would be allowed by the plan. Next slide. The proposal also includes site-specific actions. Within the project area, there are 3 city-owned sites centered along 44th Drive and 2 sites under the ramps to the Ed Koch Queensboro Bridge. I will go over these in the next few slides. While not a city-owned property, the Con Ed property located off of Vernon Boulevard is also subject to acquisition action. Next slide. During our engagement, the community envisions the 3 city-owned sites along 44th Drive to be used for community amenities that include housing, open space, and space for community facilities and local businesses. To meet the plan's goals of creating more housing for people at range of income levels, co-applicants HPD is seeking a number of approvals for city-owned property at 44-59 45th Avenue to facilitate the development of approximately 320 100% income-restricted housing units and community facility space. With co-applicants DCAS, we're seeking disposition of the city-owned property at 44-36 Vernon Boulevard and 4-99 44th Drive. EDC currently has a request for interest on the 44-36 Vernon Boulevard building, where concepts to convert all or portions of the Vernon Boulevard are being sought from the public. Next slide. The lots under the ramps to the Queensboro Bridge are also subject to disposition approval at blocks 428 and block 429. This disposition action is necessary for the city to enter into any future agreements with private entities on the adjoining privately owned sites. There are no known projects at this time. Next slide. To meet the plan's goals of creating a connected, resilient, accessible waterfront, DCP with applicants DCAS and EDC are seeking acquisition and site selection of Block 488, part of Lot 114, which aligns with the already 900-foot-long waterfront portion of the Con Edison property. This is a major waterfront property occupied by Con Ed's Learning Center facility, and approval of this action would facilitate a continuous public connection along the waterfront. Con Ed would maintain use of the rest of the property. Next slide. The existing street network along the waterfront does not provide sufficient circulation to align with the proposed actions. For example, 45th Avenue is only 30 feet wide, which is well below citywide standards, while 44th Drive is excessively wide for a street near the waterfront. In order to enhance circulation and right-sized streets to create a distinct waterfront, we're proposing a series of changes to the city map to realign, narrow, demap, and widen portions of the street network in order to map a new loop road connecting 45th Avenue with 44th Avenue. Next slide. The City Planning Commission approved this plan with a number of minor modifications. These include technical cleanups and clarification on signage regulations, height restrictions, waterfront access, and street widths. Next slide. In addition to land use actions, as part of this One LIC planning effort, we have and continue to work with electeds, city agencies, and stakeholders to identify support in the needs identified through this neighborhood planning process, including city investments in schools, affordable housing, open space, and sewer infrastructure. Next slide. And to close, LIC has been through decades of planning and attempts at piecemeal rezoning. While land use updates since the 1990s have allowed much of the neighborhood to grow, the One LIC project area remains locked in place by decades-old regulation, despite the city's housing shortage. The One LIC plan aims to meet the city's evolving needs and the needs of the neighborhood. And while much of this presentation focused on the land use rationale and proposal that are part of the overall project, as I've noted in the previous slide, the plan also considers the need for capital investments and city commitments that are being deliberated throughout the planning review process. We've been working across city agencies to respond to the asks of the multiple stakeholders that have interest in the health and viability of the growing LIC neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a few questions before I turn it over to Councilmember Juan. The Special Long Island City Mixed-Use District was established in 2001 with the goal of creating a new central business district in LIC. Over the last 24 years, we have seen the neighborhood transform into a largely high-rise residential neighborhood. So there's 3 questions that come with that. What lessons were learned from the last 2 decades of development in LIC that informed this plan before us today? Are you introducing any new urban design controls that weren't part of the LIC special district for the inland portion of the rezoning and separately for the waterfront portion? And the 3rd question under that is, you are proposing transition heights along the waterfront. that will create wider towers. Has this been done elsewhere? Has this been done elsewhere on the waterfront, and how do you propose transition heights compared to those other areas? If you need me to repeat, I will.
Thank you for your question, Chair Riley. We believe that the rezoning and density changes are appropriate for the centrally located, transit-rich, mixed-use neighborhood, which has excellent access to job services.
Can you talk in the mic?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Which has excellent access to jobs, services, and amenities with opportunities for diverse job growth and workforce development. As you mentioned, LIC has seen transformative changes in recent decades, starting with the 1995 Long Island City Framework, which identifies central Long Island City as an area with significant potential for office, retail, and residential development. Over the past 3 decades, the global economic and environmental events that have changed the landscape of the neighborhood. Planning efforts that sought to leverage LIC's proximity to Manhattan business districts and envisioned the neighborhood to develop into a mixed-use composition for LIC with a thriving commercial business district as the main catalyst for this change did not come into full fruition because of the tragic historical events of 9/11 and soon after the Great Recession, Hurricane Sandy, and most recently, the global COVID-19 pandemic. By the late 2010s, the area had shifted to a mainly residential market. The proposal before you is consistent with current citywide policies, goals to facilitate the production of both market rate and income-restricted housing, particularly in high-opportunity neighborhoods well served by transit, and to support the diverse, inclusive economy.
How did DCP decide on the proposed zoning districts and densities we see in this plan? Specifically, how do densities compare to the Gowanus rezoning and the Williamsbridge Greenpoint waterfront?
Nice to see you again, Chair Riley. Lynn Zhang, Director of Queens City Planning. This is an ambitious plan. The density that we're proposing will create the housing that we need in the city right now, and mostly because of the transit connection here, which is what we are striving to do, is finding appropriate spots to place housing units. And I think one thing to note that's different from the previous plans, we're also mapping MIH and having affordability, which is also similar in the Gowanus
The previous LIC plans or the previous?
No, the previous LIC plans did not have mandatory inclusionary, but as part of this one LIC, there will be required affordability on private sites, whereas before and right now, buildings that are going up are not required or mandated to have affordable units there. So the densities here, we believe it is appropriate so that we can accomplish the housing goals that we need to solve this housing crisis that we're in.
Do the densities you just discussed take into account any lands underwater that also generate floor area?
Yes. Right now, the districts along the waterfront are mostly M districts, manufacturing districts. So part of this rezoning, we are allowing residential development. And a big part of this plan is to require those residential developments, those private residential developments, to include public open space as well. So whereas right now the area along the waterfront is completely closed off to the public, implementation of this plan would open this up to everybody and not just the residents who would be moving in.
Staying on the waterfront, since this plan includes so much of Long Island City's waterfront, can you describe what the existing flood risks are in this area?
Do you want to say that?
Thank you for your question, Chair Riley. We understand that it's important to keep New Yorkers safe, especially by the waterfront. There's no one way to protect against the coastal storms and sea level rise. Resiliency happens on multiple scales, and strategies across the city is multi-layered, especially along the LIC waterfronts, as you noted. For coastal storm flooding, we look at making our buildings more resilient. have infrastructure improvements and community preparedness. For LIC in particular, new buildings in the floodplain have been designed and built to higher resiliency standards to both minimize risk to life and safety as well as property damage. Appendix G of the NYC Building Code requires that all structures within the 1% annual chance floodplain must meet flood resilient construction standards, and these exceed FEMA standards and are intended to help sites withstand storm surge. Building will be required to build to withstand the flooding at least 2 feet above the base flood elevation.
Can you address how this plan will add to the resiliency of the neighborhood to coastal storms and sea level rise?
Yes, thank you for your question. So in particular to the waterfront sites, we're unlocking the development potential of the low-lying, underutilized sites along the waterfront to address the neighborhood's vulnerability to coastal flooding. So by establishing a minimum elevation within waterfront public access areas that reflect the sea level rise projected in 2100s, the revitalization of the waterfront over time will help protect Long Island cities more broadly from tidal flooding and coastal storm events. So the creation of new open space along the shoreline will also accommodate the additional coastal protection systems in the future.
Okay. Of the approximately projected 14,700 units of the housing the plan is intended to produce, how does it ensure that family-sized units will be built? Because if you know anything about this hearing, I don't really like studios. So, yeah.
Thank you for that question, Chair Riley. Yes, affordable housing is top of mind in all our projects and all our proposals right now. And certainly we want to produce housing units that serve recently college grads, serve seniors, serve families as well. So one thing I could say about this plan is there is a public site that we are proposing for disposition for 100% affordable housing, and this is the site on 44th Drive. So as part of that site, the city would have an engagement process, a workshop that would fully gather information from the public on the type of housing units, and if the feedback is for more family housing, we would dedicate looking for a proposal that would fit that. In terms of on the private site developments, MIH do allow for the development of 2s and 3 bedrooms. I believe the requirement right now, and I'm joined here by Suri Plekin from HBD, is that the MIH units have to be proportional to the market rate units. So if the market rate units are all 2 bedrooms, then the MIH units will also be 2 bedrooms as well.
That's good to know. This plan includes mapping new M zones, which were created as part of the City of EX text amendment. How do you anticipate these new M zones might impact the future growth of the LIC IBZs?
Thank you for your question. So the existing industrial business area is located just north of 44th Drive and south of Queens Plaza South. Today, it's an M1 zone where the floor area ratio is limited generally to a maximum of 2 to 5 FAR. The uses allowed are commercial, industrial, as well as community facility. We've studied the trend of this area in the last decade and understand this area is one of the economic drivers of the city, being located adjacent to a growing neighborhood and strong transit connectivity. Industries such as construction, film, food production continue to strengthen the vitality of the city. New industries such as creative spaces for artists and galleries, breweries, banquet halls, and bakeries, and recreational facilities, activities that complement the residential uses surrounding this area are growing and aligning with supporting the new neighborhood. We're working closely with Long Island City Partnership while crafting our proposal, and to help continue the economic growth, we're proposing M1A districts that allow for higher development allowances for commercial, industrial, and community facilities to give the growing existing and new creative makerspace businesses flexibility to grow as needed, as well as seeking complementary investments in public realm and in infrastructure that can help this area fulfill its potential as creative and innovation centered job district. We've heard the interests of residential uses within the IBZ during the One LIC engagement and as part of the legislative requirements set by City Council. City Planning, in partnership with SBS and EDC, just released the first draft of the industrial plan for public feedback that looks to exploring the economic conditions of the industrial economy of the city and conditions of the industrial areas. We look forward to further engagement on the industrial plan this fall.
Okay. As I shared with you before, I'm currently doing a neighborhood plan in my district right now, so I'm going to go into some questions that I currently want to know. So this is for Eric. Eric, can you just speak about some of the economic opportunities the city foresees happening in this corridor with this neighborhood plan for this community?
Thank you for your question. Eric Bilal, Vice President, Neighborhood Economic Development Corporation. Yeah, so I think the idea, based on the zoning proposal, is that Long Island City can produce a diverse economy. The idea is that a live-work community can support multiple industries, and particularly industries that demonstrate opportunity for growth. I think that there's potential here to deliver commercial and residential opportunities, and I suspect that with the supportive investments and initiatives associated with this rezoning, a very diverse economy in Long Island City would be propped up.
Is there estimated job count that you're foreseeing with this zoning project?
I'll defer to my city planning colleagues on that question.
I believe it's about 14,000.
Yes,
14,000 jobs.
Yes, correct.
Within this corridor. Okay. I'll defer to Councilmember Juan. I'll probably have some questions after, but Councilmember Juan, you go ahead.
Thank you so much. I just had a follow-up question for an earlier question that the chair had asked. I remember a few months ago, maybe a year ago now, I want to go back to a question that Ling, the Borough Commissioner had answered. How much of this plan includes so much of the Long Island City waterfront that is under the water already? So for any of the land under the water that is counted as floor area to calculate for density in the waterfront, can you help me understand the process for that? Because there have been multiple constituents who have pointed that out to us as well.
Thank you, Council Member. FAR underwater is calculated along the waterfront, and so whatever the FAR designated, as you see, it takes into account the densities underwater. So as I have noted,
I think maybe to follow up on that is, yes, some properties do have their land underwater, and that would be counted towards their zoning lot. But the requirement under, waterfront access plan that we're modifying as part of this plan is to require that 20% of their, at least 40 feet wide, that's the minimum of waterfront access. So regardless of, what their zoning lots floor area is, there is still standards that they need to meet so that we can create a continuous waterfront.
So when we calculate the 40 feet, it won't be from the land that's underwater, but it'll be for the land
Correct,
above water?
from the shore.
But then does it count depending on the tide of the water? How do we calculate that? That's what people are asking.
I think there will be a hard edge, so it would be counted, it would be 40 feet from there. But we can certainly get back to you with more precise answer to that because, I don't have the full list of sites and the specifics on that.
So for waterfront access plan, the calculation for 40 feet will be done for the land that's above water. But am I understanding correctly that for density, when you're calculating for the density that land is capable of or entitled to includes the land that's underwater? I think that's what's confusing people, because we're not creating an underwater city over here, so, and people have a lot of concerns about the density in the waterfront.
I understand that. Thank you for your question. Yes, I understand that concern. The allowable floor area would consider the land that's underwater as well, because it is part of that property.
And how do we ensure that it's taking into account the flood and mitigation risks that people are so concerned about building that height along the waterfront, so close to the shore?
So part of the, I think the crux of the question is, how do we mitigate some of the impacts to like the height and density along the waterfront? So some of the tools that we have with our urban design along WAP is along the basin, the lowering of the base heights from the underlying R9, and introducing really sets of regulations that limit the tower size and locations near the 44th Drive, and then extension on 5th Street, which really begins to like push the buildings towards away from the shoreline. We're also introducing the open space bonus, which will expand the waterfront open space and push buildings further from the shoreline in some areas, and to protect the people and the buildings from the coastal rise that you're talking about. The 40 feet that you mentioned is required width of the shore public walkway, and some areas will need to provide supplemental public access area, which will expand the width between shoreline and buildings in selected locations.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful. And you mentioned that Con Ed property along the waterfront may be acquired by the city. Do you expect to have an MOU signed with Con Ed before the vote that will pave the way to make this become a reality?
Thank you for your question, and before I turn this over to my colleague Eric in EDC, I would just like to say, this was definitely an idea that we share with you, that you've brought to the table, of having this continuous waterfront connecting Queensbridge Park to the north and Gantry Plaza State Park to the south. And so we added this acquisition action as part of One LIC so that we can see that through. Conversations are ongoing, and so I think Eric would probably be more, can speak to the latest on that and see whether we can get to before the plan is approved.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. That's right. The approval of these actions would allow for EDC on behalf of the city to acquire an easement to facilitate the creation of that publicly accessible open space and make progress towards the goal of a continuous greenway continuing from Gantry State Park to Queensbridge Park. And EDC on behalf of the city is working closely with city planning and is in the process of negotiating the terms of an agreement with Con Edison, including any associated costs for the acquisition, maintenance, and construction. Those conversations have been productive, and we thank you for your partnership there, Council Member. They are ongoing, and the goal is to provide that continuous waterfront access as robustly and quickly as possible. Don't have details on timeline for completion of the agreement, but we're working as hard as we can.
Do you believe we'll have an MOU with Con Ed and NYPA to make this a reality before the vote?
That's what we're working towards, yes.
So it's a yes, we will have an MOU before the vote?
I'm sorry, Councilmember, I can't guarantee, but that's what we're working towards.
Okay, thank you. At the City Planning Commission vote on September 3rd, Commissioner Dan Garodnick publicly said that this plan doubles down on the public realm of Long Island City, delivering a continuous, resilient waterfront along the East River that will connect Gantry Plaza State Park to Queensbridge Park. Does the city commit to providing necessary resiliency measures along the waterfront to protect Long Island City from sea level rise, increasing severe storms, considering that now with this acquisition, it would become public land for Con Ed and NYPA?
Those properties and those developments would fall under our WAP requirements. So similar to the open space that we're requiring from the private site owners, these will also follow the same restrictions and guidelines and codes.
So the city will invest in resiliency for that waterfront?
Specifically, landscaping and where needed, raised shoreways. That is part of the larger plan. Yes.
The city has been in conversation with Con Ed and NYPA, as the Vice President of EDC has just testified, who own the property on the waterfront, to acquire land to create this public waterfront that is connected. The Con Ed and NYPA properties contribute to the segregation of both Queensbridge houses and Ravenswood houses, which is predominantly black and brown, to the rest of the neighborhood that does predominantly happen to be, demographic-wise, white and Asian. What have Con Ed and NYPA done to be good neighbors in the district to make this connected waterfront to Queensbridge and the rest of the neighborhood a reality? Can you give us more details on what the conversations have been and what the current process will be?
Thank you for your question, Councilmember. On your topic, on your question about engagement with NYCHA residents, you have been the forefront and front of engagement with our Queensbridge residents since the beginning. And we have multiple focus area meetings, town halls events, tabling, walking tours, and everyday interaction with the Queensbridge.
Wait, Hae-Kyung, I just want to clarify that
Yes.
the question is,
Okay.
what is the current process that Con Ed and NYPA individually are requesting from the City of New York to make this a reality? Because that has not been public information and the public deserves to know.
Thank you for your question. It's my understanding that there's ongoing conversation with Con Ed and NYPA. I will pass it over to our colleague at EDC.
Sure, thank you. At this early stage, the conversations have been focused on planning and feasibility. We've been conducting information sharing with both of those groups to understand operations at their sites, to understand what implementation of a waterfront esplanade would look like, the impact that it would have on operations. We've also been talking about opportunities to provide upland connections, which are a requirement as part of these projects. And I'll just note that the waterfront access design requirements are very strong and thoughtful. And so those components of the conversation have also been under discussion, meaning what does the final topside condition look like? What does the water's edge condition look like? Various feasibility conversations and topics like that.
So what is Con Ed requesting of the City of New York to make this happen?
I guess I'm not sure I understand the question. Sorry, Council Member.
What is Con Ed and NYPA? What do they need to allow you to acquire their land?
Well, the negotiations are ongoing, and I should say that there's some proprietary and confidential information being exchanged, but in essence, the idea is that some kind of exchange of value would take place in order to facilitate a transaction whereby the city could construct a publicly accessible esplanade on their private land.
And do you believe that both parties, Con Ed and NYPA, are engaging in these negotiations in good faith?
I would say yes.
Okay, thank you. We'll be following up on the progress of those conversations. And the expectation from the public is that we would have an MOU signed prior to the land use vote in order for us to have support for this project for One Long Island City. Where's the city's, oh, okay, we already asked that. We understand that the EDC has completed their preliminary cost estimates for easements for both Con Ed and NYPA. Has the city received appraisals for the easement costs from Con Ed and NYPA?
We have not yet.
Is there a estimated deadline that they're supposed to send this to us by, since we're running out of time before the vote?
No stated deadline, but those conversations are ongoing.
And do you feel confident that we will have a concrete agreement and we would have the needed appraisals and partnership agreements with these parties before the vote?
As council member, I'm hopeful, yes.
Okay. Has the city identified funding to pay for the acquisition of this land from Con Ed and NYPA to build out the public waterfront?
There has been no dedicated funding for this exchange as of yet.
Do you have an estimate on how much this would cost?
I'll have to get back to you with a precise answer. I'm sorry.
Okay. Will the city, I'm just going to state on the record that from what you have testified, I do believe that the city is committed to securing concrete agreements from both Con Ed and NYPA. And the question is, does the city commit to finding adequate funding and providing an implementation timeline by the city council vote to make this happen?
Yes, that's our hope.
Okay, yes, thank you. And along the lines of connected waterfront, our next line of questioning is on infrastructure and resiliency. Residents of Long Island City often experience flooding in basements, ground floors, often from sewer backups during heavy rain. How will the city work to reduce existing flooding issues while mitigating the impact of new residential density?
Thank you for your question, Councilmember. I'll start by saying that before I hand over part of the question to our colleagues at DEP, want to note that the neighborhood planning process, we've analyzed the potential outcome through our environmental impact statement, and rezonings and/or new development present an important opportunity to enhance on-site stormwater management and reduce demand on city sewer systems. So as disclosed in the EIS, stormwater flows to the sewer system are expected to decrease as a result of the proposed rezoning as sites redevelop. Now, this is due to the Unified Stormwater Rule, which passed in 2022. This rule requires that the lot that meets a certain criteria to meet enhanced on-site stormwater management requirements include higher stormwater volumes, more restrictive release rates, and for sites requiring requirement to use infiltration practices to entirely prevent some stormwater runoff from entering the sewer system. This is an improvement over today's conditions where sites either may not have on-site storm management systems or are meeting less stringent requirements. These requirements help the city maintain sewer operations volume and improve water quality conditions by reducing combined sewer overflow in combined sewer areas and reducing the stormwater pollution entering the water bodies. Now, within the rezoning area, there's 43 of the projected potential development sites identified for purposes of environmental review, which would likely require to comply with stringent components of the Unified Stormwater Rule, and to meet and need to use the permanent green infrastructure practices such as green roofs to retain stormwater on-site for stormwater control, and also implement the stormwater management best practices during construction. So in other words, development would actually assist in stormwater capture because each property would be required to create and provide a system to reduce and completely capture all the stormwater on their site. Now, DCP has been working with our agency partners to investigate the infrastructure needs of the area, both as they currently exist and what will be needed to support future growth, including our DEP partners who conduct analysis to better understand the costs and timeline associated with infrastructure that are required to meet these needs through the amended drainage plan. Okay.
So from what I understand from your testimony is that new residential development in this area would actually help with stormwater management rather than hurt.
That is correct.
Can you give me an example of another neighborhood where this has been successful?
I think our colleagues at DEP are equipped to speak to this.
Hi, Councilmember. Gowanus is one of those areas that we have been very successful with the Unified Stormwater Rule. In that area, again, and this is different from the last time Long Island City was rezoned. This rule didn't exist, right? This came into existence in 2022. And so the difference now is anytime any property touches 20,000 square feet or disturbs 20,000 square feet, they're required to manage on their property 1.5 inches of rainwater. That's critically important because most of the sewers can handle about 1.5 inches of rainwater an hour before they start to go over capacity. In Gowanus, we've actually seen, because there were so many new properties being developed and having to manage stormwater, that the amount of stormwater that was being managed on site on those properties actually reduced the amount of stormwater that we were seeing going into the sewer system. And that's really important because it adds capacity to the existing system.
Thank you so much. I just have a concern that new development can take anywhere from 20 to 30 years to complete, while the current flooding issues have been there for decades, and every major hurricane to every major rainstorm, Long Island City continues to suffer. So I just want to understand, what are the steps that DEP will be taking on public sites or on public streets where we continue to have severe flooding, like 11th Street in Long Island City, or other areas like the IBZ? What will happen there? As well as, can you help me understand the accountability measures that are existent right now by DEP for Unified Stormwater Rule in an area like Gowanus?
Certainly. So a couple of things to understand when there is a rezoning, regardless of any amount of units that are approved in that rezoning. Once the rezoning is approved, we begin what we call a drainage plan amendment. Kind of think of that drainage plan as the blueprint for the area of a blueprint of the way that the area actually drains and how all of the sewers are being used in that area. That's something that we've already started to do ahead of time, just knowing how important this was, and certainly because of your advocacy. So that's already begun. In addition, no property can hook up to the existing sewer system without getting a permit from DEP. So we'll never hook up a property to the existing sewer when we can't handle the capacity. And there are a lot of engineering analysis and very specific analysis that go into that process. So we're not going to overtax the existing sewer system. At the same time, we've worked very closely with your office and gone out to a lot of site visits, a lot of different problematic areas to start examining, not start, but to continue examining, really, some of the flooding issues that Long Island City is already experiencing. Some of those issues we're working to address, adding catch basins, looking at capacity and how our outfalls help drain, out into the harbor. We're working on that right now, in addition to other upgrades inside and outside the IBZ, and that's important because the entire system's connected. So, in order to increase flow on a block or sewer capacity on a block, you can't just fix the sewer on that block. You've got to really look at how the system is connected and where that major big trunk line, which is how we think of it, like a tree, right? Where we need to increase capacity there so that will help the drainage throughout the entire area.
Sure, and thanks, Deputy Commissioner. This is Dylan Maher from DEP. And to add to that, to the regulations that Deputy Commissioner was speaking about, where we also encourage water reuse on site in private developments. This is a citywide policy that we are encouraging large developments, especially developments over 200 or 300 units, to reuse water on site. And there are different levels of reuse that can happen in the site, and at different levels of reuse, the property owners will get a discount on their rate, so that there's an incentive for them to make the upfront costs to reuse the water. And this water reuse is for non-potable reuse uses. So, for example, maybe air conditioning or gardening or anything that people are not using directly. So this is an incentive that it reduces the actual water being used and flowing to the building, and also reduces the amount of water that's flowing out of the building. So it's really kind of a win-win for reducing water inflows in the sewers and also for the community. Along with that, we've been using increasing our FloodNet technology system. So FloodNet is our sensors that we place on the streets that have live, real-time monitoring of any of flood levels in that location. So thanks to your outreach from your staff and yourself, we've identified 2 new locations within the specific LIC area to add FloodNet sensors, and there was already one previously. And people from the community can go right now and search online FloodNet, and they can see the live conditions of flooding at those locations.
Thank you so much. So essentially what I've heard both DP and DCB testify is that Unified Stormwater Rule and more development would actually help with our flooding situation in Long Island City, not hurt. And that Unified Stormwater Rule came into effect in 2022, which means that most of the areas where we see severe flooding was not under the Unified Stormwater Rule, which is why we continue to have this flooding. We look forward to having the accountability that permits will not be given to any new development to come online and have water access if they do not comply with Unified Stormwater Rule, which is a built-in accountability system. And we welcome the 2 new locations for FloodNet, so that way we have real-time monitoring of flooding in our districts, which we have been looking to have regular civilians currently report to 311, which has been tedious and has been draining because people have been reporting for decades. So we appreciate that, and we look forward to continuing to work with you to have more positive impacts on Long Island City for flooding and resiliency. What I also want to understand is that much of the rezoning area is in the 100-year coastal floodplain, particularly the blocks surrounding Annabelle Basin. Can you explain how the new residential development in the waterfront sub-area will be resilient to future coastal storms?
Thank you for your question, Council Member. As I noted earlier to the question from Chair Riley about some of the strategies that we're using, including Appendix G of the New York City Building Code, as a city, we do face a huge challenge balancing the need for housing and jobs while needing to reduce the vulnerability of over 400,000 New Yorkers who live in the floodplain. Therefore, the city's land use policies across the floodplain carefully consider the city's needs while reflecting the varied degrees of flood risks that exist in different parts of the city, including Long Island City. Many of the buildings in the floodplain predate contemporary flood resiliency standards, and new substantially improved buildings are required to meet some of the highest resiliency standards in the city, as I referred to the Appendix G. We believe that addressing the city's housing needs and increasing resiliency are complementary goals. Addressing the need for housing is a top priority of the city, and enabling housing development through updates to zoning is one important way the city is going to address this. Now, the city believes that the resiliency must be advanced through multiple strategies that address a range of vulnerabilities, including the heating and flooding. These strategies include shoreline adaptation and improvements, increasing planting wherever we can, and building scale resiliency measures such as elevation. Thank you.
I think the public still has a lot of concerns about the waterfront coastal resiliency and the floodplain. I wish we had something like the Unified Stormwater Rule equivalent. So maybe that's something that our legislative team, I think she's downstairs, but she's listening, can start to brainstorm in how we legislate that to have that go into effect as soon as possible. Does the city commit to at least $90 million in public funding to address sewage and stormwater management infrastructure in Long Island City? This would be in addition to investments made by private developers to be in compliance with the Unified Stormwater Rule, especially because we continue to have concerns voiced by the public about how it would take, we love the explanation of how Unified Stormwater Rule works, and this is great, but the rezoning will take decades to build out, and people are continuing to voice their concerns about current issues. So we want to have commitments addressing those separately sooner than the timeline that would be achieved by the Unified Stormwater Rule.
Thank you for the question, member. And we're currently performing the drainage plan, as our deputy commissioner mentioned. And as that analysis has proceeded, and thanks to the advocacy of your staff and the site visits, Nick came out with us once to visit a number of the locations. We've been able to identify some priority areas within the LIC rezoning area that we understand have seen complaints and also may have capacity issues due to our preliminary analysis. The drainage plan that we're doing is expected to be completed in early next year. So we will need to have that drainage plan completed to have greater certainty, but we are happy that we're already able to identify a couple of areas. In terms of cost, we, it's a little bit too early at this moment to identify a specific dollar number, but again, we're already identifying some areas that are seeing complaints.
Okay, we look forward to working with you and understand the technicalities of making sure that we don't have taxpayer dollars misused or misallocated. So we want to be accurate to your technical expertise, and we do look forward to the drainage plan being completed next year. But I do hope that by the time of the council vote that we would have a range or an estimate that DEP could commit to make sure that once the drainage plan is complete, that it would be invested into Long Island City. Business in the industrial business zone consistently face flooding and drainage backup and will not benefit from the unified stormwater rule requirements. Will the city commit to funding and addressing these flooding issues before the council vote? Are there other options for the IBZs who don't have the benefit of the unified stormwater rule to help with this flooding? Because we do call this area the toilet bowl of Long Island City.
Okay, I haven't heard that term, but I visited the area and I enjoy kind of walking around. But that area is part of our drainage plan, and it's a critical component of our analysis. So we can't speak on the specific investments that we would identify at this moment, but it is part of the drainage plan, and we are looking at it carefully.
Okay, we will follow up. And I know that the IBZs have been requesting a walkthrough with the DEP team. So would you commit to that before the council vote? To do a walkthrough and an inspection of the IBZ current status?
Yeah, we're happy to go out and walk through with you and look at all of the specific areas. I think Councilmember, we've already been out to several that you've pointed out, but are happy to do that again before the vote.
Okay, great. There's a lot of good food there, so we'll make sure you're well fed.
We'll take you up on that too, hold you to account on that.
I understand, lastly, for DEP, I understand DEP is conducting a drainage study that includes the Long Island City neighborhood study area, which you have testified, to evaluate infrastructure needs. Does DEP commit to completing the study by next year, early 2026? And if you say early, is that quarter 1 or quarter 2? Can you clarify? And will you commit to presenting the study findings in a public forum to both Community Board and Community Board 2, 1 and 2?
Yes, Councilmember. Right now, it's scheduled to be completed by the first quarter of 2026, and we absolutely will make that public. Part of what goes into those drainage plans, those are very highly technical engineering analyses. So they also look at projected zoning as well, and that will become so important to the way in which we look at what needs to be done to add capacity in some areas. But yeah, that will be a very public, available presentation.
Okay, thank you so much, and we look forward to that presentation. Are we talking quarter 1 or quarter 2 that the drainage study would be complete in 2026?
Quarter one.
Okay, that's great. Thank you so much. Okay, moving on to the neighborhood's favorite topic, parks and open spaces. Thank you for being here, to DOT, to Mr. Banry, our favorite. I believe he's also a local resident. Community Board 1 and Community Board 2 are already among the lowest in terms of open space per capita in the city, and the environmental impact statement identifies a significant impact to open space in the residential study area. What new parks and open spaces does the city plan to introduce as part of this rezoning?
I want to kick it off before turning over to my colleagues at DOT and Parks, because they are doing, good work now, ongoing work and improving park spaces and looking for ways to expand, the public realm. As part of this plan, as we already discussed, open space is a key goal here in addition to allowing for more residential developments. One is creating that continuous waterfront open space, and that could create up to 6 acres of new public open space in this area. Second, as part of our text amendment, we are also including open space bonuses for sites that are not on the waterfront to include on the inland in terms of trying to incentivize private developers to develop quality open space to the public there where they currently don't exist. And we are also adding an active open space bonus on the waterfront as well on parcels that are larger. So in addition to passive recreational space, that there will be opportunities for active recreational uses on the waterfront as well. So those are sort of the main, actions that we are proposing that would expand open space. Additionally, as we've been working with your office, in the past 2 years, we're still looking to expand on public sites where we can. And so I think this here, I'll hand off to our colleagues so that they can speak a little bit more detail.
Before we move on to the city agencies, I have a question about the private sites. Can you quantify how many square feet and which sites are going to be adding either passive open space or active recreation space or green space in this project?
So on the waterfront sites, it's anyone who's building is required to provide a waterfront open space. And so that is the WAP that we had discussed, where at a minimum it needs to be 40 feet wide. On the open space bonus, that is something, it's up to the developer whether they want the additional floor area on their site. So we can't guarantee who is going to take up on this on these bonuses. But the idea is to have that opportunity so that we could create more public open space where we can.
And for the open space bonus, how many square feet of open space would that create?
It is any sites that are larger than 25,000 square feet can utilize this open space bonus.
Okay. And do you believe that by the time that we have our city council vote, that we would have a clear understanding of how much additional square footage of open space we would have from the private sites?
We can look into that, but with the private sites, it is up to the private owner whether they want to take up that bonus. But on the waterfront side, we can certainly give you a little bit more understanding of what that total open space will look like. Yes.
Okay, we look forward to that. And back to the Parks and Department of Transportation.
Thank you, Councilmember, for the question. I'm Nick Molinari, Chief of Planning and Neighborhood Development at New York City Parks. The Parks Department is committed to exploring new open space creation in Long Island City. Currently, the agency is completing an addition to the western entrance of Queensbridge Baby Park, which will create nearly half an acre of new public open space and features central gathering space, lawns, game tables, and seating. Anticipated construction completion is April of 2026 for that project. Additionally, looking into the future of open space expansion in Long Island City, Parks, along with our colleagues at DOT, is also exploring creative solutions such as expanding the footprint of existing parkland triangles. One successful example, specifically in the Court Square area, was the expansion of Rafferty Triangle through closure of an adjacent slip lane. Opportunities for further expansion exist near Rafferty Triangle, Hunter's Triangle, and adjacent to Court Square Park. Additionally, across the city, Parks has been successful in partnering with New York City DOE through the Schoolyards to Playgrounds program, which is opening up existing and future schoolyards to the public during after-school hours. Along with our colleagues at SCA and DOE, we're looking for opportunities for further collaboration through the One LIC plan. Additionally, through our Walk to Park initiative, the Parks team, along with our colleagues at City Planning, is identifying potential sites that will be suitable for open space acquisition. We've kicked off the land use processes so far for 2 community boards elsewhere in the city and anticipate starting the public review process for Queens Community Board 2 in mid to late fall of 2025. I'm going to pass it along to Jason if he has more to add on the DOT.
Thank you, Nick. Jason Banray, Deputy Borough Commissioner for the Department of Transportation in Queens, former District 26er. It's been a pleasure to be a part of this, and thank you for the opportunity, Councilmember and Chair Riley. DOT has been committed to transforming public land, especially in your district. DOT has been working with you since you joined office, as well as our sister agencies, as well as this community through the One LIC process to identify new public space opportunities, important new cycling connections, and more, while also preserving space needed to support critical safety and work on city bridges. DOT has already several projects either completed or underway that will continue to expand public space offerings in your district and complement the current rezoning packages that's currently being discussed. These projects include and also are a result of your leadership or the breaking ground of Baseline and Dutch Kill Street. This exciting new $9 million project, which is currently under construction, will provide one more acreage of new parkland that never existed. New protected bike lane infrastructure on Crescent Boulevard, the completion of hardening on Queens Boulevard and Northern Boulevard, 11th Street, Jackson Avenue, and 44th Drive. Additionally, the development of a new plaza at 46th Street and Jackson Avenue as a result of state funding that we recently received, and also as a result of your leadership, the 29th Street open space, which also never existed in this district. Other projects in public space also include and are currently under consideration by the agency are 11th Street, the north and south connector. This connection and this new multi-use pedestrian path and bicycling path will reduce a barrier for NYCHA residents caused by the Queensboro Bridge and connect to existing open space assets such as Murray Playground, 12th Street Plaza, which is also currently under construction and will be completed for its final phase, and the sports courts adjacent to Queensboro Bridge. Additionally, that's also included into this package is the 23rd Street public realm improvements, public space recapture. This project aims to connect Queens Boulevard to Queens Plaza North bike path with the core of Long Island City by potentially upgrading existing facilities, reconstructing curb lines, sidewalks, as well as roadways for all pedestrians, and potentially will also include pedestrian refuges and curb extensions.
Okay, I think it's safe to say from your testimony that District 26 is by far DOT's favorite council district in Queens, but we want to focus on this current study area. So DCP has stated a goal of 2.5 acres of park space per every 1,000 resident in the area. What is Long Island City's current ratio, and how will this plan make progress towards this goal? Because we have heard over and over again from the public that we are second to last in the city of New York for green space per populace.
Sure, thank you for that question. Yes, open space is a challenge here, and that is why it is a major goal for this plan to try to, where we could find possible, to expand more open spaces to the residents and to the surrounding community. Currently, the open space ratio in Long Island City is about 0.99 per 1,000 1,000 residents.
So 0.9, like less than 1%.
Correct, currently.
That's pretty abysmal.
It is
Even for people who are bad at math, that's pretty bad.
It is
That's
very
like
bad.
a negative F, beyond F.
Maybe, probably.
The city is failing.
We would need to redo first grade, right? It's failing, but I think it also speaks to sort of the manufacturing nature of this district, right? Because it's long been industrial. So as part of this plan, we want to open up some more of these spaces where people can enjoy either sitting or playing catch or pickleball where it's appropriate. But without any action, without the plan, because Long Island City has been such a popular neighborhood, population will continue to increase. So from 0.9, Councilwoman, it will drop to 0.67 without the proposal. Without the proposal, that's the projection.
So now we're
the
not
amount
just redoing first grade, we're going to go back to kindergarten.
Right, the amount of space would continue to decrease. And so I think with this plan, we will be adding more. So as I said earlier, we're increasing up to about 6 acres along the waterfront. And I think as Nick has also stated, some of the efforts that we're looking at adding to this plan.
And by adding 6 acres and 14,000 units of housing, roughly, what percentage does that leave us with the ratio?
I don't have that number here.
Haegyong and team, please do the math now. We have
We-
plenty of
we-
time. Because if we're going to continue to fail beyond 1%, I don't think 6 acres is going to cut it.
And I think we want to continue to work with your office. It is a challenge. Space is definitely limited, and we want to hear how best we can do this to meet that.
So our community has made a proposal, which is clearing out under the Queensboro Bridge by the Department of Transportation as well as Parks, to make it clear that we need to have more open and green space. If we were to clear underneath the bridge and the ramps used by DOT and Parks for operations, for parking and storage currently, it would add an additional 370,000 square feet for the 14,000 units of housing that we're proposing to build. So under the bridge, along the Queensboro Bridge and the ramps, there's 370,050 square feet of publicly owned land across 15 city-owned sites that are presently occupied by New York City DOT and Parks. This space is equivalent to 8.5 acres or 6.5 professional football fields. So it seems that in order for us to not be at less than 1%, it would only be the minimum we would have to do for this project for it to pass in the city council.
Thank you for that. Yes, we are definitely exploring all of our options here. And I don't know if Nick or Jason wants to add to that, but currently there are uses under the bridge, as you noted.
Thank you, Councilman, for the question. You're right, the open space ratio is low in this area. It's been on Parks' radar, independent of the Long Island City 1 LIC plan, which is, as I mentioned, some of those projects I mentioned before will add additional acreage of open space. So those 4 projects, but particularly, as I mentioned, the Walk to Park ULURP, that's something that we are focusing on community districts across the city with low open space ratios and trying to advance acquisition opportunities. Related to your question of under the Queensboro Bridge, the city team understands the desire for additional open space underneath the bridge. As you know, there are critical and location-sensitive city operations located there, and those serve the public and the neighborhood. However, the city team has been working together to explore opportunities for consolidation and/or relocation, including some strategic and important north-south connectors, as Jason mentioned, and we're looking forward to continuing conversations and discussions with your office about the properties there.
Okay, thank you for your commitment to relocation and consolidation for this very important issue, because without this, there's no way that the city council is going to pass this project, because we're already failing. What this hearing is going to continue to show you, what the constituents who are here to testify will tell you, is that Long Island City has been the detriment of city development. It has been great that we have been on the forefront to building more housing, but it was to the detriment of social infrastructure as well as basic infrastructure for our community. We don't have enough park space, we don't have street safety, we don't have enough schools, we don't have enough libraries, we don't have enough of much of anything. So I look forward to continuing to work with you. One thing that the Queensbridge residents, in particular the seniors who have lived through the different iterations of their park space at Queensbridge Park, as well as Queensbridge Baby Park, whether it be a swimming pool that was taken away from them, or Queensbridge Baby Park that was taken away from them, it has been brought to our attention that there seems to not have been a clear protocol followed for park alienation when that park space was taken away from the public. Can you help us clarify on what process was taken legally to take Queensbridge Baby Park and transform it into parking and storage space?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember. And related to the site here, as I mentioned, we're looking to continuing conversations about this property. It is critical infrastructure and it is location specific. So it is a hard conversation to have about relocating facilities, but we will continue the conversations there. In terms of the property, it is being used for parks appropriate use now. Parks operations is a parks appropriate use, so there is an alienation required because it's being used for park purposes, which is the back of house operations. But I hear you and about the desire for additional access here. It's something that Parks has been incredibly focused on. which is the first project that I mentioned. We did relocate our maintenance and operations facility to allow for that half acre of open space on the western side of the park, close to Vernon Boulevard. We have focused on cleaning up this area, cleaning out abandoned vehicles, improving safety along the greenway there, and have many walkthroughs with your office, and we understand the importance, and we will continue the conversations because we do believe the community deserves beautiful open spaces here.
Can you help me understand I understand your argument that legally you're not required to go through park alienation through the state legislature to take away the park's public use of that land. But can you help me understand what community outreach was done, what engagement was done? Because community boards do not have any record of public messaging or public warning from the Parks Department, letting Queensbridge residents know that their beloved baby park, which was used for toddlers and children, and their playgrounds would then be taken away and fences would be built with barbed wires. And there seems to be no record of any sort of outreach with the Tenants Association, and no one has any recollection of this, and they do find this extremely racist and harmful.
Thank you, Councilmember, for the question. These facilities, some of them have existed for decades, so I don't know exactly what outreach was done when this happened, way back when. However, I can say, since my time at Parks, we have had outreach to the community, the Queensbridge residents, as well as local residents for the projects we've done. We've described some of the work we're doing at the site, including the operational swap that we did on Vernon Boulevard, which was moving operations under the bridge to free up the space that's not covered by the bridge for public access. But we can check and see if there was outreach back then, but it's decades ago, and these sites, I don't know if we have clear records.
I want to have a follow-up conversation in writing. If you can provide both Community Board 1 as well as my office, what archival record do you have of communication with the Tenants Association or the Queensbridge residents that notified them that this happened? And I want to make sure that I state on the record that Community Board 2 has slammed the relocation of Green Thumb Services Yard that moved operations there in 2003. So even as of within 2003, neighbors have said that there wasn't adequate communication from the Parks Department. So we want to have a positive relationship with the Parks Department. We love our parks. I have given more capital funding to Parks Agency since I've taken office than any other Queens member, and I want to continue to support your work, but we have expectations in how we operate, especially in underserved neighborhoods in my district, and we have not been meeting their standards of communications or to community boards. So we expect better from you.
Thanks, Councilor. So we will check the records and we can provide something in writing.
Okay, back to DOT. Through our public engagement, we have become aware that the city has encroached on public land under the Queensboro Bridge, which was once an open public site, including Queensbridge Baby Park. Does the city commit to relocating DOT's operations off these sites and restoring this land to public open space?
Thank you for the question, Council Member, and thank you for your leadership on this issue. In regards to the comments made about the Queensboro Bridge, DOT is having earnest conversations with City Hall and Parks about potentially relocating additional facilities beneath the Queensboro Bridge, and we've been making progress. As you're aware, much of the land under the Queensboro Bridge supports critical city operations that are geographically sensitive and manage emergency response, as well as daily maintenance on work of our East River bridges, as well as serving your district. Through the rezoning process, though, DOT has committed to providing a north-south linkage under the Queensboro Bridge that's never existed before. This approximately 40-foot walkway, but not fully to the bridge's pier, is adjacent to the river. This will allow for the development of your waterfront vision, connecting a new path between the Con Ed facility through the agency's current bridge preventative maintenance facility and de-icing yard and Queensboro Bridge and the Queensbridge Baby Park.
Can you help me understand clearly, because I want the record to reflect that the Parks Department has stated very clearly that they are looking to work together with the City of New York for relocation, consolidation, and moving towards a future that really works for all of us to have more open space and park space. So does the DOT commit to the same?
There are additional sites that we're currently taking into consideration, and we're going to continue progressing those conversations as we meet with you over the next month and a half.
For consolidation and relocation as long as that there is support to do that.
Correct. We've been making great progress on that, and we're going to continue to keep you updated.
Thank you both. And will the city, I guess City Hall isn't exactly here, but DCP can respond in their behalf. Does the city commit to providing a timeline for relocation and redevelopment of these sites before the council vote, as well as estimated costs to make sure that the community, which currently has less than 1% of adequate public space, can rest assured that they will not continue to go into the negatives of public space per populace?
Thank you, Council Member, for being such a proponent for open space. There are a lot of uses and there are a lot of moving pieces, so we will try our best to get to some resolution by the time of your votes. I think because of all the different parties involved and the needs of the different uses, we cannot commit at this moment, but we can commit to getting to a spot with your office and with your partnership to get to a spot that you're happy with.
Okay, well, I will commit to the public on the record that I will not be voting yes on this project without a clear commitment for timeline for relocation, funding to support the relocation, as well as redevelopment of these sites before the council vote. So we are looking to go from 0.9% to a much higher number, which we will follow up with DCP. For the current estimated 6-acre addition, we are looking forward to 370 square feet additional open space through the bridges and the ramps. And I want to pivot now. Okay. What provisions of the special district and/or the waterfront access plan will mitigate the impact of so much height and density of the water's edge, which you already testified, so we can skip that? Is the 40 feet maximum or 40 feet minimum that the city requires for the public walkway given? Oh, okay, so I guess I'm just stating on the record that 40 feet is the minimum, correct, not the maximum?
That's correct, that's
that
the
the city
minimum.
can require for the public walkway given the proposed zoning. And in addition to the 40 feet walkway, there are incentives required for private developers to build public open space along the waterfront, as you have testified through the open space bonus. So that wraps up our open space questions. I just want to pivot to street safety while we have DOT. Can DOT tell us which major streets throughout the 1LIC plan study area are getting major pedestrianization and protected bike lane projects? Because we know that we get a ton of complaints on 311 on the hazards of the bike lanes that go through the IBZ with a lot of truck activity, as well as very low pedestrian usage in the study area currently.
Thank you, Councilmember, for that question. So currently, there's actually several street improvement projects that are currently underway, and then those will progress into what we are looking into packaging into this 1LIC proposal. So currently, right now, we're pursuing the second phase of Borden Avenue. A lot of these are east-west connections. Borden Avenue, it's in its second phase review. That's a connection to review in its industrial area as it connects to the Kosciuszko Bridge. Thompson Avenue outside of LaGuardia Community College is a plan that we're going to start working with your office to develop. It's an additional east-west connection, which connects to the recently completed Queensboro Boulevard. And then there's additional areas within the zoning area and around the zoning proposed area that are scheduled for upgrades as well as part of this package. And those are Vernon Boulevard, Court Square, and the area around Court Square is an investment that we're looking into as well. And each of these projects, just to note, is going to consider all of our tools within the agency's toolkit where feasible.
Okay, there has been a lot of incoming, as you know, and I know, and even Parks Department knows, because all three of us are getting the heat for it for many years now, to connect the bike lane, the protected bike lane on Vernon, I believe, outside of Queensbridge Park. So can you help us understand when and if that can happen?
Yeah, Vernon Boulevard improvements are projected, are part of this plan,
Okay.
1LIC, up until Queensboro Bridge. As the plan's developed and as this project's developed, we look forward to continuing conversations about what that project will look like outside of Queensbridge, so north of the bridge alongside the western parameter of Queensbridge houses. But right now, we don't have any scheduled improvements for that section.
Okay, so we will follow up to make sure that there is a scheduled improvement for that section, because we have had both cyclists and pedestrians complain. A lot of our NYCHA seniors use Queensbridge Park for their walking laps, and they don't want to have any head-on collision with a cyclist, and cyclists do prefer to just have the right-of-way as well as an option to go into the waterfront if they want to. So we want to open that up for the public. And can you help me understand a little bit more clearly, as a follow-up, for the truck traffic required by the industrial business in the neighborhood? And I know that you have been doing the truck study. Can you help us understand what the city will do to improve the street safety for cyclists and pedestrians, as well as drivers in the IBZ who also don't want to become murderers?
Thank you for the question, Council Member. So there are some things that we've actually done in advance and that are integrated into this One LAC proposal. 44th Drive was recently identified as a truck route within the agency's current truck route network redesign. But in addition to that, DOT is working to assess where changes are warranted within the network and within the proposed area, and will work to introduce safety improvements to any new route or any additional routes as a result of this proposal. DOT plans to provide more regular updates to the truck route and network in the future. DOT also promulgates the rules regarding truck routes enforcement and uses of truck routes. That's done by NYPD, and we'll continue working with them as well on those improvements as we work to develop the street improvement projects, implement them. We'll consider working with the 108 precinct and the 114th, depending on where the area is.
Thank you. We look forward to working with you. I know that it's almost 1 o'clock. It's 12:43 on the dot right now. We are going to work through our questions. It is extremely important, if you're part of the public, that we go through these questions to have them on the record for the public to know from the city agencies as we make these decisions on how we negotiate for this project, as well as how we vote on behalf of you all as a council on this project. But know that I am a mother of 2, and I don't like anybody going hungry. At 1 o'clock, we are going to have pizza that will arrive for everyone to eat for free. So hold on tight. Don't leave yet. We want you to stay here. So my team will help you get your pizza. Last question for the DOT, and of course the agencies are also welcome to pizza. If you could describe, so one of the biggest heartaches that we've had were a lot of women, especially women of color, who are working in the IBZs, in the manufacturing sites, who are going home at night. They have had a lot of unsafe incidences, whether it be mugging or harassment, etc., and we are seeing heightened issues there. Can you help us describe by DOT the proposed rezoning? How will this improve the pedestrian experience in this area? Because currently it is very dimly lit, if at all, and there hasn't been a lot of street cleaning, etc. So we have a lot of concerns about the lighting of this area as well.
Thank you for the question, and want to give Nick and Farah from your office a shout out on just leading the way on this as we work together every day. If there's any areas that exist right now with any current issues, we're working aggressively with our maintenance contractor to address. But as you know, we are also working to package a new street lighting contract, and we're working to prioritize specific locations as we identify that contract. So as we move forward through the rezoning, Farah, Nick, and the council member team, let's talk about specific locations where we're seeing those issues. If we need to see new lighting, we'll work to have that integrated into the proposal, if not before.
Okay, great. And my last question to you is, can you help me understand if there is an associated streets plan for DOT for this project? If not, why not? And if so, when can we expect to see one? And if you don't have one now, do you want to do one very quickly?
And you're referring to the master plan, the streets plan that the city council thankfully passed
Yes.
several years back? Yeah, I think the best way to answer that question is that there while there were a lot of studies done by the agency, and this kind of compares to what we're dealing with in downtown Jamaica. Downtown Jamaica had several extensive studies that were undertaken, specifically the Jamaica Now Streetscape Plan, which helped identify a lot of projects within that package proposal for Jamaica. Here, it's quite different. As you said a little bit earlier, and I think it's fairly true, the 26th district is a favorite of this administration and the Department of Transportation. And we've been working with the community board in your office to see through many improvements. And so as we continue to move forward, a lot of our plans are going to be and have been dictated by this process, but also previous studies that we conducted with your predecessors as well as your team when you got into office.
Okay, thank you so much. I want to move next to one of the most contentious topics in my district. It's schools. I don't see anybody from School Construction Authority. Is there a representative from New York City Public Schools or SEA?
No, there is not a representative from SCA, but we are here to answer your questions.
Okay,
to our
got it.
ability.
So for the families that are watching, or individuals, parents, students who are watching, we have been tracking very closely. The environmental impact statement identifies a significant need for elementary school seats, 1,300 seats, because of the anticipated development. We have heard very clearly from the students of BSGE High School, and we have seen firsthand, as well as clear affirmation from the School Construction Authority, as well as New York City Public Schools or Department of Education, that they do not have adequate space in their current space or the current school, and they are up for their lease in 3 years, and they do need a new spot, as well as many parents who have been organizing for years for a new middle school to be opened in the area. So we know from all of the protests and rallies, petitions, we need to increase the number of schools in this area. And we also, I want to acknowledge that there has been a lot of foul play here from our predecessors. I know no one sitting here has worked in School Construction Authority. I know that even the current School Construction Authority leadership is not responsible, but we have had a lot of confusion in the past failed rezonings and the announcements of a Court Square School, of a Vernon Boulevard Middle School that never got built and never moved forward for over a decade, and has pissed off a lot of people. So today I want to confirm, and this is public knowledge, Parcel C in Hunters Point South, as well as Court Square Elementary School, has moved forward, is in construction, or is going in the process of demolition for both of those schools. And those school seats do not count towards these 1,300. We are working towards citing separate school seats for these 1,300 seats, so those would be additional schools. And I am proud to say that as of tomorrow, it will be public knowledge that the Vernon Boulevard Middle School, thanks to the partnership with Plexol, will be moving forward into accelerated construction for our community. We got to give that a round of applause. So now with those confirmations, I want to move forward to the questions. Is School Construction Authority and DCP on behalf of School Construction Authority committed to citing the number of schools needed to supply the additional 1,300 school seats by the City Council vote, not including the Court Square School, Parcel C School, or the Vernon Boulevard Middle School?
Thank you so much for this question. Schools, in addition to open space, have been a huge priority for you, and you've been such a strong proponent for us to find the seats that would meet the needs of this plan. I like to just mention, as part of this plan, we are, as you mentioned, the middle school on 44th Drive. That is part of this plan as well. That space is a portion of that lot would be reserved for a future school in the future. So that is city-owned land, and we can build a school there, and that is, we need to design for that as well. As part of this plan, we are also including a school floor area exemption. So any private site development that wants to include a school either on their base, in the base of their building, or their zoning lot can be exempted up to 150,000 square feet. And so we added this so that we can have more options for appropriate school sites, because as you know, schools have very particular standards, design standards and safety standards for this very vulnerable population of young school children. And you know, I believe like that exemption is already coming into play as we've been talking to private site developers in exploring the options of including schools. So, and then lastly, as you've mentioned, the commitment with Plaxel, that is definitely very promising to adding more seats to this area. And as we continue with this proposal and with ULURP, I believe we can still continue those conversations with other owners that you have brought to the table, that you have helped really, you know, worked really hard in forming those partnerships with the city, and so that we can get to the right number of seats by the time you vote. So we hope to continue to work on getting the right sites for our school students.
Okay, so what I am hearing you say is that School Construction Authority is committed to citing the 1,300 school seats by the council vote?
I can't speak for the School Construction Authority, but we are actively working on it, and we have been talking to all the interested parties, the private site parties that could include a school on their sites, as well as your office. But again, it involves multiple parties, so we are working hard to get to a point that everybody's comfortable with moving forward.
Okay, well, since the School Construction Authority is not here, I'm going to put it on the record that I will not be voting yes on this project without clear commitments for 1,300 school seats for citing the schools and the locations of them. And in addition to identifying the school sites, School Construction Authority will have to have committed funding to provide, and as well as provide a developmental timeline for these schools by the City Council vote. And in addition to the 1,300 school seats for elementary school, the Vernon Boulevard Middle School, as we have just talked about, we will also need a site for the BSGE High School for us to move forward with this project. The Hunters Point community has long been promised a new middle school, and we're really excited for that. And over the last 6 years, the Baccalaureate School of Global Education has needed a larger site for the growing students, and we will be looking forward to having a clear commitment from SEA and a private developer to ensure a new site for them that will be large enough to have a completely transformed student experience. Thank you so much. We will follow up directly with School Construction Authority. The next line of questions is about housing in NYCHA. I don't believe I see anybody from NYCHA.
Councilmember, I will be speaking as part of the NYCHA team.
Okay. So we'll move on to talking about housing and NYCHA. There are currently 3 public sites included in the rezoning area. This is a unique opportunity to introduce much needed, deeply affordable housing. What is your plan to maximize the use of this public land for affordable housing on these sites? I know the commissioner has already mentioned that there is one site that you are looking to do 100% affordable.
I'm sorry, I think I was having a sip of water. Can you just repeat the first part of your question again? Sorry, Councilmember.
Yes. There are currently 3 public sites included in this rezoning area, and this presents a unique opportunity to introduce much needed, deeply affordable housing. What is your plan to maximize the use of public land for affordable housing on these public sites?
Yes, thank you for that question. So on the first, the UDAP action that we are proposing as part of this plan, that is for 100% affordable housing on a public site. This is the current DOT property on 44th Drive, and we estimate about 320 units as part of that development. And now, you know, we have limited amount of public sites. There are 2 more that's also, it's across the street from 44th Drive, which currently has an active use. It's a DOE building on Vernon Boulevard, as well as a parking facility that the staff of that building use. So currently, you know, with limited amount of public space, we are exploring And, through our public review process and community engagement, we've heard other needs from the community. So we are exploring those different needs here. And I think I could turn it over to maybe Eric to talk about the Vernon Boulevard sites that we are currently looking at what potential uses are being there. And then maybe later on, Sarit can talk about for our affordability goals on these public sites.
Sure. Thank you, Lynn, and thank you for your question. Of course, we recognize the extraordinary need for housing across the 5 boroughs, and that the city is working on identifying as many new housing opportunities across the city as possible. Because of the size of these public sites at Vernon Boulevard, we do believe that they can support a comprehensive economic development approach that includes new affordable housing and local access to family-supporting jobs. We understand that there is a strong community interest in a diverse mix of uses across the city-owned sites. The city is taking steps to understand what mix of uses would maximize that economic opportunity in LIC. First step is an ongoing step, and that is the Vernon Building Request for Information, or RFI. And of course, we're in active conversations with you and your team to plan for the future of those sites and to understand the best approach.
I understand, to build off of your testimony, I understand that the RFI for the Vernon Building has closed recently. Can you provide an update on the number of respondents who submitted their RFI responses, as well as next steps in the process? What is the timeline for determining a path forward for this site?
Of course. So just to zoom out a little bit, the RFI, or Request for Information, gives the city an opportunity to see how interested stakeholders view the opportunities and challenges of adaptive reuse of the Vernon Building, specifically concepts to convert all or a portion of that building for commercial, light industrial, retail, and or community serving uses. A note that there is no award associated with this RFI, and the city will not be selecting a developer. Rather, the city aims to better understand the level of interest in adaptive reuse of the building and the viability of potential redevelopment projects there. So we ask that responses incorporate community feedback that's been gathered through these responses, and we've received 9 proposals. We're currently reviewing them now and looking at things like the building's ability to accommodate the programming that's in line with community priorities, and also financial feasibility, including reliance on public subsidy. That said, as Lynn mentioned, my colleague, there's over 1,000 DOE employees that work in the Vernon Building right now. They're working on-site in offices, repair shops, storage, and warehousing, and they're performing very critical citywide administrative services. There's also the adjacent parking lot, which supports the Vernon Building employees. So any potential redevelopment of these sites would take a substantial amount of time and resources. As for next steps, in the coming weeks, we'll share summaries of those responses with you and your team. We'll be gathering input from you, council member, and also our partner agencies. And that'll give us a clearer view of the viable options in terms of pathways forward. And lastly, I just want to note that any redevelopment of these sites, any potential redevelopment of these sites, would be done through a subsequent public procurement. Any funding to support a project at these sites would need to be identified at that time.
Can you just state on the record when you believe that the RFP would be released? Would it be next year or later on? Not this year.
Well, I think we'd like to have conversations with you in your office first, council member, but I think that at the earliest, it would be sometime next year is my assumption.
Yes, I agree. Next year. Thank you. In response to the community's, and I just want to publicly thank all the respondents of the RFP, especially our very homegrown Western Queens Land Trust, who has been engaged and has been a great community partner throughout this process. In response to the community's need for affordable housing at the deepest levels, my team and I are exploring mapping only MIH option 1, which is an average of 60% AMI, and MIH option 3, average 40% AMI along the waterfront, and only option 3, average 40% AMI in the inland areas. How many affordable units is this projected to produce on private sites within the rezoning boundaries?
Councilmember, thank you so much for that question. Sarit Platkin, I'm the Executive Director of Neighborhood Planning and Equity Initiatives at the Department of Housing Preservation and Development. So just want to start by saying that, goal number one of the LIC Neighborhood Plan was to create more housing for people at a range of income levels, and HPD and the city team generally have really, adhered to that as we've developed our commitments for the plan. MIH is the administration's best tool to create affordable housing on private sites, and we're projecting 4,000 permanently income-restricted rent-stabilized homes through MIH and the LIC rezoning. We thank you for this proposal, and we are currently analyzing it. Don't have the exact projected amount of affordable units that would create right now, but we will get back to you shortly with that early next week. But in the meantime, I do just want to share a little bit about, the value of potentially mapping multiple MIH options in these areas. So, mapping multiple MIH options really is the best way to ensure that a range of incomes are served and that affordability is maximized. Multiple MIH options would give property owners the flexibility to adapt over time. MIH interacts with state tax programs such as 485X, which change more regularly than zoning, and as a result having multiple MIH options can really ensure that at least there's one feasible option for development. Multiple options also allows MIH to accommodate developments of different scales, of which we expect, really a range of building sizes in each sub-area. So, in some, multiple options would really guarantee the flexibility needed to ensure development, and limiting MIH options could risk development feasibility and lead to a reduction in projected affordable housing overall.
Okay, I just want to state on the record that there will be no development here for housing if we don't do MIH option 1 and option 3, as we have asked, because I will not vote for this project without this, which is what the community boards have requested. And I also want to say that pizza has arrived. If you're hungry and you're part of the public, please feel free to just go right out the door, down the stairs, and there will be 10 pies of pizza for you all to enjoy. And we're going to continue with questioning, but we're wrapping up, so know that please don't leave. We want to hear from you as part of the public testimony. And I just want to close out on the MIH option 1 and option 3 comment. This would be in addition to any affordable units developed on the public sites. As of July 2025, we had 162 vacant units at Queensbridge houses, 66 vacant units at Ravenswood houses, and 33 vacant units at Woodside houses. Will NYCHA commit to a timeline to bring these vacant units back online at the NYCHA developments, at the ones in my district, before the City Council vote?
Thank you for your question, Councilmember. NYCHA is a critical affordable housing resource, and our goal is to get New Yorkers into affordable, available apartments as quickly as possible without compromising the safety or quality of their lives. NYCHA has been working hard to improve the turnover process and scale up operations to reduce turnover time. And over the past few years, they've been performing extensive and required environmental work in every apartment once they become occupied. So anyone moving into a NYCHA apartment will be safe from lead and asbestos. This extensive cleaning process, along with the general repairs performed, contributes to a longer turnover time and lengthier waits for many families. The NYCHA team shares Councilmember Wan's commitment to ensuring that the turning over vacant units are expeditiously done as possible. Currently, as you stated, there are 227 vacant units at NYCHA Queensbridge North and South, and of those, 183 units are vacant available, meaning turnover is in progress. 8 units have been matched to a tenant, and 27 are permanently off the rent roll, which means not available for rent, and 9 are temporary off the rent roll. And since last June, NYCHA has been turning over approximately 535 apartments per month. NYCHA will be happy to further discuss these efforts with the council member and continue to work with you on this front.
Thank you so much. I couldn't hear you for a second. So 8 units, you said were matched, and then what was the number right before that, 190?
183
183
are
units.
vacant available, meaning turnover is in progress.
Okay. We currently have 38 shelters in my council district, which means that 10,000 people at any given time are homeless or unhoused. We want to make sure that these 183 units are filled and that Section 8 housing is housing for those who need it the most. So we want to get a clear timeline before the council vote with a commitment of when these vacant units will be online in all 3 NYCHAs.
Thank you.
At Queensbridge houses, as well as Ravenswood houses, Jacob Reese services both. They have served at the Queensbridge housing location since 1950 and has significant capital needs to improve the physical space. We have a large group of seniors here who are here to testify on the amazing services that they receive there and the dire needs of it. Does the city commit to funding the necessary renovations to make the community center safe and welcoming for space for staff and residents?
Thank you for your question. There are several recently completed and ongoing capital projects at Queensbridge North and South, including elevator and ground improvement projects. On elevators, elevator rehabilitation work is in progress at Queensbridge. Queensbridge North has $35 million allocated and expected to be completed in the spring of 2026. As part of this project, 47 elevators are being modernized. 35 are complete and 12 remain. Queensbridge South has $29.3 million allocated and is delayed but expected to be completed by fall 2026. This project involves modernization of 49 cars. As of June 30th, 35 are complete and 14 are remaining. Construction is ongoing and NYCHA will provide regular updates on progress. And on the grounds improvement, Queensbridge North and South have significant soil erosion, which has impacted the site. There is $2.8 million allocated for Queensbridge South for grounds improvement. The NYCHA and the city team are grateful to Councilmember Juan for additional funding towards this project. And with new funding, this project needs to be rescoped with resident leadership and the council member.
Okay, so is that a yes? NYCHA is committed to funding capital for their site in which is used by Jacob Reese Community Center?
I will get back to you on after I speak with our NYCHA team, but they are committed to working with you and seeing progress here in NYCHA.
Okay, and we also have the Queensbridge Residents Association. Our beloved TA President, Ms. Corinne Hayes, has brought it to our attention that the community space needs renovation in order to accommodate adult and youth programming. Does the city commit to funding the necessary renovations to transform this empty space into flexible programming space?
Thank you for bringing that to our attention. We'll look into that and continue to work with your office and the TA to better understand what their needs are.
Okay, in addition to all of the capital improvements and maintenance that Ms. Haekyung Yang has testified, we have to address the most dire concern, which has been sewage and plumbing flooding issues there. We have videos of children water sliding down the staircase because the flooding is so incredibly bad in the buildings themselves, from the 5th floor, you can take a garbage pail and slide down like you are at, I don't know, some sort of water park. It is a huge issue. We have shared the sentiment with City Hall on behalf of NYCHA. NYCHA has sent us estimates, and we do look forward to having those maintenance issues resolved. And now moving on to the DEIS. Was the DEIS completed factoring in the changes made as part of the City of Yes, or was it completed prior to the City of Yes implementation? Are the scenarios reflective of the impact of City of Yes on all EIS categories?
Yes, thank you for that question. And also, I'd just like to highlight thank the City Council for your support in getting our City of Yes text amendment through late last year. So the The short answer to your question is yes. It does apply. The changes from City ES does apply there. And so the most conservative estimates using the option 3 MIH option is included in our studies across the different chapters, as well as the new manufacturing zones and districts that were created under City of Yes economic opportunity was also used in our environmental impact study.
If someone could just let the seniors know that they could take the elevator down instead of walking down the staircase to get pizza, and if you're eating pizza, please eat it outside of the chambers and return, but please let the seniors know to not walk down the stairs, especially with their cane, to just use the elevator, which is to their left-hand side. Okay, I'm almost done wrapping up. So we have our beloved local arts and culture folks who are here to testify on behalf of arts and culture. Long Island City has been a haven for artists and artisanal producers of all kinds. How will this plan support arts and culture in Long Island City?
Thank you for your question, Councilmember. You're right. Throughout engagement and ULR process, we've heard from the arts and culture community expressing the need to support existing arts and cultural resources. The One LIC plan supports this important aspect of the neighborhood, and through the proposal encourages cultural and community-oriented recreational space, such as open-air amphitheater, performance stages, and gathering lawns as possible amenities for developers to provide on-site when opting for floor area bonuses for active recreational space as part of the updated WAP. The WPA also encourages inclusion of public art within these public spaces. And through the recently council-approved ZEO consolidation of arts and manufacturing uses into a single use group, which would enable arts and culture uses to locate throughout the project area as of right. Partnering agencies, the Department of Cultural Affairs, newly launched the Create in Place initiative, which offers tailored support to arts and cultural institutions citywide, including an interagency task force, a resource hub, a creative space network connecting organizations with underutilized space and case support to navigate city requirements or assist with space transition is available to existing and future artists and art organizations. Thank you.
The arts advocates have been requesting for a very long time throughout the city for DCP to create a zoning incentive program that provides floor area ratio bonuses to developers who provide free or discounted street-level cultural space to local artists and cultural organizations as part of their plan. Could you explain why this is not possible in the views of DCP?
Sorry, apologies. Thank you for the question. So as part of the plan, we've included zoning incentives to encourage development of public schools and open space for the community. Schools and open space were among the top needs stated by the community and are critical to development of the neighborhood. And as part of City of Yes economic opportunity, as I mentioned before, the same use groups, arts and manufacturing uses are brought together under the same use groups and permitted throughout the project area. We have, to encourage the public arts within the neighborhood, there are provisions for the proposed inland open space bonuses to include the public arts. These proposed WAPs also encourage the inclusion of cultural spaces such as performance spaces along the waterfront. Thank you.
Okay. I just want to state on the record to return to the MIH conversation. We are mapping multiple 1 and 3 MIH options along the waterfront and MIH option 3 inland. HPD data shows that developers do not choose option 3 when they have other choices, which is why we're eliminating those other choices for this project in order for me to vote yes on this rezoning. And it is our goal to serve the AMIs that are typically neglected in my neighborhood, especially because majority of Hunters Point was built out without MIH. And it is within my power to make this modification, so that's what we will be doing. Last set of questions for oversight and accountability. We're aware that the Gowanus Neighborhood Plan secured at least $500 million in city investment, which produced only 8,500 new housing units in comparison to mine, almost half less than mine, making it significantly smaller than Long Island City Neighborhood Plan, which is projected to create over 14,000 housing units. Can the city of New York commit to meeting the affordable housing, infrastructure, schools, open space needs for rezoning, and making those commitments ahead of the city council vote? I expect a unison yes by every panelist on this panel.
Thank you for your question. I think we can all agree that we appreciate your thoughtful questions throughout this morning, and to make clear what your priorities are in this plan and for your community. So we really appreciate that. For us, we want to be accountable for everything that we commit to, and we hope to continue to work with your office on what those things are, the specifics of those commitments and priorities, and that we continue to talk even after the vote, and that it doesn't end a few weeks from now, that we will continue to hear from you what the concerns are from the community, even after the commitments are made, so that we can really be responsive to all the issues and concerns that would be raised by your office and the community.
Okay, I will take that as a yes, but I look forward to a clear written commitment closer to the council vote. And my last question of the day, huzzah. How will the city be held accountable for following through with the commitments that the council negotiates as part of adopting the plan, should it be approved? And from the city's perspective, what are best practices from neighborhood plans to ensure accountability and community oversight over public and private commitments? And do you commit to following those best practices with the potential of an overturn of a new administration?
Yes, absolutely. We commit to, following through on our commitments when they are made. And as I said just now, we want to work with your office in defining what that type of oversight looks like, and we will learn from best practices and what to do, what not to do from previous plans, such as in Gowanus. But every community is different and every issues are different, so we want to make sure that what we are following up on and what we are accountable for meets the needs of your community.
Okay, thank you so much. And you are now dismissed or adjourned. The question portion of this hearing is now ended, and we're going to move into public testimony. And please, don't forget to grab a slice of pizza on your way out. There seems to be cheese, pepperoni, veggie, so enjoy. Thanks for coming.
Testimony first, because after the applicants are typically like pro, so then we have to alternate.
Okay, our first set of panelists are Lisa Gorin, Stephen Edgar, Donald Cogdell, and Andrew Mungo. Next will be, after that panel, will be Corey Hannigan, Albert Cruz, Chris Hanway, and Eliana Gibbs. So Lisa Gorin is already up, Donald Cogdell is up. I don't see Stephen Edgar or Andrew Mungo. Oh, is it Andrea? Okay, they must have misspelled it. Okay, thank you. You may begin.
Oh, there we go. Hello, I am Lisa Gorin. Hello, Councilmember Juan. I'm a 35-year resident and owner in Long Island City, speaking on behalf of the LIC Coalition and along with other local organizations that oppose the One LIC plan as it stands. One LIC is marketed by the DCP and the developer's own PR campaign as answering critical needs. It does the opposite. And despite numerous public hearings, the plan has not been changed based on public input. Many of those in support believe it brings resiliency, open space, school seats, and services. In fact, it sacrifices these for housing that, even where below market rate, is not guaranteed to be affordable to those it should serve. Excessive height and density will stress a community already suffering from overdevelopment, counter to the City of Yes's goal of distributing new housing equitably. Open space will plummet from second or third lowest per capita in the city to the lowest. Elementary school seat utilization is expected to exceed 143%, and there are no guarantees as of yet for those 1,300 school seats to keep kids off much longer wait lists. And I'm sorry, but drainage of existing CSOs and sewer backups will not be fixed by on-site stormwater management. Most egregiously, resiliency and existential threat here is left to an ineffective patchwork of protections dependent on private developers. The plan hands developers city-owned waterfront properties at the intersection of 44th Drive and Vernon Boulevard that lie in the vulnerable Hunters Point floodplain and were under more than 6 feet of water during Superstorm Sandy. Moreover, it places low-income towers here where they will be unsafe at the low point of the floodplain and in an evacuation zone despite growing risks from storm surge and sea level rise.
Thank you,
Our
Lisa.
most effective tool would be a public waterfront park, not just a waterfront walkway, to withstand flooding events. And by the way, that would be consistent with what the city is doing on the Manhattan side at East River Park and Battery Park City. We have an unparalleled opportunity here to develop the Hunters Point North for the city and Long Island City's long-term needs without damaging the neighborhood to fix it. Please vote no unless we can reduce its density, guarantee needed infrastructure, and keep these public sites for a park that would keep LIC livable and safe. Thank you.
You could go next. Thank you. Just read and state your name for the record.
Testing. Yes, I am Donald Cogdell, and I am Minister of Justice at Hope Astoria Church. I thank you for this time. I come here not alone. I have over 40 letters from concerned members of my church about this plan. As currently constructed, it is not a community-driven plan for the working class, for seniors, for the vulnerable, for Black and brown communities. I've sat and been to most of the community gatherings that have asked for input of the community, and I have not seen much of those contributions of the community in this plan. Julie Waters went on record of saying 4,000 housing units is not enough for affordability, and that has not been adjusted yet. The school shortage problem has not been adjusted yet. The environmental hazards has not been adjusted yet. So I'm just trying to figure out where has the community's contributions been involved in this plan. It's just been another typical luxury development plan, and that is sad. My faith informs me that we are to love our neighbor, think of our neighbor, consider our neighbor, and there's only one class of people that this plan seems to be serving, and it's not all of New Yorkers. In my church, we have housing insecurity, people that are looking for homes, that want to stay in the community, and this plan does not help them stay in that community. And so I oppose the plan as currently constructed, and we are asking for deeper affordability. The same energy that was put forth in Innovation Queens, the fighting for 40%, 50% above the MIH is what we want and is what we desire, that this truly be something for New Yorkers. Thank you.
Proverbs 31 urges us to speak up for those who cannot speak for themselves and to defend the rights of the poor and needy. I am a concerned resident of Astoria, and I believe the overall impact of this rezoning on the community will be negative. A big rezoning can seem good for a community, shiny new buildings and better landscaping. However, the people it excludes, the people it does not provide for, the poor, the struggling artists, small business owners, small manufacturers who can't find affordable space to rent, are unseen and forgotten. The powerful and the wealthy, again, benefit from the inequities of yet another super upzoning in New York City. I choose to speak up for New Yorkers that want to earn a living wage and pay rent that is truly and deeply affordable. The One LIC rezoning plan mainly will benefit wealthy developers, landowners, and wealthy people who can afford exorbitant rent and high-priced condos. I receive the emails from New York Housing Connect, and rarely do I see any 2 and 3 bedrooms for families at 20 or 30% AMI. We have a housing affordability crisis that vast numbers of rent-burdened New Yorkers can testify to. The build, build, build message from our mayor and other uninformed politicians and city leaders has not been shown to be the solution. Numerous studies of data in the recent years are showing that upzoned neighborhoods become whiter, more educated, and more affluent in the long run. Upzoning is also associated with increases in housing production, but housing prices also increase. I am calling for responsible and just development that truly meets the needs of low and middle income singles and families who do not have generational wealth, double incomes, or high-paying jobs. I suggest using value capture for this rezoning, which will produce wealth to subsidize truly affordable housing. This has been successfully done in Vancouver. Why not set a precedent here in New York City and show our country we truly care about our residents? I respectfully ask that this rezoning in its current form be voted down. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can you please reinstate your name for the record?
Yes, Andrea Mungo.
Thank you. And I wasn't here when we started public testimony. I'm going to ask that everybody, when you hear the bell, please start wrapping it up. We have a lot of people signed up to testify, so just want to show respect to everybody here.
Good day, everyone. My name is Stephen Edgar. After the Air Force, I landed in Long Island City in 1987. My wife and I raised 2 sons there. It's been a good fit. One of the many attractions to the neighborhood is the mixture of residential, commercial, and light industry. Can't forget about the presence of artists, of course. We quite like the mixture of loft, single-family homes, 2-family, and multifamily. The proposed high-rises are too tall. They will block the sun and throw shadows over the whole neighborhood. Although there are some good ideas in the plan, I'm afraid the proposed zoning changes will tilt density for the worse. Thousands and thousands of people in their cars. Noise pollution and air pollution are real concerns. Bicycles competing for the same space. Pedestrian safety will be threatened as well. Public transportation already struggles. Subways are crowded and would only get more crowded with 40 to 60,000 new arrivals. Today, 2 crowded trains passed before I could board a Manhattan-bound 7. Sewers, green space, flood mitigation, schools have been considered, while height of new buildings has not wavered. I'm not anti-change or anti-development, but I urge you to vote no on the plan. It is too much too fast. 70-story towers, come on. Does anybody really believe the construction of dozens of luxury towers will lead to more affordable housing? Back to the drawing board.
Thank you for your testimony. There being no questions, this panel is excused. The next panel I'm going to call up consists of Corey Hannigan, Shinjan Hisson, Alberto Cruz, Chris Hanway, and Alina Gibbs. Just a brief logistical announcement for the benefit of those signed up to testify remotely and who may be following along. I want to note that as approximately we anticipate roughly 1.5 hours of public in-person testimony first, and then we will transition to online testimony. We will begin first with Corey Hannigan.
Good morning. My name is Corey Hannigan with the Tri-State Transportation Campaign, a 30-year-old nonprofit dedicated to improving mobility in our region. We support this rezoning. I'm also a member of Queens CB2, which conditionally approved this plan alongside a robust and thoughtful list of recommendations that I strongly urge you to look through and consider including in this rezoning. First, thank you to Councilmember 1 for her focus on affordable housing and safe mobility, two issues that go hand in hand. More housing in walkable, bikeable areas ensures our streets are safer and that people can live within reach of family, employment, education, and recreation. It's a simple fact that the need for housing in our city vastly outstrips an artificially constrained supply, driving up rents and displacement. With a citywide vacancy rate of 1.4%, legalizing apartments for tens of thousands of new neighbors, many of whom, like me, are queer and may be fleeing discrimination in other places, including other states, and thousands of new permanently and deeply affordable units is exactly what we need more of. That said, the DEIS and corresponding plan are missing key components that I hope you will fight to include. There are significant unmitigated impacts to per capita pedestrian space. There was no consideration of bicycle demand in the City Council district with the highest rate of bicycle commuters in Queens, nor any proposal for new bus lanes, despite some of the new housing being half a mile from the train. We still have not seen a comprehensive streets and open space plan from DOT for this project. Such a plan should include more and wider bike lanes, bus prioritization, as there are currently no bus lanes in CB2, new pedestrian plazas, especially under the Queensboro Bridge, and a high-quality continuous two-way cycle track on the proposed waterfront esplanade in line with the city's Greater Greenways plan. The CB has also asked for a transit coordination plan with the MTA to improve subway, bus, and ferry service to accommodate the influx of new residents and employees on already crowded lines. The last thing we need is 14,000 new cars in LIC, and we avoid that by offering practical and attractive alternatives. Finally, I urge you to fight for a large public outdoor pool as part of the rezoning, possibly at the Con Ed site. Thank you very much for your time and consideration. I have no doubt you will see the opportunity this plan offers to bring dramatic infrastructure improvements to the neighborhood while creating space for new neighbors in the world's borough.
Thank you. Next we'll hear from Sejan.
Greetings, my name is Senjan Shah and I represent several property lots in the IBZ designated area of Dutch Kills in Long Island City. I have been a resident here for 42 years and have worked in its warehouses for 30. While we are supportive of the DCP's efforts, we feel that it does not go far enough in adding mixed use and residential units to its rezoning plans. Driving along 21st Street from Astoria to Hunters Point, we can see that left turns were banned on every intersection throughout the IBZ. 21st Street has officially been designated as a Vision Zero corridor and has been completely redesigned to emphasize pedestrian safety and bus reliability. These traffic changes no longer make the lots in IBZ North feasible for significant industrial transport. It is no longer possible for large trucks and containers to effectively maneuver around this zone. This discourages any major manufacturing or a wholesale company from wanting to move into the area. Secondly, the IBZ is isolated on all sides by residential buildings. We are surrounded by Queensbridge projects, hotels, eateries, and places specifically catered to the growing number of residents and tourists. This area is already geared towards residential commuting and commercial activity. As such, LIC already lost key elements of its industrial character decades ago. This IBZ designation has effectively been made outdated by the city's own policies to encourage livability. There is no need to force industrial-only spaces when there are numerous empty and dilapidated warehouses littering the area already. The IBZ designation in LIC North and Dutch Kills should be modified to allow for more residential and mixed-use purposes. Let's turn those vacant and run-down warehouses into the homes, plazas, theaters, schools, and community facilities that LIC still desperately needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we'll hear from Alberto Cruz.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Alberto Cruz. I'm here on behalf of Jacob Reese and the Queensbridge community at large. Queensbridge Houses is the largest public housing development in North America, home to some of Long Island City's lowest income residents. Yet for decades, Queensbridge and all NYCHA developments have endured disinvestment, leaving residents with crumbling infrastructure, poor housing conditions. Residents live with constant plumbing issues, leaks, repairs that never seem to come, problems that affect health, safety, and overall quality of life. At the same time, past rezonings in Long Island City have overwhelmingly benefited developers and property owners while leaving Queensbridge behind. The One LIC plan represents a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to change that, to finally secure meaningful, concrete investment for the people of Queensbridge. But it cannot move forward without binding commitments from the city to repair and improve their homes. Jacob A. Reese Neighborhood Settlement in Queensbridge is a pillar of this community. Every day, children, teens, families, older adults come through our doors for critical programs, from after school to ESOL classes, immigrant services, and senior services. But beyond the programming, Reese is one of the few community spaces where residents of all ages gather, connect, and support one another. Unfortunately, our community center and office spaces are in desperate need of repairs and renovations. The plumbing, flooring, the basic infrastructure are deteriorating. And without investment, we risk losing the essential safe space for our community. So today I urge you to approve One LIC plan with concrete capital commitments from the city, not just for NYCHA apartments, but also for the Queensbridge Reese Community Center that sustains all of the community. This is a rare chance to reverse decades of neglect, and we cannot afford to let this pass us by. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we hear from Chris Henry.
Good afternoon. My name is Amanda McHenry. I'm here representing Chris Hanway and Reese Settlement. As my colleague Alberto just said, our center is just such a hub for the community.
Amanda, are you testifying too?
Yes.
So you can't testify for you and Chris. Chris could submit his testimony written. I don't want you to lose your testimony. So if you want to testify for yourself right now, you could go ahead. All right? And you could submit Chris's testimony to us. So just please reinstate your name for the record. Sorry.
Amanda McHenry, Jacob A. Reese Neighborhood Settlement. So as Alberto has shared, it is a vital community hub that is not just home to resettlement, but a place where neighbors gather to celebrate birthdays, to hold repasses for loved ones, where local community organizations come to meet. As Alberto has said, time has not been kind on the space. Pipes are old and deteriorating, floor and ceiling tiling, especially in our senior center, kitchen and cafeteria need to be replaced, and outside crumbling concrete and uneven stairs make the entrance unsafe. These conditions not only undermine the dignity of residents, but also hinder our ability to serve them effectively. This is why this plan is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to invest directly in Queensbridge residents by revitalizing the community center that has anchored them for generations. So on behalf of Reese and the families we serve, and to echo what Alberto just said, we urge the City Council to approve this plan, but only with concrete capital commitments for renovations and improvements at our center. I think oftentimes these projects bring the promise of amenities that realistically many community members cannot access. So instead of promises of amenities that may or may not be accessible for all, we think direct investment in the space that serves Queensbridge residents already is most important. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we hear from Eliana Gibbs.
Good afternoon, Council Member. My name is Eliana Gibbs, and I have the privilege of serving as the Community Engagement Director for Jacob A. Reese Neighborhood Settlement. For generations, our settlement house has stood as a beacon in Queensbridge houses, not just a building, but a sanctuary of hope, creativity, and empowerment. Inside these walls, children find their voice on stage, elders share wisdom through art. The neighbors come together across generations to heal and create. We are the home of civic engagement. Correction, our settlement house is the home of civic engagement, hosting participatory budgeting and workshops where residents learn the power of their voices in shaping the future of their community. And I have witnessed with my own eyes just how transformative this work is. Through the MAP program I oversee, I have worked alongside a young man who was once could not even walk in the community or step in the same room with his peers without conflict. But through our Art Safe workshops, Blueprint, and intergenerational pilot, Thrive Across Generation, he and others who only once saw enemies are now collaborators, brothers, and leaders in our community. That is the power of community. That is the power of my settlement house. But here's the truth. This beacon is at risk. Without capital funding, the very foundation that holds these dreams, the roof, the walls, the safe haven itself, risk crumbling. And when the buildings fall, so too does the light that so many Queensbridge residents depend on. We are not asking for charity, we're asking for an investment in our settlement house and our community. An investment that represents resiliency, peace, and democracy, and the future of Queensbridge residents. An investment that ensures our community continues to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. This panel is excused. Next, I'm going to call up Senator Kristen Gonzalez.
Afternoon. I'm Senator Kristen Gonzalez. It's good to see you
Senator,
folks today.
real
Oh,
quick, can you change, elected officials get 5 minutes? Thank you. Go ahead, Senator.
Great. It's good to see you both. Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate Councilmember Wan's leadership on this hearing today. I'm Senator Kristen Gonzalez. I live in and represent Long Island City. I've spent the last 2 years participating in the community engagement process for the LIC Neighborhood Plan, and since day one, I have emphasized the need for a comprehensive vision for community development. While building housing is necessary amid our housing crisis, new development should be affordable and intentionally benefit our communities to support working New Yorkers. I want to be very clear. Without binding commitments from developers and city and state agencies, this plan could exacerbate the infrastructure gaps that many of us already live with. Between 2010 and 2020, Long Island City built over 20,000 new housing units, increasing Long Island City's population by 78%. However, our schools didn't keep pace, our sewers continue to struggle during storms, green space has stretched thin, and subway capacity has not significantly expanded. This plan proposes to increase the number of residential units in Long Island City by 14,700. This could be an estimated 30,000 new neighbors in the next 10 years. We must ensure that with growth comes infrastructure we all rely on: more schools, upgraded sewage and stormwater systems, safer streets, a transit system that increases subway and bus capacity and reduces travel time. We also need open and accessible green space, not just luxury apartments, but everyday essentials. We must also ensure that the 4,300 affordable units are deeply and permanently affordable across all income levels. That's why I support CB2's recommendation of MIH options 1 and 3 be required throughout the rezoning area to protect housing for folks making 40 to 60% of the area median income. Family units must also be prioritized. In addition to these affordable options, the more than 10,000 public housing residents who have resided in the community for decades deserve deep investment. We have heard from residents who are deeply concerned about density across from Queensbridge houses. Finally, we deserve art spaces so LIC can continue to be the cultural hub it already is. We deserve investments in our community-based organizations that serve our neighbors in need, and we deserve spaces that help small businesses grow and thrive. I'm encouraged that this process has shown that when our neighbors speak up, we can change what feels like the inevitable. I think everyone who has participated will agree that this has been a community-driven process, and I look forward to seeing those voices heard. I'm also grateful for Councilmember Wan's work to lead the community engagement process around the LAC neighborhood plan, and that she's made it clear that her support is tied to securing community benefits. We have an incredible opportunity in this project. If we get real commitments, this plan can be something transformative that addresses the needs and dignity of every LAC resident. I appreciate you hearing my comments today and look forward to working with you through this. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our State Senator Kristen Gonzalez. She represents 3 boroughs, Manhattan, Queens, and Brooklyn, but she always listens, always takes the time to represent her community, and we're so grateful for your partnership in this, and everything she said, I completely 100% agree. So she's been in lockstep. She has testified at every single hearing for the community boards, as well as come to town halls. Her staff has been present at every single meeting for this. So I do think that she has been the most involved state senator in the state of New York, so thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Shh. Thank you, everyone. The next panel I'm going to call up consists of Frank McCrea, Patricia Cooper, Carisha Batten, and Kristen Blad. The following panel will consist of Darlene Dixon, Valerie Green, Audrey Hillard, and Maria Rojas. So after this panel, that will be the following panel. The following panel, not now. Okay. Well, one of you is not on this panel. So this panel, at this table is supposed to be Frank McCrea, Patricia Cooper, Carisha Batten, and Kirsten Blad. If I didn't call your name, you're not on the panel now. You're on the next panel, you two. Okay. You know what? Just sit down. Just sit down. It's not that big of a deal. All right? All right, Frank, you may begin.
Sure. Good afternoon, and thank you for hearing us, esteemed members of the council. My name is Frank McCrea, and I am the director of the Older Adult Center at Jacob A. Riis Neighborhood Settlement. Riis has been a pillar of the Queensbridge houses and the broader Western Queens community for generations. I have been fortunate to come to Jacob Riis after facilitating grandparent support groups at Queensbridge in my previous role in city government, and I am proud to now work for this organization that uplifts and empowers older adults who are truly the heart and wisdom of our community. At Riis, we provide a wide range of critical services and programs designed to support older adults in every aspect of their lives. These include educational workshops that build digital literacy, lifelong learning, nutritional programs like daily congregate meals and food pantry access, and health and wellness offerings ranging from exercise classes and chronic disease management to mental health support groups. We also provide opportunities for recreation, intergenerational engagement, cultural enrichment that help to combat social isolation and keep our members connected and thriving. But Riis is more than just programming. Our community center in Queensbridge is an essential gathering place, a safe, welcoming space where older adults come together to connect, learn, and flourish. As our older adults live longer, more vibrant lives, the demand for our services continue to grow. To meet these growing needs, it is critical that we expand our Older Adult Center so we can continue delivering the high-quality support our neighbors deserve. The physical space itself is in urgent need of investment. Our community center and offices require major repairs, renovations, which NYCHA cannot provide, and this will ensure that this space remains strong, safe, and sustainable for generations to come. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to invest in this essential community space for Queensbridge and to ensure that Riis continues to be a place where older adults are supported, celebrated, and able to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank.
Sure.
Patricia Cooper.
light is on. Good afternoon.
Good
My name
afternoon.
is Patricia Cooper, and I've lived in Queensbridge for 27 years. In that time, I've watched rezonings come and go. Each one came with promises of progress, but while developers profited, we did not. Our lives stayed the same. We're still living with broken plumbing, crumbling infrastructure, and buildings that have been neglected for decades. A few years ago, I had a severe leak in my apartment, which started on the 6th floor. I live on the 1st floor. I called NYCHA immediately, and I was told someone would come within 24 to 48 hours. 3 days later, they came. By then, my entire apartment was underwater. The leak reached the electrical light fixtures, and it took housing an entire week just to find out where the leak started. That's unacceptable. No one should live in these conditions. One LIC cannot be just another broken promise. If you want our support, we need real, written, and enforceable capital commitments to repair our homes and to renovate resettlement. Without that accountability, this plan must not move forward. We have been patient for decades. Now we are demanding action. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper. Next, we'll hear from Carisha.
Hello, my name is Carisha Batan, speaking as founding executive director of Queensboro Dance Festival. I also serve on CB2 on Land Use Committee, and I chair the Arts and Culture Committee. Our sector mapped 111 arts and culture organizations in the one LIC zoning area that provide enriching services to LIC residents year-round. Yet the EIS and one LIC plan does not include protections for arts and culture in this massive development proposal. That is unacceptable. Arts is an undeniable historical identity and key amenity of the neighborhood. We cannot put arts at risk of disappearing, impacting the livelihood of thousands of artists and killing the vibrancy and economy of our neighborhood. Arts and culture is a leading economic driver of LIC tourism. $1 spent generates $7 in economic activity. When there is a cultural event, the neighborhood comes to life with people visiting and spending money in our art spaces, our bars, our restaurants, our parks. But it starts with the arts. I urge the city to make sure there are long-term investments in arts and culture through incentives, city agency support, and developer collaboration as stated in CB2's recommendations. I want to highlight two main CB2 recommendations for arts and culture. One is incentives for developers to create below-market arts and culture spaces, and two, investment by developers into an LIC arts fund operated by local arts service organization IndieSpace to streamline funding equitably, especially among the small budget arts and culture organizations within the zoning area. We see models for this in other parts of the city. If one LIC is meant to be a comprehensive plan, it must include arts and culture. It starts with the arts. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Kirsten.
Thank you, Chair Riley, Councilmember Wan, and members of the Subcommittee on Zoning and Franchises for the opportunity to testify in favor of the One LIC Neighborhood Plan. My name is Kirsten Blad, and I'm the policy manager at Open New York, an independent, grassroots, pro-housing nonprofit working towards the goal of making New York a city where everyone who wants to live here can readily afford to do so, and where people who already live here can comfortably stay. New York is in the midst of a deepening housing crisis. The city has a vacancy rate of just 1.4%, the lowest rate since 1968. More than half of renter households are now rent-burdened, paying over 30% of their income on housing, and for the most vulnerable New Yorkers, this shortage is not just a financial strain, it means displacement, tenant harassment, and homelessness. Despite the growing urgency of New York's housing crisis, outdated zoning continues to stand in the way of building the homes we so desperately need, squandering opportunity in places like the One LIC area, where entire blocks of buildings sit underutilized and out of step with the city's needs, in one of the most resource-accessible neighborhoods of the city. The One LIC plan will help to correct this profound mismatch by allowing for the construction of over 14,000 homes and new employment centers that better reflect the needs and future of the city, and it will do so in a way that centers equity to ensure that the benefits are broadly shared. For the first time, the One LIC plan brings mandatory inclusionary housing to Long Island City, reserving thousands of units for low and moderate income households. It launches the Partners in Preservation program to protect and empower existing tenants and prevent displacement, and it transforms the neighborhood's waterfront from private parking lots to publicly accessible open space. The One LAC plan is an opportunity to address New York's housing crisis with the urgency and scale that it demands, and with an all-of-the-above approach that protects existing tenants while welcoming thousands of new ones. Open New York urges City Council to approve the One LAC plan.
Thank you. Next we hear from Ms. Maria. Ms. Maria, can you, 1 second, Ms. Maria.
Hello, council members. My name is Maria Ross, and I want to speak on behalf of the senior of Queensbridge. Many of us rely on Jacob Reed neighborhood settlement for meals and activities, and mostly companionship. And Reese Center is more than just a building. It is where we gather and support one another and feel part of the community. But the space is falling apart. The gardening is crumbling and has no safe bench or proper seats for other older adults and gathering. The roof is leaking. The kitchen and sink is leaking. The bathroom and the outdated, and the gym needs to new floor and fixture. Many rooms are not even acceptable for anyone. Every Thursday I attend to art and crafts class and reads, and we make beautiful jewelry, but what matters even more is that we laugh and talk and connect with. Without this program, I would have no companionship. This is why there's two. Oh, okay, that's this one.
LIC.
LIC, thank you, must include and to remodel Jacob Reed settlement. Our older adults deserve dignity, and rebuilding is central to our well-being. Please do not pass this plan without investing in the senior of Queensbridge. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Maria.
Thank you.
Are you Ms. Green?
Yes.
I was right. Ms. Valerie Green, you're next.
Hello, my name is Valerie Green, and I live in Queensbridge for 40 years. In that time, I've seen promises of repairs and new fixtures come and go, each one claiming process, yet leaving us with the same broken plumbing, crumbling walls, and neglected buildings. Developers have profits, but our quality of life has not improved. In 2017, I requested a simple paint job for my apartment. To this day, it still has not been done. The paint is chipping off my walls, and now I'm also battling leak in my bathroom. This is not the quality of life I expected after a lifetime of work and service. One LIC cannot be just another broken promise. If you want our support, we need real written and enforceable capital commitments to repair our homes and to renovate the Jacob A. Reese neighborhood settlement. Without the accountability, this plan must not move forward. We have been patient for decades. Now we demand actions. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess I have a question for everybody here. You all don't have to answer, though. It seems like you guys are for the project, but you'll be 100% for the project with these investments to arts, to the center within the community, and to housing infrastructure. So you're for the project, but you are calling on the city to do more in investing in the area. Am I safe to say that? Yes?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
All right. Thank you so much. This panel is excused. Thank you. The next panel we'll hear from is Darlene Dixon, Audrey Hillard, Paul Chamber, Christine Hunter, Paula Kirby, and Manuel Romero. Okay, the following panel that we will listen to is Edro Wheeler, Kevin Douglas, Jubarie Salim, Connie Butler. Okay, that will be the following panel. We'll begin first with Ms. Darlene Dixon. Ms. Dixon left? Okay. All right, so we'll then hear from Audrey Hillard.
Hello, good afternoon, council members. My name is Audrey Hilliard, and I live in Queensbridge houses for over 30 years. In that time, I have seen promises of repairs and new capital fixtures come and go, each one claiming progress, yet leaving us with the same broken elevators, broken plumbing, crumbling walls, and neglected buildings. Developers had profited, but our quality of life has not improved. In 2023, my apartment tested positive for lead. The lead was treated. However, to this day, my apartment has not been painted. The work has not been completed. When they removed the lead, they left the wall unpainted and unfinished. Looking at these damaged walls every day has taken a toll on my mental and emotional well-being. This is not the quality of life any of us deserve. One LIC cannot be just another broken promise. If you want our support, we need real, written, and enforceable capital commitments to repair our homes and to renovate the Jacob A. Riis neighborhood settlement. Without that accountability, this plan must not move forward. We have been patient for decades. Now we demand action. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hillard. Next, we'll hear from Paula Chambers.
Hi, hello, Congressman, members. My name is Paula Chambers, and I am proud to be a senior living in Queensbridge. After retiring from New York City Board of Education, I suddenly found myself quiet days and too much time on my hands. I then found Jacob A. Riis Settlement Housing, and everything changed. The Riis Center gave me a reason to get up in the morning, to get up and get dressed and reconnect with the world. It gave me promise, it gave me a community. But this place gave us life and is falling apart. The roof leaks, the bathroom is outdated. The rooms are not accessible for everyone. The building that brings us joy is crumbling around us. Every Wednesday and Saturday, we attend arts and crafts and jewelry classes at the Riis. The program calms my mind and help me socialize and pull out of isolation. Without them, I would be alone. This is why one LIC must include real concern, commitments, and the Riis settlement. Our older adults deserve dignity. The Riis building is certain to our well-being. Please do not pass this plan unless it includes real investments in seniors of Queensbridge. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chambers. Next, we'll hear from Christine Hunter.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Christine Hunter, Chair of Queens CB2's Land Use and Housing Committee. As an architect who's worked primarily on deeply affordable and special needs housing in the 5 boroughs, I believe that good housing doesn't end at a building's front door. All of us, at all income levels, live in our neighborhoods as well as our apartments. Local communities that meet our needs across our lifetimes are vital to the city's future and stability. While our committee supports the goal of more affordable housing in LIC, we do have concerns about the very high density and the vertical scale of development enabled by the proposed rezoning, especially when coupled with a lack of usable public open space. CB2's recommendations thus include some modest adjustments to the rezoning actions. First, we urge that unlimited height provisions be removed where they are currently proposed. While we understand DCP's goal of design flexibility, we see clearly in the 3D massing studies that the towers permitted by the current actions would be out of scale, even with recent development along the waterfront and in Court Square. We urge the council to replace these provisions with defined height limits that balance flexibility with neighborhood context. Second, we ask that the base zoning on the waterfront and in inland areas now proposed at R10 be modified slightly downward. This would incentivize developers to use the open space bonus in order to achieve the densities assumed in the DEIS. We see this as a win-win, allowing creation of the proposed 4,000 MIH units, but also providing critically needed open space. Finally, we stand with Queens CB1 in asking for a reduction in the zoning adjacent to Queensbridge houses on the blocks facing 21st Street. Any new market rate development here should respect and not overwhelm the scale and character of this historic complex. An important stated goal of One LIC is to serve diverse types of households and family needs. We feel strongly that affordable housing and well-planned neighborhoods are not either-or propositions. They should go hand in hand. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll hear from Paula Kirby.
Good afternoon. Hi. My name is Paula Kirby, and I work at Plaxall, a family business my grandfather started in the early 1940s in Long Island City. Over the past 80-plus years, 4 generations of my family have seen incredible change take place in LIC. What was once a purely industrial area of the city has become a vibrant, mixed-use neighborhood. And with the LIC neighborhood plan, there is potential to provide even more for our community. At Plaxall, we are also doing our best to give back to current and future members of the community. As our council member just announced, we've signed an MOU with the School Construction Authority to fast-track the delivery of a site for a standalone school at 46th Avenue within Plaxall's property. Further, as long-term supporters of the arts and founding members of Culture Lab LIC, we are planning to provide a space for them at Annabelle Basin for the long term. Additionally, and subject to necessary funding from the city, we are also exploring the possibility of providing a site for a much longed-for rec center in our neighborhood. One LIC provides a real opportunity to positively shape the future of New York City. I strongly urge all council members to vote in favor of the LIC neighborhood plan. Much thought and hard work has gone into the development of this plan, and I would like to thank Dan Garodnick and the Department of City Planning and our tireless council member, Julie Wan, and her staff. Thoughtful change can provide opportunity for so many. Opportunity in the form of housing, jobs, schools, open space, community facilities, and space for arts and culture. And I believe that thoughtful change is what this rezoning will achieve. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we hear from Manuel Romero.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair Riley and Councilmember Julie Wan. I'm Manny Romero, Vice President for Communications and External Affairs at LaGuardia Community College. I'm testifying today on behalf of President Kenneth Adams. LaGuardia, an anchor institution in Western Queens, is deeply committed to the prosperity of Long Island City. Several aspects of the plan are particularly important to LaGuardia. As the largest provider of non-degree workforce training in CUNY, we offer vocational education and training to local residents. LaGuardia is committed to working with employers to ensure that Long Island City residents have the skills needed to succeed in the positions these firms depend on. We strongly support the proposed plan to provide affordable housing for its residents. Unfortunately, many students suffer from homelessness and housing insecurity. We are encouraged by the possibility that the proposed zoning changes will lead to the construction of affordable housing, including student housing. LaGuardia has been an LIC since 1971 and serves over 25,000 students annually. Capital funding for sewage and plumbing infrastructure is critical for the future of the college and LIC. We have old industrial buildings, and infrastructure upgrades will help address current needs as well as accommodate the growth of LaGuardia. As the plan moves forward, we strongly support the creation of new public open spaces, which are urgently needed. In fact, our college has been collaborating with the Department of Transportation to develop the LaGuardia Community Greenway that features one of the largest city's street murals. Open spaces play a vital role in promoting mental and physical well-being by providing spaces for recreation, stress relief, and social connection. We advocate for the health and well-being of our community. We look forward to working with New York City's Department of City Planning, Councilmember Julie Wan, and local stakeholders to advance the One LIC Long Island City Neighborhood Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. There being no questions, this panel is excused. Thank you so much. The next panel we're going to hear from consists of Jabari Salim, Connie Butler, Alina Gonzalez, Edro Wheeler, Kevin Douglas, okay. I'll just ask that you start from my right. Just state your name for the record, and you may begin.
Thank you for this time. Good afternoon. I'm Edja Wheeler, Executive Director of Culture Lab LIC. There are 112 arts organizations and independent artists working inside the proposed rezoning footprint. If we don't build structural incentives or requirements for free or low-cost space into this plan, they will disappear. Once the buildings go up, the time is past. Culture Lab alone brings over 60,000 people to the area each year and contributes more than $2.5 million to the local economy. No other sector can say that. And yet the current plan does not mention arts and culture at all. NYC could not survive without tourism. Neither can a new LIC. If this plan is about long-term health and livability, you must include the arts. Without structural inclusion, the arts will not survive here. We are asking for three things: zoning incentives to provide free or affordable long-term space for nonprofit organizations, percent for the art, a developer-funded LIC Arts Fund managed by a third-party nonprofit like IndieSpace, investment in cultural infrastructure like a permanent amphitheater and local artist-led installations. If developers are going to benefit from fundamentally changing the fabric of this community, they need to give something back to it. Plaxall, one of the key property owners within the rezoning area, has already shown what's possible. By donating space to Culture Lab LIC, they've helped create a thriving arts hub that draws tens of thousands of visitors each year and delivers economic and cultural value to the neighborhood. This is the model. Proof that when developers support the arts, the whole community benefits. You have a chance to make LIC a destination, something future residents can be proud of, but it has to be baked into this deal. If you still don't think the arts are important, just look at the economic studies. We're happy to provide them. Let's give people a reason to come here, stay here, and invest here. That can only happen with the arts. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for the public, sergeants, can you show them where they can record if you guys are trying to record, the areas they can record at? All right? So just look at the sergeants real quick. If you want to record, that's the areas that you record at, all right? 'Cause I see some people recording in the back of your heads, so I just want to make sure everyone knows, all right? Next, we're going to hear from Jabari.
Hello, my name is Jabir. I speak for myself. I wanted to show support for One LIC. The city urgently needs housing, and every year of delay only makes construction and rents more expensive. For the first time, we have mandated affordable housing, and our council member Juan is fighting for more school seats. We should really seize this opportunity now. I also ask that you evaluate private developments holistically to ensure they remain financially viable. Even fully stabilized buildings, including those run by nonprofits that have no tax obligations, are going bankrupt. Please balance residents' needs with financial realities so that these projects can succeed and the overall project is a success. Thank you.
Thank you. So please reinstate your name for the record.
Good afternoon. I'm Elena Querosa Gonzalez. I testified previously as a worker and resident of LIC. Every day I walk 20 minutes to MoMA PS1, taking in the neighborhood change and rising luxury towers. I remain extremely concerned that the current 1 LIC rezoning does not do enough to address deeply affordable housing and will only continue to exacerbate racial wealth disparities. As a culture worker at MoMA PS1, I have the pleasure of working with many local artists and CBOs, all of whom repeatedly say the greatest resource PS1 provides them and they are lacking is space. We welcome partners like Malika, Fortune Society, Teen Art Salon, and more. We recently planted native plants in our public plaza with Matinecock artists, the original stewards of LIC, who used to come to youth programs at PS1 in the 90s. When migrant street workers are criminalized just for trying to work, we partner with them for our openings and events. And with Young New Yorkers, court-mandated youth, instead of serving sentences, come to PS1 to do arts diversion programs and heal through art. So really, art is not a luxury, it's not a privilege, just like housing is not a luxury or a privilege, it's essential to community well-being and safety. PS1 is one of the very few cultural institutions that is still completely free to New Yorkers. I've seen in the past few weeks art spaces open in the neighborhood that charge exorbitant fees to families to make art. All of our programs are free, and this plan requires investing in what already exists, from Queensbridge houses to our local institutions, to preserve what makes our neighborhood what it is today. Our vision at PS1 includes offering even more space, this valuable resource to our partners. We can open our campus to the public, transform our courtyard into a green space, and create a better dedicated area for families and children. So we urge the community board to support investments not only in PS1, but the 100+ arts organizations in the neighborhood that are essential to our community's well-being and preservation of its history. Thank you.
Thank you. Connie Butler.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Riley and Councilmember Wan. My name is Connie Butler, and I'm the director of MoMA PS1. For nearly 50 years, MoMA PS1 has been proud to serve Long Island City through our art exhibitions, community partnerships, and free public programs, welcoming over 150,000 visitors annually and contributing millions to Long Island City. The 1 LIC rezoning presents a rare opportunity for our community to receive much-needed investments in several areas, including public space, and as you've heard today, in arts and culture. We believe that MoMA PS1 can serve as a cultural anchor within the rezoning for city investment. We proudly provide free admission to all New York City and New York State residents, host art-making workshops for families, amplify and celebrate Queens-based artists and organizations through our homeroom program, and host community programs in our courtyard. We also manage a 46th Avenue public plaza scheduled for a major renovation through the DOT by 2028. This rezoning has inspired us to be more ambitious and consider new ways to provide more open, clean, accessible, and safe public space within Long Island City. Our vision includes opening up the Jackson Avenue wall, renovating our courtyard and making it ADA accessible green space, and revamping our first floor to create a dedicated space for learning and creative exploration for children and families. With city investment, we can not only expand our physical space, but also our arts education and community engagement programming. We're so grateful to the Queensborough president that he included our capital project in his recommendations for community programmatic needs of the rezoning. Additionally, Community Board 2 has provided a letter of support for our project. We've also received a number of letters of support from community partners, including, but not limited to, Fortune Society, Teen Art Salon, Socrates Sculpture Park, Street Vendor Project, Court Square Civic Association, and Jamaica Center for Arts and Learning. We ask that the City Council consider supporting city investments in cultural and public space projects, such as ours, as part of the 1 LIC rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we hear from Kevin Douglas.
Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Douglas. I am the Director of Philanthropy at the Floating Hospital. We're located at 1029 41st Avenue in Astoria, and I'm speaking today as a community member and nonprofit leader affiliated with, but not on behalf of, my organization. And I would like to express my support for the vision of 1 LIC rezoning proposal. As someone who works daily with families experiencing homelessness and housing insecurity, I see how critical it is to invest in the long-term health, resilience, and inclusivity of Long Island City. This plan, shaped through years of community dialogue, charts a path toward making LIC a place where families can both live and thrive. I especially support the community priorities to develop nearly 15,000 new residential apartments, including more than 4,000 permanently affordable homes for our neighbors. True affordability at levels that meet the needs of working families and low-income residents is essential to stability and health. Increase school capacity and add over 1,300 new classroom seats. Families we serve tell us that education access is a top concern for their children's future. Create new and accessible open spaces along the East River waterfront and under the Queensboro Bridge. Safe green space is not only about recreation, it is about public health, and is particularly a public health issue for children. Improve aging sewer and drainage infrastructure to reduce flooding, as we've talked about a lot today. For our community, environmental resilience is health resilience. At the Floating Hospital, our mission for almost 160 years has been to ensure that every New Yorker, regardless of circumstance, can access compassionate care. We know that health is determined not just by what happens in a clinic, but by housing, schools, transportation, safety, and stability. And in that sense, this rezoning is a health plan as much as it is a land use plan. At the same time, I want to acknowledge the concerns raised by many of our neighbors around displacement, affordability, and whether infrastructure services will keep pace with growth. I am hopeful that these concerns can be seen as an opportunity to strengthen the final plan and ensure that its benefits are broadly shared. If we get this right, One LIC can be a model for equitable development, new homes that real families can afford, open spaces and classrooms that welcome every child, and the infrastructure to keep our neighborhoods healthy and safe. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you for testifying. This panel is excused. The next panel we're going to hear from consists of Laura Rothrock, Charles Yu, Alana Suna, William Zhu, Jared Lewis, and Rachel Cohen.
Hi, actually, the name is Laura Wolf Powers. My handwriting is abominable, so I think
Laura what?
Wolf Powers.
Wolf Powers?
Oh, you might have, okay, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, we didn't call you yet.
Okay.
Sorry.
I apologize, sorry.
Is Laura Rothrock here?
Yep, that's me.
That's you, Laura?
Yes.
All right.
Good afternoon, Chair Riley and Councilmember Wan. My name is Laura Rothrock. I'm the president of the Long Island City Partnership. We strongly support the One LIC plan as a vital step towards a more inclusive, connected, and sustainable future for Long Island City. The plan is the result of months of community engagement and addresses urgent needs that our neighborhood cannot delay, including more housing, better schools, resilient infrastructure, and accessible open space. We're particularly encouraged by commitments and the council members' support for over 1,300 new school seats, new and accessible open spaces, affordable family-sized housing and home ownership opportunities, resilient waterfront access, a transformed DOE building, critical sewer and drainage upgrades. Long Island City is a neighborhood experiencing tremendous growth with new residents, businesses, and visitors arriving every year. Yet this growth has outpaced the capacity of our infrastructure, leading to frequent flooding, overcrowded schools, and limited public spaces. Investment in infrastructure is urgently needed to ensure that growth is sustainable, equitable, and beneficial to everyone who lives and works here. As a neighborhood known for its creative spirit, we believe the final plan must also preserve and expand space for the arts. In that spirit, we strongly support MoMA PS1's Courtyard and Plaza Access renovation project, which will expand public access and green space while keeping arts and culture at the heart of the community. We encourage the council to join CB1, CB2, Borough President Richards, and the City Planning Commission in supporting the plan to ensure it will create housing, sustain jobs, update infrastructure, and enhance cultural spaces. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Next, we'll hear from Charles Yu.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Charles. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Riley and Councilmember Wan. My name is Charles Yu, Vice President of Economic Development at the Long Island City Partnership. I'm here today to support the One LIC rezoning, which I believe offers an opportunity to strengthen the future of businesses in Long Island City. The One LIC plan is an exciting and important step toward building a stronger, more inclusive future for our neighborhood. LIC is experiencing tremendous growth with new residents, businesses, and cultural institutions arriving every year. This growth creates opportunity, but it is also highlights the urgent need for infrastructure investments to keep pace. By upgrading sewers, drainage, and public space infrastructure, this plan can help ensure that LIC continues to thrive as a place where businesses can operate efficiently and residents can enjoy a high quality of life. We are especially encouraged that the plan recognizes LIC's role as both a residential and industrial hub. A significant portion of the zoning area lies within the industrial business zone, home to firms that provide thousands of good-paying jobs and keep our city's economy running. Ensuring that infrastructure investments support both residents and businesses will help retain these employers and allow them to grow alongside new development. The city also releases the draft NYC industrial plan yesterday. We look forward to working with the city and the council to explore potential synergies between the industrial plan and One LIC rezoning where appropriate given the overlap with the IBZ. Together, these initiatives have the potential to support balanced growth while sustaining jobs and strengthening the industrial base. We urge the council to support the One LIC plan and to ensure its implementation advances housing, sustains jobs, delivers cultural infrastructure upgrades, and enhances LIC's unique mix of industry, culture, and community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we hear from Alon.
I've never been Alon, but I'm Alan.
Alan Suna.
It's okay. Yeah, that's me.
Hey, that's your nickname now, Alon.
Okay, yeah. Maybe I'll become a great tennis player. Don't want to use my time for that, though. I'm Alan Suna, chairman of Silver Cup Studios in New York, which I started in Long Island City 45 years ago when our area was characterized by crime, drugs, and prostitution. Today, it's a much better place than it was back then, and these are the kinds of things, change makes things better. All right, well, we don't have a dog in the fight per se in the One LIC effort, but we continue to support the effort of Councilmember Juan, and we think it's going to bring much needed improvements in Long Island City. Contrary to some of the things that you've heard, there will be new and better schools, 4 of them. There'll be mixed income housing where 25 to 30% of all housing will be affordable. There'll be better flood controls throughout the improved shoreline protections, and the most new open space of any neighborhood in Western Queens. It includes a waterfront pedestrian and bicycle connection from Queensbridge Park South, which I've worked on with the council member. None of these changes will force anyone out of their homes in Queensbridge, nor will it increase the cost of living in Queensbridge. Streets will see improvements in sewerage and safety. More people, more eyes in the streets will just make it a safer place. We further look forward to working with the city and the Department of City Planning to rethink Long Island City's IBZs, both north and south of the bridge, to continue to develop a long-term plan for all of Western Queens for living, working, learning, and playing safely in the decades ahead. I'm done. Thank you.
With time to spare. Thank you, Alan. Next we'll hear from William. William, how do you pronounce your last name? If you could just educate me.
It's pronounced Zoo.
Zoo? Yep. Thank you. Go ahead, William.
Good afternoon, Chair Riley and Councilmember Juan. My name is William Zhu. I'm currently a Long Island City resident and for over 5 years now, and I'm a lifelong Queens resident. I'm also the Vice President of United Construction and Development Group, which is a family-owned business based in Queens that my uncle started over 30 years ago. Our company has built homes for countless families throughout the borough, and that includes families of all sizes and income levels. I'm here today to ask for your support in the One LIC neighborhood plan because our city needs more housing, and more importantly, our borough needs more housing. Building more housing is crucial for the growth of any city and also keeps the rents from running rampant. This plan will bring over 14,000 new apartments and over 4,000 permanently affordable apartments to the market. But it'll also bring more waterfront open space for residents and more commercial space to allow for small businesses to grow. Long Island City has become a neighborhood where many people want to live. This plan will ensure that neighborhood can welcome both new neighbors without displacing the people that already call LIC home. Building more housing should not be controversial during a housing crisis, and I urge you both to vote yes on the One LIC neighborhood plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Jared Lewis here?
Jared is going to be testifying remotely.
Remotely online. Thank you. Rachel?
I am Rachel.
Go ahead, Rachel.
Good afternoon. My name is Rachel Cohen, and I'm here today in support of the One LIC Neighborhood Plan. The energy and participation throughout this process, from community workshops to the turnout for hearings like today, reflect just how much we all care about the future of Long Island City. This plan presents a long overdue opportunity to invest in the basics that every neighborhood needs to thrive: schools, sewers, streets, and open space. Too many areas of LIC remain disconnected, defined by aging infrastructure, underutilized zoning, and public spaces that don't serve the people who live and work there. In parts of the neighborhood, unsafe and uninviting streets create a physical and perceptual barriers between residential areas, transit hubs, and the waterfront. The One LIC plan addresses those gaps head-on. It supports thoughtful growth, creates safer and more engaging streets, expands access to open space, and brings real investment into the infrastructure that sustains a growing community. It's a plan that prioritizes people and lays the foundation for a more connected, inclusive, and resilient Long Island City. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your testimony and your time. You're excused. Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Annalisa Ladicio. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. Okay, thank you. Matt Quigley, Jordan Hare, Peter Papamichael, Carla Casa, Rob Bash. And Barbara Etzel. Thank you. You may begin. We'll start with Matt. Matt Quigley.
Thank you for your time. My name's Matt Quigley, and I'm with Plaxall. My cousin was up here before speaking in favor of the plan, which, unsurprisingly, I'm in favor of, too. We've been in Long Island City for a long time, and we know that there are areas that are more dense and areas that are less dense, but I think density is definitely a requirement if the city is going to get out of this housing crisis, and the areas that can accept density, like on the waterfront, should take as much as they can. You know, density should not be a dirty word. It means more housing, which we need, especially when there are some other areas where we sort of can't put housing, like Sunnyside Gardens and places like that. One quick point about housing costs. We own a four-unit building on Vernon Boulevard for like 40 years. And in the 2000s, when the area was getting more popular, we were able to raise the rents on our tenants because more people were interested in taking these non-luxury units. And then when Queens West opened up and gave people more options, a lot of our tenants left, so then we had to reduce the rents in order to find new tenants. And that's, I think all the economic studies will tell you that's the way it works. You'll end up with a higher, average rent because you put in these more fancy apartments, but the non-fancy apartments get cheaper. And the last thing is, Long Island City is most likely taken more than its fair share of the housing burden. But with that, taking on that burden, for sure the city should be funding the infrastructure that's needed. I think the city should use it as a carrot for more neighborhoods to say you accept more housing and then we'll devote more city funds. But Long Island City, it's not a carrot. Long Island City needs it. So please help with that. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Next, we're going to hear from Jordan.
Hi there, my name is Jordan Hare. I work at Plaxall in Long Island City, and I'm raising 3 kids in Jackson Heights. I would like to express strong support for the LIC Neighborhood Plan, along with sincere gratitude to Councilmember Juan, DCP, City Hall, and all the agencies that have been working so hard for the last 2 years. I respectfully encourage the City Council to vote in favor of the Long Island City Neighborhood Plan, which will do so much good for Long Island City. This plan will improve the resiliency of the LIC waterfront. We at Plaxo will be able to open up Annabelle Basin with up to 3 acres of new world-class resilient open space, which will also include resilient shorelines, the elevation of new and existing streets, and more. It's a big step forward. But in addition, we would also strongly encourage the city to make complementary investments in Long Island City's aging sewer network. These long-awaited improvements would upgrade our aging local infrastructure and significantly benefit the wider neighborhood. This plan is also a big opportunity to celebrate and champion LIC's artists who add so much vitality to our neighborhood. The arts are what make LIC such an amazing place. Plaxall has been a supporter of LIC arts and artists for many decades. We are proud to donate space to Culture Lab, and we look forward to creating a permanent home for Culture Lab and a redeveloped Annabelle Basin. In addition, we would strongly encourage the city to make significant investments in LIC's arts and culture, such as the creation of a local arts fund that can support existing and emerging arts nonprofits. The arts need to grow. Capital funding for nonprofits like Culture Lab and others, and capital funding for arts infrastructure like an outdoor amphitheater and the renovation of PS1's Plaza. Once again, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Peter?
Good afternoon. My name is Peter Papa-Michael. I was born and raised in Queens, and over a decade ago I founded the Varea Group, a local business in Long Island City. I'm here to urge you to vote yes on this plan because it has been thoughtfully shaped around the real needs of our community. I urge you all to look around the room. I'm hoping City Hall is taking notice. Despite the stormy weather outside, countless neighbors and constituents have shown up today. They're here in this room. Their presence is proof of just how important this project is to the people of Queens, the people of Long Island City, and it's proof that capital needs are required to make this a reality. This is about balance between growth and community needs, balance between opportunity and responsibility, and with your support, we can get it right. Vote yes means for Long Island City and for Queens, vote for education, for equity, for opportunity, for infrastructure, for resilience, for open space, and also for the expansion of arts and culture. This plan reflects years of community input and delivers benefits we desperately need. So I ask you, on behalf of local businesses and families and generations to come, please vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Carlo?
Good afternoon. My name is Carlo Casa. I'm the Director of Policy and Research at the New York Building Congress. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. The Building Congress represents over 500 organizations and over 250,000 skilled tradespeople and professionals, all dedicated to the growth and prosperity of our city. We strongly support the One LIC Neighborhood Plan. The plan is a comprehensive, community-informed, and much-needed initiative that addresses Long Island City's pressing needs for affordable housing, public spaces, and resilient infrastructure. Nearly half of renters in LIC spend more than 30% of their income on rent. Why? Because our city is in a growing housing crisis, where the demand for housing far outpaces our supply of homes. The One LIC plan will create almost 15,000 new homes, including over 4,000 permanently affordable units. This is a critical step towards fixing our housing crisis while providing housing for families at all income levels. The plan will also transform areas beneath the Queensboro Bridge into vibrant public spaces that reconnect Queensbridge houses with the broader community. The plan aims to unify the waterfront, creating a continuous esplanade that improves recreational opportunities and waterfront access for all residents. One LIC includes investments in sewage and plumbing infrastructure to address current flooding issues and prepares the neighborhood for the future. The current proposal reflects extensive community engagement, incorporating feedback from dozens of meetings as well as thousands of public comments, all to ensure that the plan aligns with the community's priorities and needs. Simply put, the One LIC Neighborhood Plan is a huge step forward in addressing New York's housing crisis, and we urge its approval. Thank you for your consideration, and thank you for the pizza.
Thank you. Rob?
Hi, and thank you for holding this committee meeting. My name is Rob Bash, and I'm the president of the Hunters Point Parks Conservancy and a resident of LIC since 2009. Since about 2017, 2018, I have been testifying at various redevelopment projects for LIC. Whether it was your LIC, an Annabelle Basin rezoning, Amazon, or others, nothing ever gets done. When Amazon backed out of LIC, I heard people say in the neighborhood, oh, we dodged a bullet, and now the neighborhood can get something we really, really want. But here we are 6 years later, and again, nothing is done. When I go jogging down Vernon Boulevard, I see the same boarded up properties that I saw when I moved here in 2009. The community has not benefited, and the only ones benefiting from this are the Canada geese and the rats that live behind those walls. This project is not perfect, and I will continue to advocate for more parks and green spaces, but this is our best opportunity to get something great done for our community. No to this project will mean nothing gets done. A new project will not materialize in 6 months that everyone will love. It's time to get something done, and I trust our councilwoman to bring this plan to fruition that will greatly impact LIC in a very positive manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Ms. Barber?
I am Barbara Etzel, and I have lived in the Long Island City neighborhood since 2009. I fully support the One LIC development plan. No plan is ever going to get 100% agreement. People will always have different viewpoints. However, this plan has incorporated over 18 months of community feedback during dozens of meetings, 2,300 survey responses, and over 5,000 written comments. If this plan is not enacted, then we can expect to have inertia and the status quo for the next decade. That would be a tragedy. That's too long to wait to unlock more housing and sites for commercial development. This plan will give us 14,000 new housing units, including 4,300 affordable units. And it is also essential that these units accommodate families. Too many people live in the neighborhood, love it, and just as soon as they have child number 2, they are priced out of the neighborhood and leave for the suburbs. However, while I support the plan, there are some adjustments that should be made. We should ensure that this includes space for arts organization, gallery space, and artist studios that the artists can afford. One of the special things about LIC is the number of artists who live in the neighborhood. Let's not price them out of the neighborhood by trying to do a great thing for the neighborhood. We also need a connected waterfront from Queensbridge Park to Gantry State Park across both public and private sites. And the city-owned sites under Queensbridge should be returned to the community and park uses. This plan also should include an extensive investment in sewage, plumbing, and resilience infrastructure. Too many areas in our neighborhood experience flooding and sewer issues now. Thank you.
Thank you. There being no questions, this panel is excused. Thank you so much. Just want to state for the record, online, we have about 20 more people in person, and then we're going to transition to online testimony. So we should be on online in the next 30 to 40 minutes. The next panel you're going to hear from consists of Jessica Chris, Mohammed Rajaj, Chowdhury Islam, Mohammed Abdullah Kashaf, Chris Batris, and Juhab Chowdhury. Sorry if I mispronounced your name. Jessica?
Hi, I'm Jessica Sechrist, Executive Director of the Hunters Point Parks Conservancy.
Jessica, 1 second. I just want to call these names again. Jessica, what's your name? So we have Jessica and Chris. Is Mohammed Rajaz here? Do we have a Chowdhury Islam? Do we have a Mohammed Abdullah Kashaf? Okay. All right, you may begin. Go ahead.
I do just want to mention that a group did go out looking for a prayer room earlier, so they may still be doing that.
No problem. Thank you so much.
Of course. I'm Jessica Sechrist, Executive Director of the Hunters Point Parks Conservancy and a Long Island City resident whose building touches the plan area. As the neighborhood's primary parks group, our mission is to support and advocate for the green spaces and waterfront of Long Island City and to ensure the parks remain an indispensable asset to the community. We support the approval of the One LIC plan. We feel that an overall plan is superior to approaching individual properties on a case-by-case basis, as we feel this is the best and most effective way to address the neighborhood's current needs, as well as plan for its sustainable growth in decades to come. Our organization can attest to the incredible benefits that have resulted from the new acres of waterfront parks built over the last 2 decades. We see One LIC's focused on new open space along the waterfront and in the core that are high quality, resilient, sustainable, accessible, and designed to meet needs of an expanding community as a major advantage of this project. We know our neighborhood desperately needs more park space, and the current approach to development has not delivered that. We appreciate the work done by our council member, Julie Wan, the Department of City Planning, and the plan consultants to providing many venues for community engagement and feedback, and feel it's essential that the approved plan incorporate the community priorities identified through this process. We particularly appreciate our council members' dedication to equitable park spaces and championing of projects like the reclamation of Queensbridge Baby Park as part of this. We recognize that with growth comes challenges, and that to fully support approving this plan, it must address infrastructure needs ranging from sewers to transportation to school capacity and affordable housing. The neighborhood needs more open space, and we feel that an overall community plan is more likely to bring these goals to the forefront rather than approaching development lot by lot. Thank you.
Chris, go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Batres, and I'm a proud serve as a council representative for the New York District Council of Carpenters. I'm also a local resident and a part of the Latino community in Queens, Astoria. I'm here this afternoon to a strong support of One LIC neighborhood rezoning. This rezoning represents opportunity for families like mine and thousands of others in Queens. This plan means access to good middle-class jobs that provides real wages, health benefits, and retirement security. As a Latino and Hispanic, I can tell you firsthand how critical initiatives like this are for the community, for communities of color. Too often, working people are left out of the economic growth around them. But One LIC rezoning is different. It will be built with union labor, guaranteeing that our neighbors have a fair shot to careers that can support their families. Beyond the jobs, the rezoning will bring long-term community benefits, new affordable housing, improvement infrastructure, and spaces that bring people together. This is the kind of investment that Queens deserves and needs. Queens deserves the lift up working families, strengthen neighborhoods, and keeps opportunities right here in Queens, Astoria. On behalf of the Carpenters Union, as a proud local resident, still live in Astoria, grew up in Astoria, I urge to approve this rezoning to allow Queens to keep building stronger for a better future and for all the families that we still live in Queens. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Warren.
Hi, thank you for being here, Jessica. I just wanted to ask from your perspective, as you and Rob Bosch, the chair of Hunters Point Conservancy, has been leading on green space advocacy, how dire do you think the need is, considering that the city testified that on their goal of 2.5 acres of park space for every 1,000 residents, we are currently at 0.9% of that goal?
We think it's incredibly important. You know, we are advocating for green spaces throughout the district, as you know, and we think that for the well-being of the community, for mental health, and crucially, as this becomes a more economically and racially diverse community, it's important that we are providing residents in affordable housing the same access to quality public spaces that have been enjoyed by people who live in much higher income areas. And honestly, this is an unsustainable amount of open space for the size of our community, and it's only getting worse every year with more development.
In the summertime when the weather is nice, How many people do you see on average within like the oval?
Hundreds,
Which is just a small parcel of the park.
Gantry Plaza State Park, which has more capacity for tracking attendance than the city parks, reported 3 million visitors last year. 2021 data from a consulting call we took with a geocaching company, so it's not exact, showed that we were seeing 1 million visitors to Hunters Point South Park, and those numbers have certainly gone up with all of the new towers coming in. And it's a real challenge because we are desperately in need of both passive and active public spaces to serve our rapidly growing community.
This is just a note for my team. I think we need to follow up on the calculations of if we were to only move forward with 6 acres of forecasted public park space with this project as is, what that would lead to in our current 0.9%, what that calculation is. And then we should also look into the 1 to 3 million person visit number to also compare that to how many residents we currently have in Hunters Point alone. I also wanted to ask, from the years that you've worked at Hunters Point Conservancy, you've also witnessed and have reported unmaintained parcels, large parcels of publicly owned land in Hunters Point South. And do you foresee that there would be a lot of public support if we used one of the public parcels, even if it's temporary, because we know that it goes on for more than a decade of being barren and unused, if it were to be converted to be active sports use?
Absolutely. We've had a petition running for less than a month that we started ahead of a meeting with Parks, and we've gotten close to 1,000 signatures just off of our own efforts to run this in support of transforming the remaining publicly owned parcel to Section D. I have queued up on my list today to send your office some of the concerns with the new bus stop because HPD has not maintained the walkway around that. We have a gala tonight, but that is on my list for this week because that's an ongoing issue as well, because it's very difficult when you see these overused spaces and then you see these empty, rat-filled, weed-filled lots that are owned by the city that could be used by the community and are just not being there. And I do think, a lot of neighborhood organizations like Plaxall have been really leading the way in allowing creative uses of lots that aren't going to be developed right away, and it would be wonderful if the city could follow in that to address this real need. Obviously, we need housing, but especially low-income housing deserves adequate and well-maintained public space as part of that.
So just for a public record, you are proposing that parcel D be converted to temporary active sports use for the public to have access to?
Yes, I think that would help. It's not that much space, it's a city lot, but it would help address some of the incredible overuse of the current park assets.
And for your current proposal for converting parcel D to a temporary active sports area, I believe I had read in some of the public forums that there are light commitments from local developers to fund this project. Can you share some more information on how this would be funded?
Sure. So we've talked, there's the ideal way that we would all like development to happen in our city, and then there's the reality of limited city budgets and how things are paid for. So we've talked to some of the large developers in the area who are looking at building projects that would be adjacent to these lots that have already started building them, and they are potentially interested in the standard New York City agreement of you invest in something like MTA structures or you invest in improving an adjacent publicly owned property in exchange for building more density. They are even, I can't speak for them, obviously, but they have potentially committed to adding affordable housing on some of their existing properties through the ULURP process to get a waiver in exchange for helping construct this space, because obviously we all know that there are challenges with New York City Parks capital construction process and how long-term it is, finding the funding for it. You have supported so much investment in the parks. I'm sure you know how that works. So finding public-private partnerships to help support this, to serve the needs of this community, because developers benefit hugely from public space. They're able to charge higher rates in market rate units. They are able to really bring more economic gain to support that, and it's so much easier to add something like that as a change order on an existing project than for the city to pursue the entire thing directly.
Okay, so what I've learned from your testimony right now is that there's no such thing as a free lunch. In order for us to get the capital funding from these other developers who are not part of this rezoning, there would have to be a separate rezoning to get them to fund the project?
I don't think it would be, I think that they've already started some of the rezoning. It's in the area that is currently a lot of warehouse space near the Amtrak and LIR
So
yards.
there'll be a separate rezoning that has not come to ULURP.
Yeah.
So that would not be part of this project?
No, it's because it's out of the project area. But it is also a model that could potentially work in the project area in either Court Square or in the areas closer to the water in the current industrial zone, I think.
Okay, noted. Thank you for double time doing this while you have a big gala tonight.
I mean,
thank you so much.
Thank God for smartphones so I can do both at the same time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. You're excused. The next panel we're going to hear from is Muhammad Islam, Muhammad Naziruddin, April Adams, Paling Hisaya, I think it's Paolinghsia, sorry if I mispronounced your name, Dennis Ilbrick, and Andrew Epstein. The following panel is going to consist of Kevin D'Antonio, Francis Shields, Austin Celestine, Christopher Leon Johnson, Laura Wolf Powers, Seth Basakis, and Olivia Moon. You can start from my right, sir, and just please reinstate your name for the record, and you may begin.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Andrew Ebenstein. I hope that the City Council will vote in favor of the rezoning. The city needs more housing, it needs more affordable housing, and it needs more market rate housing, and the One LIC plan will provide both. The plan will also bring real, tangible neighborhood improvements that benefit the Long Island City community, including public access to the waterfront, new schools, and important infrastructure upgrades. Without this rezoning, these investments simply won't happen. We can't continue to let the perfect be the enemy of the good. The boarded up sites across the neighborhood aren't benefiting anyone, and it's time to approve the One LIC rezone so Long Island City can finally move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, thank you, Chair Riley. Good to see you, Councilmember Wan. My name is April Adams, Manager of Government Affairs at JetBlue Airways. We are located at 27-01 Queens Plaza North. On behalf of JetBlue, I would like to express our support for the One LIC rezoning proposal. Since 2012, New York's hometown airline has been headquartered in the historic Brewster Building in Long Island City. As a major employer in Queens, we have 88,500 crew members in Queens, and we have more than 1,600 crew members based at our Long Island City Support Center. We recognize how critical it is to invest in this neighborhood. As a result of thoughtful community engagement, the One LIC rezoning plan outlines how to make LIC a place where top talent will want to live and work. We especially support the plan's priorities to create new, accessible open spaces under the Queensboro Bridge, develop affordable family-sized housing to retain a diverse workforce, improve aging sewer and drainage infrastructure to reduce flooding, open public waterfront access with resilient design, increase school capacity, which is essential for families living and working in LIC, and transform the publicly owned DOE building, who is our next-door neighbor, to better serve the community. We hope that these priorities will be included in the final plan. For JetBlue, these investments are vital to creating a strong local economy, attracting and retaining talent, and ensuring that LIC remains a place where both families and businesses can thrive. We urge City Council to support this, We urge City Council to support the One LIC plan and prioritize the needs of the employees, residents, and businesses in this community. Thank you for the opportunity to share our support.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dennis Ibrich. Like my colleague Chris, I'm also a council representative with the New York City District Council of Carpenters, but more importantly, I am a lifelong Queens resident. I grew up in Queens, I live in Queens, and I have seen firsthand what happens when development does not include the community. We have seen projects go up that provide little to no real benefit for the people who actually live there. That is why the One LIC neighborhood rezoning stands out. This rezoning is committed to creating thousands of good-paying union jobs, jobs with training, benefits, and a pathway to the middle class. These are careers, not just paychecks. But it does not stop there. One LIC will bring much-needed affordable housing, community facilities, and spaces that make this neighborhood more livable. It is an investment in working people, families, and the next generation of New Yorkers. As someone who has spent his whole life in Queens, I want to see rezonings that do not just change the skyline, but strengthen the community. The One LIC rezoning does exactly that. And on behalf of my union brothers and sisters, and as a proud Queens resident, I urge you to approve this rezoning, and I can't stress this enough, to make sure development in Queens works for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Miss?
Greetings, everyone. My name is Pauline Xia, speaking on behalf of small business and property owners along 21st Street between 39th and 40th Avenue within the IBZ zone. We support the overall plan, but respectfully urge that our Block 392 be modified to mixed use, allow some housing. We are surrounded by mixed use for decades and never use IBZ incentives, simply because the program isn't practical. Our area has become transit-rich and pedestrian-friendly with subway, bus line, bike lanes, and safe crossing. Industrial use poses a very high risk. During the pandemic, a fire set by the homeless people left our buildings damaged and unsafe. We desperately need to rebuild. Despite repeat appeals and proposals for mixed use, we have been told no housing allowed, you are in IBZ. However, Rule 22-625 and 626, IBZ Boundary Commission clearly grants its authority to designate, amend, or repair in part or in total. We ask the council to establish a clear published process for individual blocks within IBZ to apply for zoning variance, including residential components, based on character and justification without excessive burdens. After all, 20 years have passed, some IBZs have become outdated. We are not opposing IBZ policy, we are asking for adaptive flexibility, modifying Block 392 to mixed use, including housing and affordable housing, with aligned with the council's goal to expand housing supply and affordability. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Councilmember Juan.
Thank you so much to everyone who came to testify. I have a question for the Carpenters. So this is a very special rezoning because we are going to be going through 485X, which has been newly adopted, and developers have been a little squeamish with it throughout the city, but not these developers. They're ready to take on 485X. So I just wanted to get your take on the Carpenters Union and if you've had any recent experience with success of 485X where it has given you union jobs in the city of New York.
Sure, I can speak on that a little bit. Thank you so much again, Julie. So on Orchard Street, the high-rise that's the general contractors, Triton, I believe, we were able to get union carpentry signatories on the project. It started out with just the drywall package and then eventually moved into the millwork. Historically, Long Island City has gone sort of the non-union route. If you're asking me honestly, it was a shame to see that, and hopefully with this rezoning that we can change that. It is important that we have union jobs out there where workers are getting benefits, area standard wages, But Orchard Park, I think, is our sort of champion at the moment where it can happen.
Okay, glad to hear that it is possible, that it's not just a lofty idea on paper that the government has formulated. And you may want to say hello to Schuman Properties before you leave. Okay, thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Kevin D'Antonio, Francis Shields, Austin Celestine, Christopher Leon Johnson, Laura Wolf Powers, and Seth Bazakis. After this, we will be transitioning to online testimony. If you did not hear your name and you wanted to testify and you're in the chambers, please see one of the sergeant at arms and let them know, okay? This is the last panel that I have here. Okay, may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Kevin D'Antonio. My wife and I are proudly raising our son in Long Island City, just a few blocks from where my grandmother was born in 1931. I also work right here in the neighborhood, so I see the community's growth and challenges every single day. Now, as a new dad, I'm thinking even more about the future, particularly quality schools, green spaces, infrastructure improvements, and a strong local economy. The One LIC project brings all of that closer to reality. It's not just about buildings, it's about jobs, housing, and smart development that keeps families like mine in the neighborhood. I want my child to grow up in a place that's vibrant, inclusive, and built to last. That's why I fully support One LIC. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Austin Celestin. I am a lifelong New Yorker. I'm an urban planning graduate. I also led a walking tour of Long Island City back in July with a member of CB2 Anatoly. I think all of us remember a time, I think even 10 years ago, 15 years ago, when the Citigroup Tower was the only building in Long Island City that stood alone, and now it's just one of many. The 2001 rezoning gave a lot of housing to the neighborhood. It helped make Long Island City one of the most densely populated neighborhoods in the city and the top producers of housing over the last 10 years. It also had no accountability. It was originally a commercial rezoning. And instead, what we got was a lot of housing with no accountability metrics to enforce with affordability. One LIC is different, and almost ironically, One LIC works because of the mistakes of the past. Because of the high rents and the new housing in Long Island City, it makes the mandatory inclusionary housing viable and feasible. It's one of the neighborhoods where that kind of mechanism would actually work, which is why One LIC makes so much sense. It is the largest rezoning in recent memory. It's bigger than Soho, bigger than Jamaica, bigger than Midtown South. It's a model of how much housing that we actually need to build in this city. It's also more than just housing. It's resiliency, investment, and more green space. And obviously, those kinks need to be worked out and adjusted accordingly to make sure that the plan is as good as it can be. But as I wrote in an op-ed 3 years ago, the goal should always be to get to yes. And while I support this rezoning wholeheartedly, I would also like to make this point. As I said before, Long Island City is one of the top producers of housing in the city, and that should be recognized in a way that makes this rezoning make sense, but also that Long Island City cannot continue to carry this burden. Rezonings like this, of this scale, should be exercised in areas across the city and not just Long Island City. And any adjustment should be made so that's feasible to be delivered. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you for listening. My name is Laura Wolf Powers. I'm part of the Western Queens Community Land Trust, and I'm also a professor of urban planning at Hunter College. I've testified in hearings along the way on the draft scope, on the final scope at Community Board 2. I've submitted testimony to the Borough President and the City Planning Commission. So, and I just, along the way, I've had a lot of opportunities to witness the advocacy that Councilmember Juan has provided for the extremely crucial needs that are necessary for if she's going to vote yes on this plan. And that includes stormwater-related investments. It includes investments in open space. It includes very specific housing-related funding commitments, including commitments on city-owned sites. It includes NYCHA, and we've heard all that today, and I was here when the panel of city officials was here, and I just wanted to say I appreciate you really holding their feet to the fire and making it very clear that you did not intend to vote yes on the rezoning, as with all of the benefits that people have been saying that it has, unless there's some basic provisions made. I'd also like to correct what I consider to be a misconception about the role of housing supply in addressing the housing crisis that we have in this city and promoting affordability and inclusion. This is not many studies show that simply upzoning and allowing for more market rate housing does not alleviate rent burden. Upzonings during the Bloomberg administration resulted in neighborhoods that were wider, where rents were higher, where low income and people of color were pushed out. And so I think that it makes sense to really double down on your insistence that there be significant affordability for very low income people as part of this plan.
Hello, there we go. Hi, my name is Seth Bazakis. I'm the founding director of Renew Queens and Wellspring Church and the Renewal Collective for a bunch of nonprofits and for-profits in the Long Island City neighborhood. Been a resident just shy of 20 years. And we are strong supporters and fans of the plan put forth for the One LIC project. We want to see this come to a reality. We've seen many, many iterations that have failed to live up to the needs of the people. And I'm just in great admiration of the work that Councilwoman One has done in particular to represent a huge swath of voices and diversity groups. It's very important that we bring LIC together, no longer a divide, both through infrastructure and affordability, through our poor neighborhoods and those in Black and brown communities and the parts that are not that are more wealthy and have access to other spaces. Our nonprofit alone is doing our best to hold the middle ground on that. This week alone in one of our facilities we'll have 4 different church organizations from various backgrounds and religious perspectives using our facilities. We try and give them as much away as we can for free. We're trying to hold that gap between the 2 different LICs as much as we can. We will host events, one of them being like the Queen's Easter Festival, and it will sell out for it's free, for over 10,000 people in less than 24 hours. The need is so great, we can't keep up with that. We'll host an event, and we can barely send out an email without the need being there for young families. We support thousands and thousands of young families in the neighborhood. To be clear, though, I think we can get this done with One LIC, but for that to be a reality, we do need public investment from the city to do their part. A huge part of what we need is for young families. That's schools, that's sewage, that's plumbing, that's parks, and we cannot ignore NYCHA housing. So we need the city to do their part and to come alongside the radical generosity of private developers, which we're beginning to see, but just needs to come to fruition for community organizations, for places of worship, so this truly can be a fully comprehensive community plan that supports everybody. I think it's possible with One LIC.
Yeah, hello, Chair Wiley, Chair Wan. My name is Christopher Leon Johnson. Show my support for One LIC. I appreciate you, Julie Wan, for doing this plan. I hope you vote yes for the plan. Hope this goes to the City Council and the mayor signs it. So I want to make clear that what we need to start doing more is to find a way to revamp Queensboro Bridge to make it more accessible for a Deliverista hub and for street vendors. And what needs to start happening more is with Queensbridge projects, you have to find a way to really get rid of Queensbridge projects and implement the RAD Pack into the Queensbridge projects, because Queensbridge project is a eyesore, a big eyesore in Long Island City. I think that Queensbridge projects need to be demolished and put something different over there, because it's high crime, the quality of life is garbage, and it makes Long Island City look bad. It gives Long Island City a bad look. Queensbridge project. I call demolition for Queensbridge project and build something new. And while you're there, you should put the people somewhere, other places around there, so you build something new around it. That's my opinion. I think that this plan is a great great layout. I believe that the city, the DOT, need to come forward with what's the plan for the open space plan within this plan. Because why is only 3 spots they could do open space? They should be all over the area. And I believe that these waterfronts, they need a big renovation. I've been to a few of them. They're not looking good. They're horrible. So like I said before, 20 seconds left. I think, like I said, demolish the Queensbridge projects. It's an eyesore in the city. I hate it over there. It's like it gives the whole Queens a bad name. The crime, the prostitution, the drugs, the gang violence. And once you get rid of Queensbridge projects and build something new, better over there, Long Island City will be way better. Thank you.
Thank you. No questions, but I just have to state, I think Queensbridge is a beautiful community. I actually just went there not too long ago, and it was a very, very beautiful community. I do feel like the city needs to invest more into it because those members are struggling, but it's a very beautiful community, and just want to thank Councilmember Juan for the great things she's doing in that area. No questions for this panel. This panel is excused. Thank you so much. The next panel I'm going to hear from consists of Olivia Munn, Shersaf, and Jackson Shabbat. Like I stated, if I did not mention your name and you do want to testify, you're in the chambers, please raise your hand right now. Is anybody in here that wants to testify that we did not call on? Okay, thank you. After this panel, we will be transitioning to online testimony. The first panel I'll be calling online will consist of Sean Campbell, Daniel Taylor, Kenny Greenberg, Anatole Asharf, and Riley Owens. That will be the next panel I'll call online. Okay, you may begin. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Hi, my name's Olivia Munn-Shersaf, and I live and work in Long Island City. And I am a beneficiary of affordable housing in Hunters Point, and I want that for more families like mine. I'm also a pastor at a local church, Wellspring Church, and part of my role as pastor is to listen to the community. And so I have tried to spend the last 6 months or so listening to my congregants, hearing their perspective and their needs. And what I hear and what I see is that people are looking for stability, for long-term housing options that could last. They're also looking for schooling. So I do ask the city to keep their promises to provide elementary, middle, high schools for all ages so families don't have to leave. And I see that this is a thriving community that loves their neighborhood and wants to put down roots. So I support One LIC, and I'm grateful for all the work that Councilwoman Julie has done for that.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Jackson Chabot. I'm the Director of Advocacy and Organizing at Open Plans. At Open Plans, we think a lot about livable neighborhoods and specifically livable streets. So I'm here today to testify in support of One LIC from the infrastructure perspective, and I'd like to highlight several key points. First and foremost, this plan must include north-south connections through the bridge to provide neighbors in all parts of the community access to each other. Second, this should include restoration of the Queensbridge Baby Park. Recently, I saw some of the historical photos from the Queensbridge houses and specifically when the Queensbridge was built, and it was gorgeous. And it was gorgeous because there was the investment in the infrastructure, and we need to return to that. Neighbors specifically in and around the Queensbridge houses deserve more access to public space. They deserve more access to the waterfronts, and this plan is an excellent opportunity to provide that. It is imperative, and it must be a part of this final plan. Third, the plazas and open space under the Queensboro Bridge ramps must be open, fully accessible, and fully usable by the neighbors and the community. Fourth, traffic safety and specifically pedestrian safety improvements throughout the area must be prioritized. Councilmember Juan has a fantastic bill, Intro 1138, that would provide daylighting and specifically hardened infrastructure at intersections where there's the most points of potential for conflict between drivers, folks driving, walking, biking, scooting, rolling as we're talking about families, and that must be at the forefront of this plan, specifically having the agencies, DDC amongst others, put in the curb extensions from the get-go so we don't have to fight for intersection safety down the line, and all neighbors moving into the neighborhood or living in the neighborhood presently have access to improved traffic safety. And then finally, a connected waterfront. Queens is beautiful, and the Queens waterfront is amazing, but far too many neighbors do not have access to Queensbridge Park and Gantry State Park, and so this plan must have a connected waterfront. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. There being no questions, this panel is excused. We will now transition to online testimony. The first panel will consist of Daniel Taylor, Kenny Greenberg, and Atal Ashraf, and Riley Owens. The following panel will consist of Jenny Dubano, Jenny Dubno, Pamela Herrera, Memo Salazar, and Mamdana Limbert. We'll hear first from Daniel Taylor.
You may begin.
Okay. My name is Daniel Taylor. I'm a lifelong resident of the Queensbridge houses. Been living there 69 years. First, I would like to say I'm in favor of the One LIC plan, only because I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. There is some things that's terribly wrong with the plan that I'm hoping that can be worked out with City Council and the city itself, because we do need jobs, we do need schools, we do need infrastructure, and we do need open spaces. I've been advocating for the open space under the Queensboro Bridge for about a decade and a half. I've been trying to see why they took that park from us and trying to get it back. That little half acre of land that they're trying to call the baby park, or renovation of the baby park, is an insult to me, because nothing in there has anything to do with the baby park. That entire strip of almost a football field was that park, and it was a vital connection to the Queensbridge houses, where our parents took us to, so we can grow up and thrive in safety. I took offense to what the guy said about tearing Queensbridge down, because Queensbridge, let me tell you, is one of the best places you can come to live. There's a lot of people there, positiveness that you're missing. And a bunch of them spoke today at that panel, the residents of Queensbridge. It's a shame that, NYCHA has failed us in a lot of ways, but I'm hoping that with this plan that we can, benefit from it. I know we will if, in fact, it goes through. Maybe not the way it's designed, but the way that City Council, Julie Wong, is trying to make it designed to do. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we're going to hear from Kenny Greenberg.
Hello, I am Kenny Greenberg. I am on the Queens CB2 Land Use, Small Business, and Arts Committees. I'm a business owner and homeowner for over 4 decades. CB2 volunteered hundreds of hours to arrive at carefully thought out recommendations. LIC needs to be a mixed-use, affordable neighborhood where small businesses, makers, and industry can survive. The present plan does not guarantee this. We need affordable grocery stores, fresh food markets, and opportunities for small retail operations. The present plan does not guarantee this. We need to avoid encouraging speculative development at the cost of existing businesses. New development should complement, not replace, Long Island City's industrial and creative communities. We call for a downzoning to the M1 and M2 districts with targeted bonuses that encourage affordable, creative, and maker spaces. This would promote economic diversity while retaining the area's unique mixed-use identity. We've seen more than one upzoning where promised mitigation never happened. The Innovation Center achieved new zoning, but now the Community Benefits Agreement are in doubt. We need to see guaranteed allocations before shovels go into the ground. Finally, climate change and sea level rise, the most significant threats to local business and the community, are barely addressed. We need resiliency for the entire neighborhood, not just the new buildings. We urge the Council to set advanced conditions for approval, as clearly expressed by Council Member 1 and CB2. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Anatol Asharf.
You may begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Riley. Good to see you again. And Council Member 1. My name is Anatol Ashraf. I'm the chair of Queens Community Board 2, which represents most of the 1 LIC rezoning area. And thank you, CB2, for showing up. Proud of y'all. Teamwork. I'm the first Bangladeshi CB chair in New York City history. I've lived in this district since I was a teenager, and I was homeless from 1999 to 2000, and I was as anti-Amazon HQ2 as they come. I've seen what happens when a city doesn't plan for working families, when growth leaves people behind. I've also seen LIC change. And now as chair, I'm urging you, bake into this plan the public guarantees our community asked for, please. CB2 voted 37-7 in favor of 1 LIC with conditions after, like Kenny said, hundreds of hours of deliberation that none of us got paid for. It's we work for free 99. We want growth, but only growth that delivers real public benefits, deeply affordable housing, infrastructure, schools, parks, cultural space, and accountability. Per the email testimony we received in June, before we took our CB2 vote, roughly 75% of testimony supported the plan, another 15% was mixed or conditionally supportive, and only 10% opposed fully. This council has the power and the responsibility to make this plan real. That means, another summary please, homes at 40 to 60% AMI, not just a few units buried in luxury towers, public land for public good, schools, parks, 100% deeply affordable housing, infrastructure up front, open space that meets our needs, like Daniel said, more than the tiny bit that's promised, and real access to the waterfront, zoning with a purpose, scale bonuses to deliver community benefits, protect arts, makers, small businesses, the people who made LIC what it is, like Kenny and Ernie Brooks, I'm sure is somewhere, all the music people, arts people, and above all, binding accountability. We need a community oversight body and enforceable timelines. And also particularly millennials and Gen Z in particular need this if they're going to stay and grow old in NYC.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Asharf. Next, we'll hear from Riley Owens.
You may begin.
Hello, thank you. My name is Riley Owens, and I'm the chair of the Transportation Committee of Community Board 2. I'm here today because I am in favor of the 1 LIC plan with our community board's recommendations. This plan works to meet the need for new housing and job growth in an area that is well served by mass transit and a proximity to Midtown Manhattan. Growth in Long Island City is inevitable, and a holistic plan to properly address that growth is important. Our concerns addressed with our recommendations are about city infrastructure that is already overtaxed by the explosive growth of this neighborhood in the last 2 decades. While LIC benefits from multiple subway lines and bus routes, they are nearly always overburdened here, and train cars and subway stations become dangerously overcrowded. Mass transit must serve its customers with safety, comfort, accessibility, and dignity, especially if the city seeks to prevail in reducing automobile dependency. We were dismayed that the plan did not include any participation with the MTA to address the expansion of the area's subway stations, which the DIS states will not be able to safely accommodate peak hour traffic. Nor did the plan address the expansion of Long Island Railroad service to a future Sunnyside station, or with the EDC, the expansion of New York City ferry service. Many of the problems of crowding on the subways can be fixed with frequent and reliable bus service, which would require dedicated bus lanes on the Queensboro Bridge and the Queens Midtown Tunnel. We seek a formalized transit coordination plan that addresses the current and future needs of this community. Likewise, we are asking for a long-term streetscape master plan that implements a comprehensive Vision Zero strategy tailored to LIC, including the Queens Waterfront Greenway Project and DOT's Citywide Greenways Plan. Rather than a piecemeal redesign of streets and corners, this neighborhood rezoning is an opportunity to plan safety and space for pedestrians, cyclists, and drivers from the ground up. And finally, lacking available parkland, our streets must be re-envisioned as open space, creating open streets and plazas safe from auto traffic and repurposing city lots for parks, such as the lots under the Queensboro Bridge and the proposed 29th Street Park at the head of the Dutch Kills tributary.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. There being no questions, this panel is excused. The next panel we'll hear from is Jenny Dubna, right? Jenny Dubna, Pamela Herrera, Memo Salazar, and Mandana Limbert. The following panel will consist of Christine Garner, Lior Brimberg, Dan Miller, and Thomas Mit-Uzas. We'll hear first from Jenny Dubna.
You may begin.
Hi there. Is it possible for me to swap with a friend who has to leave for work soon?
No, but I could call her next. What's that friend's name?
Rachel Brown.
Rachel Brown?
Yes.
Okay, I'll call Rachel Brown next. Go ahead, Jenny.
Thank you so much. Tell me when I should begin.
You can begin now.
Okay. My name is Jenny Dubnow, and I'm testifying on behalf of a coalition of community groups in LIC, which will later submit written testimony on the rezoning in its entirety. But today I'm focusing on the issue of displacement in the industrial zones. According to the DEIS, the one LIC rezoning would lead to the net loss of almost 800,000 square feet of industrial space. Yet unbelievably, the DEIS predicts no major resulting job losses. Industrial buildings house manufacturers, small startups, streetcar vendors, auto repair shops, and a ton of working artists. These crucial sectors are dependent on affordable space, and the outer borough industrial vacancy rate of approximately 8% is actually rather low. In fact, in central Queens, it's only 4.9%. Western Queens CLT and the Pratt Institute's Made in New York recently conducted a survey of Queens-based manufacturers. The vast majority said they are at risk of displacement, and on average, they can afford only about $20 a square foot annually. To be clear, the current industrial vacancy rate would be even lower if the rents were truly affordable. Rezoning manufacturing zones to mixed-use residential means the destruction of older, lower-rise industrial buildings with higher-rise residential towers. Many industrial tenants will be immediately displaced when their buildings are torn down, and others when their rents are raised. Meanwhile, the DEIS states that more than 2.5 million square feet of office space will be added in LIC via one LIC, even though, according to Cranes New York, fully 1/3 of Class A, high-end, office space in LIC is vacant. The rezoning should be modified to preserve industrial buildings, not incentivize their demolition, and no more unneeded, unaffordable office space should be added. It's hard to see how the current one LIC plan supports the preservation of manufacturing and the arts, two important stated goals. And finally, to help mitigate the manufacturing affordability and supply crisis that would be worsened by this rezoning, the city should ensure that the final RFP for the DOE building follows the vision of the Queensboro People's
Your
Space.
time has expired. Thank you.
Provide over 600,000 square feet of permanently affordable space. Thank you very much. We can't support this plan unless the above issues are addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'm going to call Rachel Brown.
You may begin.
Go ahead, Rachel.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm not sure why I don't have a camera, but that's okay. I can just go without. So thank you for moving me up in the line. I'm also part of this kind of coalition of community groups in Long Island City and Western Queens in general. I focus on food and housing and environmental justice, and I'm here to urge you to vote no on the one LIC plan unless it's changed substantially. This process I've been involved in from the beginning, and it really is upsetting to hear it called extensive community engagement when it doesn't feel like that, when it feels like it's been rigged for for-profit development with no concern for affordability and quality of life for those of us living and working here. I've said it before, I'll say it again, that this is a plan that puts profit over people, and it's only going to benefit the rich and the richer. The narrative that more housing will solve our housing crisis has been proved wrong, as Laura mentioned. It leads to displacement, it leads to higher rents. So MIH and one and three, like, yes, we need MIH, but it's not good enough. We need lower AMIs and higher percentage of those affordable units per new construction. I implore you to use local AMIs. Local AMIs, because the actual AMIs that we're using are not what people in the neighborhoods make. And then more than 20 to 30% of the new constructions need to be affordable. Like, we need at least 50%. Like, what are we doing? We need to fund NYCHA. We need to build more public housing. We need more low-income housing. They talked about 38 shelters in the area. We need housing for those people. We need housing for people
Your
like
time
me.
has
I'm a
expired.
working
Thank
artist.
you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Thank you for your testimony. And just wanted to clarify, AMI is determined by the federal government, and we definitely need them to help us out with that. But thank you for your concerns and everything you stated. Next, we're going to be here from Pamela Herrera.
You may begin.
Good afternoon, Chair Riley and Councilmember Juan. My name is Pamela Herrera, and I am the Land Justice Coordinator at the Western Queens Community Land Trust. The Western Queens CLT is not against development. We are for equitable development. What we need is deep affordability, truly community-led planning and protections for permanent, deep, affordable housing. We need public investment in services and infrastructure, not luxury towers none of us can access. This development will constrain the working class further, displacing them from the roots they have set here. As a community org, we are here to support the marginalized communities the city continues to neglect. We are working closely with businesses, community members, and I am here to urge the committee to consider the harm this massive 54-block rezoning will cause. Vote no on the rezoning unless there is a prioritization of longstanding community-led plans for the public sites and a commitment to keeping all public sites out of private hands. A legally binding mechanism that funds deeply affordable housing far beyond the minimum required by law. A resilient waterfront public park connecting Queensbridge houses with Animal Basin. Specific funding for upgrading current infrastructure in schools, sewage lines, and transportation proportional to the anticipated increase in population. Concrete financial investment in nearby NYCHA housing, the removal of unlimited height zoning, especially across the street from Queensbridge houses. Stricter regulations on mixed-use zoning to prevent displacement of manufacturing spaces and jobs. Thank you for listening and for your continued service to our community.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Memo Salazar.
You may begin.
Hi, thank you. Hi, my name is Memo Salazar. I am also with the Western Queens Land Trust and with a big coalition of groups that are very concerned about 1LIC. I want to be clear that everyone that testified today or at any of these public forums, other than the developers and landlords, of course, have been telling you the same thing. It's not about counting the yes and no votes. That's a distraction from the reality. No one who lives in LIC is okay with the current 1LIC plan. We are all in favor of a true community plan that addresses our needs, and we're all voting no on the plan as it now stands, which is an embarrassing hundreds of pages with zero useful provisions for the community. The community boards and the borough president have also said the same thing. Yes for the plan only if their conditions are met. The city's responses to Councilmember Juan's questions today show that with only a few weeks left, they still don't have a solid plan, and that equals a no vote. So here's a few of those conditions that they have said throughout the different the community boards, borough president, and councilperson votes before they can give you a yes. First of all, District 26 land use principles from the councilperson's own land use office has said clearly new developments should provide more income-restricted units at deeper affordability than required by MIH option 1. So that goes beyond MIH, which currently our plan does not. Rents should be affordable for the 53% of Community Board 1 and 2 residents that earn less than $75,000 a year and the 25% of households that make less than $35,000. MIH alone does not meet that demand. Other things, infrastructure sequencing plan to fix the issues left by past rezonings, including upgrades to sewers and transit. Public land must remain publicly owned and leased, not given away or sold. The EDC's RFP needs to reflect that policy. You need to downzone downward in key areas that encourages the use of bonuses for public benefits. You have to create a new public park, minimum 2 acres by Court Square. You have to create a park on the public parcel of land by Waterfront 44th Drive. A funded street tree initiative, an art fund paid for by a $10 a
Your
square
time
foot
has
surcharge
expired.
on all
Thank
residential
you.
non-affordable housing. There's a huge list I could go through. Please read the testimonies and the voting because all of that has to be in the plan or this is a no. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Mandana Limbert.
You may begin.
For those logged in and standing by to testify, when asked to be promoted to the Zoom, you need to accept the promotion in order to be able to speak. Just want to set that for the record. Mandana, are you there? Mandana Limbert, are you there? Okay, we'll move on to the next panel, which consists of Christine Garner, Lior Brimberg, Dan Miller, Thomas Mitzas, and Moray Galoni. We'll hear first from Christine Gardner.
You may begin.
Christine Gardner, are you there? Christine Gardner, are you there? Okay, Lior Brimberg.
Lior, you may begin.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Lior.
you can hear me? Hopefully.
Yes.
Yeah, you can see me. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. So my name is Leo Brimberg. I'm a proud mother of Roy Zor, who is 8th graders at Baccalaureate School for Global Education, BSGE. And I'm here to testify on his behalf because that's a school day, or at least it was when we started today. So I'm gonna just say what he asked me to say. As a proud student at the Baccalaureate School for Global Education, BSGE in Queens, I'm here to ask city leaders to give our school a real home for including a new building for BSGE in the LIC development, in one LIC development. So my name is Roy Zur, this is my son. I live in Bayside, Queens, and I choose to commute daily to BSG in Astoria, which is about an hour away, 1 Long Island Railroad and 2 subways, and I'm here to tell you why. BSGE is the first public school in New York City to offer International Baccalaureate program, IB program, which is highly challenging program that we all meet the challenge together. This is a screening school accepting 7th grader running up to 12th grade, and it's based, the acceptance is based upon grades, but also upon group dynamic skills, leadership qualities, and this school has a very strong emphasis about community involvement. The school reflects New York diversity, many of us coming from immigrants families and represent all the all the possible religions, I would say. Although we are one of the top schools in New York City and in New York State, we have no gym and no auditorium. In fact, we call it cafeteria, coffee, gym, auditorium. I cannot say that. But that's basically saying that our cafeteria is our gym as well as the auditorium when we need it.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Specialized high school in New York without these basic spaces. That means no place for school-wide assemblies, no proper place for sports, no stage for theater or concerts. We have a cramped classrooms. Our entire school is squeezed into
Ma'am, your time has expired.
Thank you, Ms. Brimberg.
So I'm just going to end and say that I do want to say that we do want LIC to development is one in a generation chance to give BSG students that building that they never had. And I also want to say that this kind of fit with what Council 1 has mentioned earlier, thrive for growth to come.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Dan Miller.
You may begin.
Dan Miller. Dan Miller. Dan, we hear you a little bit. I think you're breaking up. We'll come right back to you, Dan. Next, we'll hear from Thomas
Is this better?
Yeah, Dan?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, go ahead, Dan.
Hi. So my name is Dan. I'm a market rate renter and I live in Astoria, Queens, nearby. And I just want to speak in support of the plan. And I want to urge Councilmember Wan to really, I hope you can get to yes and get to yes quickly. Their housing delayed is such a huge problem. We're in a giant shortage already, and waiting another year or a couple years for just the right plan means more and more market rate renters like me facing increased pricing pressures and competition from people who won't have housing that would have been built in Long Island City if this plan passes. It's important that we get it right, absolutely, but it's also important that we get it right quickly. The more years we have to delay, the greater the pressure gets. And market rate renters like me are already facing a huge issue of just competition. There are too many people looking for too few apartments. We need to build more so that we can accommodate all the people who want to live in this incredible city. Letting this plan go forward is absolutely the right thing to do. And I hope that, you'll negotiate and you'll make the best deal you can for the district. But I also hope that you will get to yes, because this is the kind of thing that needs to happen. We need to build more. We need to build tall. We need to build dense. And concerns about, neighborhood context and that kind of thing are less important than just getting it done and getting the quantity of units that we need so that we can accommodate everyone who wants to live here. It's really important that New York keep growing. I love this city, and I hope that you do the right thing and keep it building. Thanks.
Thanks, Dan. Next, we're going to hear from Thomas Mituzas.
Thank you, Chair Riley.
Go ahead.
Councilmember Wan. My name is Tom Matuzas, lifelong resident of Blissville, living in the home my family established in 1907. Today, I'm representing the Blissville Civic Association. We call for New York City Council to vote in favor of the plan, a plan that includes Community Board 2 and the Honorable Donovan Richards' recommendations to invest in Blissville. Investments for stormwater management to combat the unprecedented frequency of sewer backflows already experienced, particularly on 37th Street and Greenpoint Avenue. The creation of an inland park for the context area of the plan to move Blissville from the 15% of New Yorkers who are not within walking distance of a park. And we seek investments to combat the pollution identified in the DEIS that will come to Blissville as a result of the plan, a neighborhood who is already experiencing issues with pollution. Please vote in favor of a plan that includes investments for the Long Island City on the other side of the tracks. We have an opportunity to end the tale of two Long Island cities. We are confident that Councilmember Wan will negotiate investments for all those living, working, and sheltering in the Blissville section of Long Island City. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Thomas. Next, we'll hear from Maury Galanoy. Yes. Hopefully I pronounced that right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair Riley, Councilmember Wan, and the subcommittee members. My name is Maury Galanoy, and I serve as chair of the Small Business Committee for Queens Community Board 2, and also a member of the Land Use and the Transportation Committees, and I'm a small business owner in the community. I am grateful to Councilmember Wan for her leadership in prioritizing affordability in Long Island City and making it clear that she won't support the plan without it. Thank you, Councilmember Wan. I want to express conditional support for the One LIC plan. While it presents real opportunities for growth, it must include the specific stipulations recommended by Queens Community Board 2. There is serious concern that the proposed housing doesn't include enough deeply affordable or enough affordability for long-time residents, risking displacement of families who've lived here for decades or generations. As a small business owner, I'm also concerned about the future of small and micro businesses, especially immigrant and family-owned shops that are vital to the identity and economy of the entire city. These businesses make up 90% of the city's economy and half of its jobs. They need meaningful, tailored support. The city and private industry must expand what it defines as business incubators. Beyond tech and food incubators, we need retail and creative incubators that offer affordable storefronts, shared space, and real resources for local entrepreneurs, artists, and makers. Long Island City has a vibrant small business and creative ecosystem. Let's build on it and not replace it. That means affordable commercial space, flexible leases, and supporting diverse business models. Development and inclusion are not mutually exclusive. The plan must adopt CB2's recommendations for greater affordability as well as investment in schools, open space, and infrastructure.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Christine Gardner.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I don't have the option for video, but I'll go ahead. Good afternoon. My name is Christine Garner. I'm an urban design associate at the Regional Plan Association. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of the One LIC neighborhood plan. RPA has long supported and advocated for increased housing in central, transit-rich areas such as Long Island City. This neighborhood is a vibrant part of New York City, known for its excellent transportation options, diverse economy, and beautiful waterfront. However, many areas of Long Island City are currently hindered by outdated zoning regulations that restrict the construction of new multifamily buildings. Moreover, large sections of the waterfront remain closed or inaccessible to the public. At the same time, both the neighborhood and the city are in urgent need of new income-restricted affordable housing, as well as resilient multi-purpose open space infrastructure. The One LIC neighborhood plan has been a collaborative and comprehensive effort that will help address these challenges. We commend the Department of City Planning and Councilwoman Julie Wan for their dedication and commitment to this neighborhood planning process. As proposed, the plan supports developing residential areas at higher densities along the waterfront and 44th Drive corridors where such uses are currently not allowed. With the appropriate design and resiliency standards, the plan will promote the redevelopment of underutilized properties and create connected open spaces along the East River and Annabelle Basin. To facilitate this, the existing waterfront access plan will be amended to guide the development of up to 6 acres of high-quality open space that links the waterfront with the community. As described in our recent Averting Crisis report, LIC faces the dual challenge of managing significant climate risks while accommodating substantial housing growth. To effectively tackle this complexity, the proposed plan prioritizes policies that integrate a climate-resilient, multi-purpose open space with mixed-use and affordable housing development. The forward-looking land use and zoning policies being considered today can shape a more vibrant, resilient, and inclusive Long Island City. As such, we recommend that the Subcommittee on Zoning and Franchises adopt this measure. As always, RPA is available to discuss concerns or offer insights to help
Your
realize
time has
our
expired.
priorities.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. This panel is excused. The next panel we'll hear from will consist of Valentin Canucci, Lisa Deller, Sarah Heldon, Christina Chase, and Joanna Levinger. We'll start first with Valentin Canucci. Valentin, if you can hear me, please unmute and you may begin. Valentin, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Oh, go ahead.
My name is Valentin Canucci. I've lived in Long Island City for over 55 years. I'm against the project. They have not done any infrastructure in Long Island City for that long. Right now, I'm at my house for 18 months since all the backup of white and gray water due to DEP. I finally ended up spending close to $25,000 to fix it myself, but they have done nothing. Everybody wants new project, everything could do something first. They cannot even fix a lousy dog park in Murray Park, which is probably 500 feet. Me and my crew of 2 people, we could have cleaned it up in 2 hours and then put some rocks. But anyway, I've been through this all back and forth through zoning commission. I know that they have received 1,358 votes against the project, which they seem to have not acknowledged. But because the Julie One and One LIC, I think they've been in collusion. They pushed this project while people were at work or in vacation with their kids. And everything should be one, and that's it. They have not let just the people in Long Island City to know. I live in 11101. They didn't include us in the rezoning. They just decided, when I asked the people from One LIC, I told them, well, in the next
Your
one.
time has expired. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. I'll see you later. Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Lisa Deller.
You may begin.
Good afternoon, Chair Riley and Council Member Wan. My name is Lisa Deller. I've been a CB2 member for over 20 years and have previously served as Land Use and Community Board Chair. I've spent my entire career working to expand and preserve affordable housing. I'm here today to testify in regard to the failure of the rezoning proposal to adequately address the need for public parkland and adequate social infrastructure. While the 40-foot waterfront access plan is welcome as a continuous waterfront connected walkway, it does not increase the accessible parkland for the rezoning. As others noted, the statistics for accessible parkland in this community is abysmal. According to CB2's ranked 57 of 59 community boards for percentage of parkland, 36 of 59 within a 5-minute walk from a park, 54 of 59 for tree covers by New Yorkers for Parks. As we've seen in the Court Square rezoning, failure to plan and incorporate significant parkland leaves families retroactively working to address mistakes of past planning. As the Hunters Point Conservancy testified, the existing parks are overutilized. The Long Island City Coalition and Hunters Point Community Coalition have noted that the existing open space is hidden behind small gains. The draft DIS claims the project has 4.3 acres of waterfront open space, but buries the fact that open space per resident drops by nearly 20%. This is way below the secret parkland of 2.0. The existing parkland site presents the existing public land presents the opportunity of a lifetime. This is our last chance to preserve the public land for public uses, including parkland, affordable housing, schools, and community facilities.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Sarah Heldon. Sarah, you could press *6 to unmute yourself if you're using your phone, and you may begin. Sarah? Sarah Heldon, if you could hear me, please press *6 and you may unmute yourself and begin.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great, thank you. Hi, my name is Sarah Heldon. I'm here as a concerned resident of Sunnyside, a member of Western Queens CLT, as well as a coalition of Long Island City-based groups. Chief among my concerns for this rezoning plan is the fact that 4 publicly owned parcels are situated in the affected area. There are precious few of these sites left, and while they could provide the perfect opportunity to create 100% affordable housing, flood-resilient public parks, and truly affordable spaces for the arts, small business, manufacturing, and community organizations, the One LIC plan as it currently stands protects none of these sites from being handed to private developers. In CB2's recommendations, they state public lands must be retained in public ownership and leased, not sold, to ensure long-term accountability and community benefit. Time and again, we have seen valuable public lands being sold to private developers, and this is an opportunity to improve on past mistakes and give residents and community groups agency in determining the use of these spaces based on the unique needs of the people that have lived and worked in this area for years. When Amazon tried to take over, it was the individuals and community groups in the area that led efforts against that acquisition. This rezoning cannot reward such efforts with more speculation and private development. Public sites should remain in public hands, and residents of the neighborhood should be able to determine the use of these areas based on community-driven planning. I urge the council not to approve the rezoning plan while there is no guarantee that these public sites will be exempt from upzoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Christina Chase. Christina, if you can hear me, please unmute and you may begin.
Good afternoon. I'm Christina Chase, born and raised in Queens, grew up in Queensbridge and Ravenswood. I'm now second vice president of Ravenswood Resident Association. I'm a member of Justice for All Coalition and a board member of Queens Community Board 1 and on the Land Use Committee. But I'm not here on behalf of the community board. I'm here on behalf of residents of Ravenswood and Queensbridge and long-standing LIC residents in general that are working and cannot be here today to convey their dissent, exhausted from broken promises and outright lies. We've collected hundreds of signatures opposing this plan, primarily from NYCHA residents, and we will keep getting more. We ask that our elected officials vote no on this plan because it is criminal. The EIS in this proposal did not include Queensbridge houses and Ravenswood houses, omitting about 15,000 predominantly Black and brown, poor, working class and middle class residents, with larger proportions of elderly, children, and disabled residents, even though we will be directly impacted. Our lives matter. It is criminal to invest all around Queensbridge and not in Queensbridge. This plan does not include a penny to Queensbridge or Ravenswood, which is less than 4 blocks north from the rezoning site. It is criminal to propose unlimited height luxury towers that will literally leave Queensbridge in the shadows and destroy access to air and light and subject us to years of major construction hazards in what's already known as Asthma Alley. We don't need or want 700+ story luxury towers with sprinkles of affordable housing that our people cannot access or afford. As a day one participant in this study, I can tell you that our voices are not reflected in this plan. We ask for green space, community space, and investments in public housing. LIC is already an enclave for the wealthy. It does not need more luxury skyscrapers. MIH is 70 to 80% luxury housing. It is not affordable housing. I urge my council member, Julie Wand, and all council reps to vote no because this plan includes $0 for NYCHA residents. A community center means nothing if my home is falling apart and my plumbing isn't working. We need full comprehensive modernization of Queensbridge and Ravenswood, not breadcrumbs. According to NYCHA's 2023 physical needs assessment, that would be $1.7 billion for Queensbridge and $1.2 billion for Ravenswood. This must be part of the
Your time has expired. Thank
If
you.
the city cannot secure this funding for Queensbridge and Ravenswood, then this plan should be jettisoned altogether. NYCHA is affordable housing and we warrant the deep investment. Thank you. Vote no.
Thank you, Christina. Next, we'll hear from Joanne Levinger.
Hi, my name is Joanna Levinger, and I have lived in Long Island City for 12 years. This plan will affect me on a deeply personal level as I live on the borderline of 44th Drive, where 3 of the 4 of the windows in my apartment will be blocked by the height of these new proposed buildings in my corridor. I am always deeply shocked to hear neighborhood landlords and tenants voice their support for the plan, citing that it would bring other neighborhood rents down, as this has not been my or many of my neighbors' experiences at all. I live in a building that is mixed use market rate and rents, it's mixed market rate and rent stabilized tenants. It was built in 1917. And prior to living in my rent stabilized apartment, which is the only reason I can afford to live in the neighborhood, from 2013 to 2021, I lived in a market rate apartment that was relatively affordable in the building. But after the overhaul of the LIC neighborhood that we saw from 2013 to 2021, our building was purchased by private equity real estate firm, and the market rate apartments in my tiny pre-war building suddenly went from a 1-bedroom at $1,800 a month in 2019 to today the same apartment is listed for over $3,400 a month. A relative steal when looking at the other market rate 1-bedrooms down the street going for $4,200 a month or $5,100 a month for 1-bedroom apartments. While I am not against development or rezoning, I am against any plans that serve only the corporate greed, corporate real estate greed and not the needs of the existing and future Long Island City community, which is why I urge you to vote no for the plan in its current state. This plan lacks the guarantee of a people-first approach we were hoping for, with a guarantee of truly affordable housing, expansive green space with tree cover, and neighborhood infrastructure improvements. Instead, we are offered monstrous high-rises, which contribute to a terrible heat effect where it becomes so dangerous to walk around, and I have a dog because she could burn her paws. I have lived in the neighborhood since before the redevelopment of Court Square and the Queensboro Plaza areas, and I was deeply hopeful that the redevelopment would include public
Your time
space,
has expired.
playgrounds,
Thank you.
and shade, and that did not happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanna. This panel is excused. The next panel we'll hear from is Yariana Cepeda, Ping Yang, Christina Tirado, Sarah Doe, and Rosamond Jinitsu. We'll begin first with Rosamond Jinitsu.
You may begin.
Rosamond,
Good afternoon. Yes, I'm trying to
go ahead.
my video on. Come on, there we go. All right. Yeah, my name is Rosamond Giannuzos, and I've been a resident of this district now, so ably represented by Councilmember Juan, for over 55 years. Not that longevity really matters, because our community is one which we proudly can say welcomes new neighbors. As first vice chair of Queens Community Board 2, I observed my colleagues reviewing and deliberating on this plan for months and years. I don't see how anyone can say there wasn't outreach. Councilmember Juan is amazing in that effort. I am very proud of our colleagues' work and efforts, and I fully support our 37-7 yes vote, together with carefully thought out conditions. I would especially resonate to the call for upgrades to public transit and street calming. With this plan, we will see our population increase, and in addition to infrastructure upgrades, we need to offer accessible public transit, which is so plentiful and efficient that fewer people will want to have their own vehicle. We need to create parks, as people have been saying, instead of parking. Say yes to permanently affordable housing, which is what this plan will do. Finally, over the years, I have learned that plans and promises need to be monitored and reviewed independently. I would propose that a task force of CB2 and CB1
Your time has expired. Thank you.
should be involved throughout the evolution and implementation of the One LIC plan. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll hear from Sarah Doe.
Good afternoon. It's been a very long day, so I'll do my best to keep this brief, but I would like to express my support for the One LIC neighborhood plan. LIC is an amazing neighborhood, and it seems to be getting more dynamic by the minute. It's got excellent transit options, the arts and culture scene is amazing, and those waterfront views are beautiful. So to me, it totally makes sense as to why current residents want to stay and new people want to move here. However, when you walk through the areas that are proposed for rezoning, that dynamism is totally lost. These sites sit in some of the most well-connected, high-opportunity parts of the neighborhood, yet their potential is completely wasted on empty lots and underutilized warehouses. By transforming these underutilized spaces into homes, One LIC is directly responding to the urgent need for more housing in New York. Like we've heard over and over today, more than half of New Yorkers are rent burdened, and even market rate renters are struggling with the constant rising costs. To meet this crisis, we need to build both affordable homes and market rate homes. For this reason, I'm asking you to please vote yes on the One LIC neighborhood plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Christian Tirado.
You may begin, Christian.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Chairman Riley and Councilmember Wong, for giving me the opportunity to testify today. I'm Chris Torado. I'm a Queens resident and a proud parent of a student attending the Baccalaureate School of Global Education. I'm also a member of BSG's Parent-Teacher Association, representing parents, teachers, and students who strive every day to ensure that our school has the resources it needs to succeed. And I'm here today representing BSG in support of the One LIC plan, with the caveat that it should have and ensure that there's education infrastructure included in the plan. BSG is a prime example of a school that urgently needs and deserves to be part of this vision. Just a bit on BSG, it remains the only public school where every student completes a full IB diploma. We provide rigorous and inclusive academics, and yet despite this, the school faces conditions that no screen high school in New York City should endure. We have limited classroom space and resources. And I know that the School Construction Authority was not here today, but we really need the support to have schools like BSGE expand, and we stand in support of this plan if they're committed to do so. The One LIC development presents a once in a generation opportunity to correct this inequity. A modern purpose-built facility for BSG would allow the school to expand enrollment, give schools proper athletic and arts spaces, and ensure that classrooms are equipped with 21st century learning. I respectfully urge you to include a new BSG building as part of the One LIC project. Thank you.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
And your commitment for education equity in our city.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Ping Yang. Ping, if you can hear me, please unmute. You may begin. Ping, if you can, go ahead.
Yes, okay. Hi, my name is Ping Young, and I am a resident of Long Island City. I live in Court Square. I'm raising 3 kids with my husband in the neighborhood, and I'm speaking here in support of the One LIC plan and urge a yes vote on One LIC. The area that's proposed to be developed is within a few minutes walk from my apartment, and I look at it every day from my window. As a resident of the neighborhood, I want to see this area redeveloped for the benefit of myself, my children, and the entire community. We see ourselves living in this area for many years to come, for my children to go through middle school and high school in the neighborhood, and I would hate to see this neighborhood still looking exactly the way it does by the time they get to high school. The area as it currently is an underutilized area that feels vacant and abandoned. I don't feel comfortable walking around there with my kids. While I hear that all the different ideas and all the different objections that people have to the current plan, I think that there's a need to be realistic. There's never going to be a plan that's perfect. There's never going to be a plan that will make every single person be happy, and more importantly, be financially workable. The plan that's in front of us has been discussed by many different stakeholders. A lot of things have been taken into consideration, and I really think it's time the community make a move and do something. Please vote yes, and I really hope that we can change this area, and that by the time my children get to high school, it won't still be looking the way it does right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Rihanna Cepeda.
Hello?
Yes,
Hello?
we can hear you.
Okay, I never did this before, but I'm gonna try my best. Okay, so hello and thank you for having me. My name is Jadiana Cepeda. I live in Queensbridge Housing, and I believe that One LIC has the benefit to change and improve the quality of life. However, I cannot fully and authentically support it if there is not more information about how Queensbridge Housing will be funded, and in detail, concrete detail and proof that they will hold NYCHA accountable in giving more support in our community. And not only should there be more affordable housing, but we should already support the housing public system that is there so that everyone can grow and prosper together. And my main concern is just making sure that the 4,300 red stabilized housing apartments, if there's a way to prioritize born and raised New Yorkers, because what tends to happen is that a lot of people who are out of state or not even born in the country tend to get those not luxury, but affordable housing instead of actual people born in the city. So I think it would be a disservice to not prioritize actual people that live here and live here for years. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you.
Hello?
Yes. Are you?
Oh, okay.
are you complete?
Well, have a good, have a good afternoon, everyone, by the way.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony. This panel is excused. Next, we'll call on David Gordon, Leo Gutman, Nick Long, and Adam Ganser. We'll start first with David Gordon.
Hi, thank you so much for allowing me to testify and for holding this hearing today. I just want to testify in favor of the 1LIC rezoning plan. I think that this is an incredible opportunity for my neighborhood. I am a resident of the Court Square area, directly adjacent to where the project area would be for 1LIC. I'm a renter here. I came to Long Island City because it was more affordable than Manhattan, while also being an incredibly vibrant and exciting community for me. But I do know that myself, my roommates, other renters in the area, without additional housing being built and ability to rent and have affordable housing opportunities in this area, they may be even priced out of Long Island City itself. I know that there's been a lot of comments today about the different types of red lines and the different demands that everyone has for this rezoning, and all of them I think are great ideas, but like my Court Square neighbor said previously, I don't want the perfect to be the enemy of the good here. This is an incredible rezoning opportunity to build lots of new housing. In fact, to be completely honest, I think some of the proposed areas could go even more for even more new housing. I do want to quickly address that I know so many people have brought up green space. I'm a relatively new resident of the Long Island City area, and I, as a runner, have loved using the Gantry Plaza area to go on runs since I've been moved here. And this rezoning plan would give us the opportunity to potentially connect that area all the way up to Queensboro Park. And I think that that would just be a great idea. I know so many people have thrown out different numbers as to what the green spaces are, but I think that's one type of green space that this rezoning plan already offers us and would be an incredible opportunity with it. So more green space, more new housing. This is a great plan, and I really encourage Councilwoman Wan and the rest of the council to approve this plan. Housing delayed is housing denied, and we need more housing here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Leo Gutman.
Hello, I'm Leo Gutman. I live in Court Square, and I'd like to thank Councilmember Wan for leading on this. I'm here to speak in favor of 1LIC. The first meeting I went to this was nearly 2 years ago. I'm pretty excited to get it over the line, and I really hope we get to a yes. This provided a lot for the neighborhood that we need. Even if all it provided was the housing, that's, I think, one of the most urgent issues facing the city. It'll, create a lot of new housing at all different affordability levels. It'll allow people to stay in the neighborhood for a long time and move to the neighborhood if they're not here now, or people to move out of housing situations that they don't like into a situation they like more in, nice new housing. Fortunately, that's not all the plan provides. Doing this as a neighborhood plan allowed us to comprehensively, consider all other kinds of factors like open space, creating a connected greenway, allowing for more school seats, updating infrastructure, and I'm glad we're considering all that, and that, I hope that some of what the council and the community board's been pushing for that we get in the final plan. But ultimately, I think we really need to get to a yes. And I'm excited to see how the neighborhood develops as we move forward, because the neighborhood's great today, and I think this will make it even better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Nick Ling. Sorry if I mispronounced your name, Nick.
Hey, thank you. Good afternoon. I'd like to thank everyone for the opportunity to testify today. I'm calling as a resident of Long Island City. I live in Queens Plaza, which is just outside the 1LIC plan, and I strongly urge the committee and council to vote yes on the 1LIC plan. As a resident, there are so many great parts of Long Island City, and I've seen so many benefits of the rezoning over the past few decades. There's amazing food and a very lively art scene, and I know these are things like me and my roommate have come to really enjoy. But despite all the things that I love about Long Island City, when I look towards the next year, when my lease expires in January, I'm thinking there's a real possibility that I won't be able to stay here due to the increasing unaffordability of housing. And so that's why I'm in strong support of the 1LIC plan. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to provide really everyone the opportunity to enjoy Long Island City and even enhance more of Long Island City. Like walking through here, you see that there's a lot of water that could be transformed into a beautiful waterfront. There's plenty of empty warehouses as I walk to the grocery store. And so I support this plan because it seems like such a great opportunity to rezone Long Island City and make it even better than it is now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we hear from Adam Ganzer.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Adam. Go ahead.
Great. My name is Adam Ganzer, and I am the Executive Director of New Yorkers for Parks. We are a fully independent, not-for-profit organization that focuses our advocacy and research solely on New York City's parks and open spaces. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. The proposed rezoning in Long Island City is comprehensive and transformative. Based on our research, Queens Community Board 2, in which the majority of this rezoning is cited, is ranked nearly last among all 59 community boards in the amount of parkland available and in tree canopy. New Yorkers deserve vibrant, accessible public spaces, and broad zoning changes like the one proposed offer unique, once-in-a-lifetime opportunities to provide those spaces. In Long Island City, from the East River to Court Square, there are 8.5 acres of underutilized city land underneath and around the Queensboro Bridge. This land was once home to Queensbridge Baby Park, a recreational area with swing slides, basketball courts, sprinklers, and open space for families and children. We urge the city, New York City Parks Department, and the Department of Transportation to convert these 15 owned lots under and around the Queensboro Bridge to high-quality open space for the Long Island City and Queensbridge residents, to restore the full Queensbridge Baby Park and the waterfront site next to the Queensbridge Park for public use as it was originally intended, and generally to increase open space in Long Island City by creating new parks, playgrounds, plazas, and community spaces under the Queensboro Bridge and the ramps. This is a unique opportunity, and we should not let these lots stay as they are. They are critical to providing
The time has expired. Thank you.
space and connectivity from the neighborhood to the waterfront. And I very much applaud the council member for her efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Next panel we're going to hear from, this panel is excused. I just want to state, for anyone wishing to testify regarding this proposal remotely, if you have not already done so, you must register online by visiting the council's website at council.nyc.gov/land use. Okay, the next panel I'm going to call on consists of Salma Haik, Roshni Karnavat, Deborah Diggs, Maddie DeSerbo, and Sabrine Rahman. We're going to begin first with Ms. Sabrine Rahman.
You may begin, Sabrine.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. You may begin.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. I'm not very sure if the camera is on. Thank you, Chair Riley and Councilwoman Wan, for giving me the opportunity. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, you're good. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you so much. So I am Sabrine Rahman. I'm a resident of Sunnyside with strong ties in Long Island City. I have families and friends, and I happen to be a social work provider as well. So I know the growing community in that area. So it is, Long Island City is an area where the Bangladeshi Muslim community is, growing very fast. And this community does not have any mosque, any place to pray. So we often see that people from Long Island City, they come to the mosque in Sunnyside, Woodside, or Astoria, and they're always coming to this side to these areas, to this mosque. And what happens is, because all the men come here, the women hardly have any space in this mosque to go and pray. I would request Councilwoman want to consider planning for space for a mosque in Long Island City for the Muslim community, specifically Muslim Bangladeshi community, so that they are able to have a space to go for, prayers, as well as also to meet up for cultural events. At the same time, I would suggest, if possible, at the same time, to establish the Muslim community center, by the mosque, so that the women also have a space where they can meet.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you so much for allowing me to give my views. A mosque for the Bangladeshi community in Long Island City, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabrine. Next, we're going to hear from Salma. Salma, if you can hear me, please unmute.
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you, Councilmember Riley and Councilmember Julie Wan, for this opportunity to speak. So my name is Salma Hawk, and I'm here on behalf of Apollo, a nonprofit organization serving BIPOC individuals and families in NYC. We're here in support of the 1LIC neighborhood plan, but with conditions to ensure immigrant families are included in the future. So our mission is to strengthen neighborhoods through advocacy, resources, and community building. And Long Island City is a home to a rapidly growing immigrant population, including Bangladeshi, South Asian, and Muslim families. Many are longtime residents, while others are new arrivals. Yet Long Island City still lacks a dedicated cultural and religious space that reflects and supports these families. Like my predecessor, Ms. Sabrine Rahman, said, we respectfully request that the neighborhood plan include investment in a cultural and religious space in Long Island City. Such a space would provide a masjid for Muslim residents, serve as a gathering place for cultural events and interfaith dialogue, and offer programming that connects seniors, youth, and new immigrants. Without this commitment, the plan risks leaving behind communities that are already underrepresented. On behalf of Apollo and the families we serve, I thank you for your leadership and urge you to make the creation of a cultural and religious space a condition for building a stronger and more inclusive Long Island City. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Salma, are you finished? All right, thank you. Next, we'll hear from Roshni Karnavat. Okay, I believe Roshni dropped off. Next, we'll hear from Deborah Diggs.
You may begin.
Yes, hi, Deborah Diggs. I live in Queensbridge, Long Island City. I'm a resident for a very long time. I raised my children here. The thing is that, you know, they are gone. I told my children a long time ago, where you live is not where you have to be. And I told them, you go to college, you live in a resident, okay, or you go in military. My children have done exactly that. I have military, I have armed forces, I have everything. So I am very proud of them. Queensbridge has helped me a great deal, just like a lot of the residents here. I heard one gentleman say something about, and I will say gentleman, say something about demolished. Well, I mean, I don't know why he felt that way, but I mean, maybe it was something that he did or did not do, the reason why he feel that way. But it's a lot of us in this community that feels like family. We are family here, okay? The center is family. Everything around here is family. We work with each other. The parks, we work with each other. I hear something about the waterfront, but I have not heard one thing about development. Constructing development the way it should be, okay? Making sure that everything works fine. I saw some of my residents online saying, okay, you know, let's make sure that the Reed Center works fine. Yeah, because this is where the seniors go. So why not make sure that everything in the area is proper for everyone to come to, okay? We have people that come outside of Long Island City to go into that park across the street on Vernon, the Queensbridge Park, the River Park. They go right there, they play their games, they barbecue, they do everything that they want to do, okay? So let us work together, let us make sure, and I am 100% behind Ms. Wong, Councilman Wong, for
Your
waiting.
time has expired.
Because
Thank
I've
you.
heard some people say that they don't even have percentages. They don't know what they want to do yet, so wait.
Thank you, Ms. Diggs. Next, we'll hear from Maddie DeSerbo.
You may begin.
Oh, sorry if you can't see me. I think the camera is in a weird spot. But hi, my name is Maddie DeSerbo, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Real Estate Board of New York. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of the One LIC Neighborhood Plan. REBNY strongly supports the One LIC Neighborhood rezoning, a critical step towards addressing the housing crisis and spurring necessary housing production. New York City's residential vacancy rate is at an all-time low of 1.4%, and in Queens, the rate is even lower at just 0.88%. Long Island City is one of the fastest growing neighborhoods, and demand for housing continues to outpace supply, making plans like One LIC urgently needed to meet the current and future needs of Queens residents. The rezoning paves the way for up to 14,000 new homes, including 3,500 affordable units through MIH. It incorporates new tools advanced through City of Yes, such as the Active Recreation Bonus, which will help facilitate housing development while creating publicly accessible open spaces for residents and improving upon the public realm. Importantly, the plan will create a continuous waterfront in Long Island City. This long overdue connection will link the shoreline to Court Square, enhancing neighborhood cohesion and improving pedestrian access. We encourage the establishment of a long-term governance mechanisms to ensure these improvements become reality. Success on the housing supply front will be measured by the ability to meet the projected housing yield. This will require alignment between the MIH requirements with the new 45X tax incentive. It will be critical to maintain the flexibility of multiple MIH options so projects can remain financially feasible while delivering the intended level of affordability. The One LIC plan is a thoughtful and balanced proposal that addresses our city's urgent housing needs while also investing in the long-term vitality of a critical growth neighborhood. REBNY urges the City Council to approve the One LIC rezoning. Thank you for considering these points.
Thank you. There being no questions, this panel is excused. The next panel I'm going to call up will consist of Nellie Arshoff, Charles Wang, Brian Ferreira, and Michael Zurab. We'll begin first with Charles Wang.
You may begin.
Thank you, council members. My name is Charles Wang. I lived in Long Island City for over 4 years now and hope to stay for many more. I love living here and I'm here to express strong support for One LIC.
Charles? Charles Wang?
Hi. I think I was cut off.
Yeah, we'll start your time over. You may begin. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah, my name is Charles Wang. I've lived in Long Island City for over 4 years now and hope to stay for many more. I love living here, and I'm here to express strong support for One LIC. This plan can deliver more housing, safer waterfront access, better transit, stronger infrastructure, and quality local jobs. For decades, restrictive zoning and chronic underbuilding across New York City have driven up rents and forced working families, immigrants, and longtime residents into overcrowding, displacement, and sometimes homelessness. One LIC's thoughtful upzoning and development can help reverse that trend. It means more public parks, more affordable housing, safer streets, more school seats, and a stronger economy. Most importantly, it means ensuring that Long Island City in particular and New York City in general remain places where families can thrive rather than face being pushed out. We also have to consider the bigger picture. For 70 years, New York City's population has been stuck at around 8 million. That's not because we've run out of space. We can always build taller, and the city itself actually owns enough undeveloped land to house hundreds of thousands of new New Yorkers. Instead, we've trapped ourselves in restrictive zoning rules and layers of red tape. While community voices must be heard and are important, the current process makes it nearly impossible to meet our housing needs. The upshot is that New York has shut out growth, and with it, shut out families who want to stay here. If we don't build, we risk becoming a city only accessible to the wealthy. McKinsey estimates we'll need nearly 1 million more homes by 2035 just to keep up with demand. One LIC alone can't solve this crisis, but it's a critical step forward. I urge you to let New York grow. We can choose to build an abundant and equitable future where all New Yorkers and people who want to become New Yorkers have a place to call home. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Brian Ferreira.
You may begin.
Brian? Okay, next we'll hear from Nellie Oshoff.
You may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, there you go, Brian. All right, after Brian, we'll hear from Nellie Oshoff. Brian, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. I'm a longtime resident of Queens, and I currently live in Sunnyside. I had lived in Long Island City for about 8 to 10 years in the 2010s, and when I was there, it always struck me how great a neighborhood it was with its proximity to the city and amenities, but how underutilized it was. So I was glad when Court Square's rezoning occurred, and I'm a strong supporter of this One LIC plan, which I think is a balanced plan and comprehensive. And I think a perfect plan will never exist. There will always be competing interests. But New York has to move forward. We need more housing. It's a desperate need that is crippling the city at this point. And I strongly support it and urge the council members to support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Nellie Afshar.
You may begin.
Thank you to the City Council, Department of City Planning, and city agencies. My name is Nellie Afshar, and my family and I have proudly called Long Island City home for over a decade. I'm not just a resident, I'm raising my family here and deeply committed to the diverse community that makes this corner of Queens so special. I also serve as a second vice chair of Queens CB2, where we carefully reviewed, assessed, and proudly voted in support of the One LIC plan with conditions. These conditions were designed to ensure that the growth of LIC happens with public benefit at its core, and people, not profit, are driving the vision. Today, I want to emphasize that One LIC is not just about buildings and infrastructure, it is about people, public health, and quality of life. Every new tower adds pressure to overcrowded classrooms, parks, sewers, and subways. This time, we need a binding infrastructure plan, schools, healthcare, parks, and transit, including bike lanes, delivered with development, not years later. Open space is a public health necessity. It supports physical and mental health, builds community, and ensures equity. Court Square specifically urgently needs a park, more trees for shade, and a public pool to fight extreme heat and flooding. We must also ensure that the construction itself does not harm public health. LIC has a legacy of industrial land, and we need thorough monitoring of air, water, and soil during construction. In closing, this rezoning is a once-in-a-generation opportunity. Growth must come with public good, affordable housing, infrastructure, parks, culture, jobs, and a healthy environment so that LIC remains livable, equitable, and inclusive for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Michael Zurab.
You may begin.
Thank you. Thank you, council members. Thank you, Councilmember Juan in particular, for your leadership on this process over the last several years. I'm excited. I'm a resident of Sunnyside and a member of Community Board 2. Like the board, I'm excited to be here to express my support for the 1LIC rezoning plan. Speaking in my individual capacity. We on Community Board 2 have just done a survey of community district needs as part of that process. And one thing that people say again and again, more than any other issue, is the top pressing issue in our district is affordable housing. And that's the lens through which I see 1LIC. I looked at how much housing, affordable housing has been built in our district since 2014. And we're not a district that's slouching. We're one of the district's building a lot more than other places. But it's only like 1,300 or so new affordable housing units constructed in our district since 2014. This plan would produce more than double that number by itself in just one small corner of our community district. And that's really exciting to me. I also love the mixed income aspect of it, that these affordable units, which if the board adopts the MIH options that the community board recommended, would be deeply affordable, will be in buildings integrated with market rate units. So we'll have a truly mixed income community with thousands of low and moderate income residents joining our neighborhood. I think that's a really exciting thing to achieve for the council, and I hope that you can get to a yes that achieves that goal while also bringing investments that we need in our district. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for a reminder, if you are online, you have to register in order to testify, and you can register now at council.nyc.gov/land use. You must register in order to testify. I have the next panel I'll be calling up will consist of David Chai, Amelia Decadin, Mark Folo, and Saran Gallagher. The last panel I have consists of Lindsay McCormick, Tyler Baldwin, and Vishnu Reddy. If I did not call your name, that means you did not register to testify, and you could testify now. You could register now at council.nyc.gov/land use. We'll begin first with David Che.
You may begin.
Hi, council members, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello, my name is David, and I am a born and raised New Yorker, and I'm also a resident of Long Island City, Court Square area. Not a real estate developer. Been paying market rate rent for the last 3 years. I am greatly envious of citizens of other large-scale cities who can afford renting. Again, emphasis on renting and not buying decent quality apartments at reasonable rates, like Tokyo and Seoul. And truthfully, while I hear some concerns from the opposing side, I also don't really know if we're talking about the same neighborhood at times, because the area that, that we're trying to preserve somehow, it's got none of the vibrancy and true urban beauty that the part of LSC just across the 7 train tracks have. And whenever I walk from Court Square to the waterfront, I have to cross through a giant underutilized space that feels both sterile and unsafe at night. And not to mention that most of that space is sitting vacant. And yes, in a city that had the historically low rent vacancy of 1.4% back in 2023. And truthfully, New York City is that one place that people are going to want to move to, regardless if we build or not. So I urge that we stop using New York City exceptionalism as an excuse. And I want to strongly encourage the council to vote yes for 1LIC. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Amelia.
You may begin.
Hi there, my name is Amelia DeCotton. I'm a resident of Long Island City, and I'm speaking in support of the One LIC plan. A previous person who testified said that they don't know anyone in Long Island City who supports that plan, and I will happily give myself and I think a few other friends who are on this call a shout out because we do. I'm looking through my window right now, and I'm privileged to have a view of a decent portion of Long Island City, and a big part of that view is the context area for the One LIC plan. And what I see out my window when I look in that area are warehouses, dangerous streets with trucks, and an area that is right next to the most vibrant part of New York City, not Manhattan, I'd say, Queensboro Plaza, that could house thousands and thousands of people who deserve homes, who deserve to live in a neighborhood as exciting, as welcoming, and as beautiful as ours, but is currently completely underutilized. I think that we have a real opportunity to build a significant amount of housing and affordable housing and open space and infrastructure improvements on this site. And I think that now is the right time to do it. I'm grateful for Councilmember Julie Wan's work in engaging the community on this plan, on getting feedback, and on making demands to make sure that this is the best plan we could get. And I would urge the council member and the council at large to find a path to yes, and make sure that this plan gets through the finish line when it's voted on later this month. This is the right time to do it. As another friend of mine on here said, housing delayed is housing denied. There are so many people who either could live in this neighborhood or who otherwise will have to compete with people who could live in the One LIC plan because that housing hasn't been built. A year late, 2 years late, 10 years late. We've had a number of previous plans for this site. A lot of them were imperfect, and I think that this is a really good one. And that
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Mark Folo.
You may begin.
Hey everyone, thanks for the chance to speak. My name is Mark Folo. I'm a resident in Astoria, a proud military veteran of the US Navy, and I support this plan. I'm also about to be married to my fiance, who's a special education teacher at IS-10, an NYC DOE middle school here in Astoria. We'd really like to start a family, have kids, and move into a larger space. But since there are so few housing options available, we feel stuck in our one-bedroom apartment. Many people directly in our friend group also wanted to stay in New York, but had to leave once they had kids. They moved to places like Texas, North Carolina, and Florida because they couldn't find a place for their family here. In fact, the NYC Comptroller's Office has found that families with young children are leaving New York at higher rates than other residents. We don't want to have to make that same choice. That's why I urge City Council to support the plan to redevelop this underutilized area and allow for even higher density where appropriate. The proposal is consistent with the existing buildings around Queensboro Plaza and takes advantage of the excellent transit accessibility in this area. By creating more housing in LIC, this plan will help ensure that growing families like ours can stay and thrive in New York. So I respectfully asked for you to vote in favor of this plan. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Sharon Gallagher.
You may begin.
Yes, I'd like to speak in support of the plan. I almost missed testifying today because I was going around this neighborhood in Astoria looking for an apartment with my pregnant wife. We need more space. And even if you're in a stabilized apartment right now or own, everyone's family changes. Relatives get sick and need to be moved in, families grow. And so everyone is subject to the need to look for market rate housing in this neighborhood at some point in their life. And so we desperately need more of that because the prices are extortionate. We're unsure if we're going to be able to stay. I've been a resident near Long Island City for almost 10 years. I love the culture and the communities here, but I may have to leave if that's the reality. My wife is a Bangladeshi immigrant, Muslim origin. We don't want to have to move to Florida or Texas. We're scared of what's happening there and the attitudes that are happening there. And New York has the potential to be a refuge. But we can't be a refuge if we put conditions on housing here, that every other possible problem and every other possible request has to be solved before we can build housing. My red line is more housing. It is a place to keep my family. I will figure out the congestion any other problems after that. First, let's get the housing. That will bring the tax revenue. That will allow us to solve any problems we have with our services. So please, as you search for a yes, make sure that housing is the first priority. I know it's a priority for me and my family, and I think that's true of the overwhelming number of residents in Long Island City and in Queens. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. There being no questions for this panel is excused. The last panel I have here will consist of Lindsay McCormick, Tyler Baldwin, Vishnu Reddy, Jasper Wu, and Salil Khanna. I will say again, for anyone wishing to testify regarding this proposal remotely, if you have not already done so, you must register online by visiting the council's website at council.nyc.gov/land use. And if you would prefer to submit written testimony, you can always do so by emailing it to landusetestimony@council.nyc.gov. We'll begin first with Lindsay McCormick.
You may begin.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm calling in to voice my strong support for the One LIC plan. I live next door in Jackson Heights, and I strongly believe that building more housing in Long Island City and the associated amenities is really going to directly and positively affect the quality of life for the whole region, not just the community board. As a parent of two, I want to highlight that Long Island City is a great place for kids. It can be even better with more housing, more investments. The park, shop, schools, and opportunity to meet kids from other walks of life are just invaluable. And we want to continue to make Queens and especially LIC a great place to raise children. I would just note and ending that the reason my partner and I have been able to raise our kids in New York City is we have a rent stabilized apartment. It was built by private developers almost 100 years ago. I think we want to give more people the opportunity to live here, and for that we need permanently affordable and market rate housing. So thank you so much for your time and for listening to our voices.
Thank you. Tyler Baldwin.
You may begin.
Hello. I strongly support the One LIC plan. The One LIC plan will really help create economic development within the city, and as well as providing affordable housing throughout the city as well. I live out in Astoria. Astoria is known for its housing and businesses, as well as restaurants and other economic, activities. I support the One LIC plan because it will support the economic opportunities in Astoria and other parts of Queens as well, from people buying things in Astoria and then bringing them back to LIC, either through DoorDash, Uber Eats, etc. The housing plan in the city, housing needs to be built at the end of the day. The One LIC plan is a very thoughtful plan that will increase schools, infrastructure, and green space. And without this, we risk not having enough schools, economic opportunity, and other benefits that the One LIC proposal has. I fully support the proposal, and I hope you pass it.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Vishnu Reddy.
You may begin.
I'm Vishnu Reddy from Sunnyside, and I strongly support One LIC. When I walk just a few blocks from Court Square, I notice that the area becomes a lot less inviting. It feels like there's a lot of missing potential there. I'm excited for One LIC to change that so we can have more of what makes LIC great. And I'm especially excited to have more neighbors of all income levels, since this plan has many times more subsidized affordable housing than we've ever seen in LIC before. We have a terrible housing shortage, and I want us to be a part of the solution instead of the problem. This process has gone on for years, and it has thoughtfully included the public's input, and I want to thank my council member, Julie Won, and DCP for helping us get this wonderful and thoughtful plan. It's time to finally get this across the finish line after trying several times and failing before. We cannot afford to delay any longer, and it would be a damn shame if we threw away all this effort and let the perfect be the enemy of good. I strongly encourage the council to do the negotiations you need to do to deliver the best plan you can for the community and ultimately come to yes. Thank you for your time, and please help get this plan across the finish line. We desperately need the housing. Thanks.
Thank you, Vishnu. Next, we have Jasper Wu.
You may begin.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Jasper Wu, and I am a six-year resident of Long Island City. I am calling in to support the One LIC proposal. In the 6 years that I've been living here, I've seen this area experience tremendous growth. Ever since I moved in, there has been an influx in a variety of food, culture, and recreation that has opened here, and I'm very happy to call this area home. I'm thrilled to support this opportunity for this area to grow and develop further. I believe that the proposed rezoning will bring significant economic investment into the area, which will lead to a further invigorated, lively, and welcome Long Island City. Today, there are many blocks and areas where people still do not feel comfortable pushing strollers around, and the time is long overdue to invest in these blocks and put them into use in enriching our neighborhood. I strongly believe in the future of Long Island City and see this rezoning as an incredible opportunity we would be remiss to pass up. Please vote yes to One Long Island City. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Salil Khanna.
You may begin.
Hi, I'm Salil. I'm a Long Island City resident living in the Court Square area, and I strongly support the One LIC plan. I love LIC, and I really want to see the area go further with an increase of housing, reducing rent in a city where prices are at an all-time high, one of the highest trends across all cities across America. In addition to building more housing, I just hope to see the addition of better community infrastructure, something that I feel like LIC is lacking right now, such as increased bike lanes, large numbers of shaded trees, and large park spaces. Please vote yes on the One LIC plan. That's it.
Next, we are going to hear from the panel that has Madonna Limbert, Edith Adams, Evelyn Chango, and an unidentified iPhone. Please change your name and name yourself with a proper name. We're going to start with Madonna Limbert.
You may begin.
Hello, my name is Mandana Limbert. I've lived in Court Square since 2011. I am speaking on behalf of the Court Square Civic Association and 5 other local organizations that all oppose the One LIC plan as it currently stands. We support instead modification of the current plan with a focus on sustainable development, which has also been outlined already by our city officials and community boards, whom I'd like to thank. Here I'd like to focus on one particular modification that is fundamental: scale. CB2 notes that the plan needs to be scaled back to support a more contextual and sustainable project, and that would also in fact be aligned with the City of Yes, extending development more evenly across the city. CB2 has recommended A, lower the base zoning heights and densities to more contextual and sustainable scales. As it is, the proposal has 100-story buildings in R10 and R9 zones, abutting blocks of 8-story buildings. Contextual heights along 44th Drive has also been ignored, creating profound mismatches. In addition to not maintaining contextual height, the DEIS itself admits that the infrastructure of this neighborhood cannot actually support the proposal as it stands, and has made no solid plans for mitigation. We believe that at a minimum, heights should be halved. B, remove unlimited height provisions. As it is, the plan proposes buildings that are so tall they would cast shadows all the way across the East River. Never mind shadow are tiny patches of green for 5 to 11 hours a day, significantly longer than the 4-hour limit established by seeker. And without height provisions, developers would have no legal requirement to ensure appropriate sidewalk width or tree planting. Developers not being held to such basic environmental standards would worsen the heat island effects that are already terrible in Long Island City. In order to maintain and support livability of this neighborhood, eliminate unlimited height and reduce the base zoning heights to what the neighborhood can actually
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Limbert. Next, we'll hear from Edith Adams.
You may begin.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you for this opportunity. I want to commend Julie Wong for not falling victim to the fluff of this plan and for challenging it. I thank you very much. She has been a great councilwoman in this neighborhood of Long Island City. I am a resident of Queensbridge, and I have been here since the beginning of Gantry Park for 25 years, and I've watched some promises being offered to Queensbridge Park, such as redoing the baby park, and that has never happened. And they kind of moved us out of the zone. They rezoned us when we had allocated monies for us to improve our neighborhood based on our zones. And I feel as though when they start rezoning, Queensbridge gets left out. Queensbridge also is a very extremely highly political community. Although we are of a low income community, we are very family orientated. And we want to be taken care of like the rest of the surrounding neighborhood, but we always seem to catch the worst end of the stick. You know, we apply our votes and plans are passed, but then we never receive any rewards from it. So I'm always skeptical about having to vote for these new plans. I don't see any jobs. I try to apply for Housing Connect, and what is affordable? Affordable is not affordable for my salary at maybe $50,000. Affordable houses and mixed-use income houses.
Thank you. Your
usually
time has
start
expired.
at $100,000. That's not my salary. It's
Thank
not
you.
the salary of Queensbridge. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we hear from Evelyn Chango.
You may begin.
Hello, everyone. My name is Evelyn Chango from Community Board 2, and I'm here to speak in support of the One LIC plan, while also raising the urgent need for the inclusion and recognition of Blissville. The One LIC plan represents a tremendous opportunity to create more equitable, vibrant, and sustainable Long Island City, and I support its goals. But I must stress the future must include Blissville. Blissville, though it's small, it's a vital part of Long Island City, and its neighborhood is rich with history, hardworking families, and residents who have long lived in the shadows of heavy industrial use, environmental burdens, and limited city investment. It is also home to multiple shelters, which means Blissville shoulders a disproportionate share of responsibility for vulnerable populations without receiving the proportional support. One LIC is about building one community, and leaving Blissville at the margins undermines the promise of this plan. The residents of Blissville deserve cleaner air, safer streets, and greener infrastructure, and a fair share of investments in parks, schools, and health services. They deserve the same opportunities for affordable housing and economic growth that the rest of Long Island City will benefit from under this rezoning. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we hear from Emily Smith.
You may begin.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I signed up super last minute. I just got off of work. I didn't think I was going to make it to this hearing today. So this is very off the cuff. I'll send an email with more organized thoughts. But my name's Emily. I'm a New York City resident, and like about half of renters in New York City, I'm a market rate renter. And I am rent burdened. I spend well over a third of my income on rent. And so it's really important to me to advocate for more housing. I'm excited about the new homes that this proposal could bring. I'm speaking in support of the One LIC plan today. I honestly think it could be more ambitious, given that this is a once in a generation opportunity to ensure that we have enough housing in the area for generations to come. And we need housing of all kinds. I understand a lot of the concerns that were raised today about other community benefits, but income restricted housing, of course, but market rate housing itself is a community benefit. We're in a 5-alarm fire, an emergency affordability crisis. And I really want a future where landlords have to compete for tenants rather than the other way around. So I urge you to make housing your red line, get to a yes and support this plan. Housing delayed is housing denied. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to call iPhone.
You may begin.
iPhone, you may begin. If you could hear me, please unmute or press *6.
I can hear you. Yes, this is Ernie Brooks. I think I'm familiar to have testified many times against this plan. I'm on my phone as opposed to the computer that I signed up with, so I guess that's why my name's not there. Anyway, My name is Ernie Brooks. I've lived on the corner of 44th Drive and Vernon Boulevard since 1977. I am strongly opposed to the rezoning of this neighborhood as it is currently proposed. I appreciate that Julie, my city council person, has indicated positive changes that she will require to gain her vote. While extremely important, if met, they still won't cover all my concerns. Our country has seen a massive shift in wealth from the less affluent to the rich over the past crisis-ridden decades of this century. A disaster which has intensified beyond imagining in the past year as a corrupt real estate tycoon has taken on an unprecedented level of control over the reins of power in this country. Unfortunately, I believe that the rezoning as presently proposed will mostly exacerbate these trends, the trends of a large upward transfer of prosperity. Rising rents in massive luxury towers will continue to push out those who have lived and worked here for years, as well as creating a riverfront that is not more but less resilient in the face of the climate changes that are already upon us. I am a member of the Long Island City Coalition, which has drawn up the community-based Hunters Point North Vision Plan for Resiliency that contains a blueprint for a more equitable, resilient, and ultimately saner and less ambitious development of our East River waterfront. This plan resulted from years of work by longtime residents working with experts at Nautilus International to find out what our neighborhood could be if allowed to evolve in a way that respects
Thank you. Your time has expired.
equity, and environmental concerns. So anyway, I say vote against this bill unless changes sought by the two community boards and our city council person are not met. Thank you.
Thank you, Ernest. The last person we have is Corinne Haynes.
You may begin.
Ms. Haynes? Go ahead, Ms. Haynes. We can hear you, Ms. Haynes. Go ahead.
Oh, hi. Good evening. How are you?
We're all right.
My name is Quinn Haynes, and I'm the president of Queensbridge Houses Resident Association, the largest housing development in North America. I was born and raised here. The previous rezonings in Long Island City have mostly benefited wealthy developers, and the improvements in Long Island City have always missed Queensbridge. Just as the demand for our existing services has increased in number of years, we now need to change it. With the One Long Island City plan, the city has the opportunity to invest in Queensbridge. Every day, I get calls from residents about plumbing issues, waters that leaks from above, that destroys the bathrooms and the kitchen. Today, as I speak, there is a water shutdown affecting 4 buildings on Queensbridge South due to a shutoff valve being improperly repaired. We also, on the north side, have another maybe 3 to 5. They haven't finished assessing yet how many buildings are affected. No water right now as we speak. Public housing residents deserve better in Queensbridge. They living with chip and paint, mold, water damage, flooded apartments, you name it. From the plumbing infrastructure has not been changed since 1930. And in Queensbridge, it needs to be updated. We need millions of dollars of city investment for NYCHA to replace the plumbing in Queensbridge. In addition to that, we have a new Residents Association office that needs to be renovated to house job training, a recording studio, and a kitchen to help young adults in life skills programs. Queensbridge also has about 150 vacant apartments that are completely run down and need to be renovated. And this will increase the affordability in housing and improve the quality of life of the residents in Queensbridge. I fully support also the restoration of the Queensbridge Baby Park, which I grew up it being a park. So we can get it back to that and increase our open space, maybe have a dog park and other things that'll improve the quality of life of the residents in Queensbridge. So I do urge the City Council to approve the One Long Island City Plan,
Thank you, Ms. Haynes.
only if it includes capital investments from the city and Queensbridge houses.
Thank you.
For your time.
All right. If there are any members of the public who wish to testify regarding this rezoning proposal remotely, please press the raise hand button now. We will stand at ease for 30 seconds. Okay. Seeing no one, there being no members of the public who wish to testify on preconsidered LU 373 through 378 relating to the Long Island City Neighborhood Plan, the public hearing is now closed and the items are laid over. That concludes today's hearing. I would like to thank committee counsel, all those who testified, Sergeant at Arms, the land use team, Councilmember Juan for staying for the entire hearing and hearing her community. This hearing is closed. Thank you.